Peace and love, monkeys. Are y'all ready for Unscrambled Minds tonight? I just had to say that because, this is going. Y'all know I ain't really calling y'all monkeys, but okay.
They
Monkey
calling
Rose.
themselves monkeys. Don't give them a leeway. Cedric said he's a monkey.
Okay.
I see
Anywho,
y'all not wasting no time going in with y'all wildness. No time. I mean, 0.3 seconds.
but it's really weird that you said the word wild because I be calling my kids also. I'll be like, y'all so wild. And then I hear it on YouTube, like, so that y'all must be wild. Anyway,
Adult wild. Yeah. Wild
mhm.
adults. Adults go wild.
I'm Sister Freedom, the big mama of Unscrambled Minds. Okay, got my
I'm
babies.
Maya, and may I say to those who have came from the rib of Adam
Okay.
or from the dirt, and which welcome to Unscrambled Minds.
Okay. You better say it, sister. You mean from Earth? Oh, you mean from particles of Earth.
It said from the dirt.
Right, but
And
I
from
mean, and I'm
no,
just,
I don't know what you mean, but it said
I
from the
just told
dirt.
you that.
No, you can't tell me what it said. It
I said
said
what
from
I
the
have.
dirt. Well, that's what you mean. You didn't write the Bible. The
Okay.
Bible said
I
from
don't
the
know.
dirt.
I'm
It
not
said
even know.
nothing about earth. It said dirt. And from the rib of man. Welcome to Unscrambled Minds.
Wow.
I'm Gemini the Goddess. Welcome to Unscrambled Minds this Friday.
Oh, it is Friday. Didn't even realize everybody got
It's
that
Friday.
Yes, Friday. Peace and
Friday.
love, everyone. I'm Josenia. Thank you guys for coming out. Peace and love to gang in the chat. I see Barn Dog,
Gang,
OTK, my big,
gang.
and it looks like some other people are coming in. Peace to y'all.
I'm
Gang,
so
gang. OTK.
the same way you give it to me. So
Barn dog. What's up? What's up?
and I'm going to hit mother
Miss
effers back.
Graham was in the house tonight. Hey,
Hey, Miss Graham. Hey.
hey.
That's how we doing it.
Let's see
The
who else
Bible
we got up in
said it
there.
for yourself. I'm just saying what the Bible said.
I
It's
wanted to
not what
see
you
past
said.
it.
And the Bible does say that. So it's
Yeah,
in
the
the
Bible
Bible wrong.
said
It
it,
didn't say earth.
okay.
It says the dirt. But
It said from
yeah.
which you came, which is dirt. It didn't say earth.
I wonder what that means. Wow.
It doesn't matter what it means.
I
We
don't
all
I
interpret
don't want to go
things the
back
way
and
we
forth
want
with you
to.
on that. If
And
that's what you want
we
to
don't mean anything
say, that's fine.
scientific. We mean anything we want to interpret. So at
That's
this
what I just
point,
did. I didn't say that you
right,
did it.
so
I
I'm
did
not going against anything you're saying. I'm just saying what the Bible said, and that's all I'm
it.
saying. I'm not
Okay,
going
babe.
against anything you said.
That's a fact. That's what the Bible says. I don't believe in the Bible, so I don't think the Bible is all the way correct when it comes to those things either. But yes, I know people coming in and they seen the title about primate evolution and about the monkey, but we had a little back and forth, and Sister Freedom, you were there a little longer, so I want you to go into what was really happening before I showed up. But
I
I
saw
was
the replay. I
wondering,
watched the replay. I did. I watched the replay because I wanted to see what all the hoopla was about. So I watched the entire thing.
right. Well, what I could say, and especially about Sonetta, it seems like he has a basis that is little different. Like it's a little bit of my way of thinking here, a little bit of primate way of thinking there. So I just wanted to get into that tonight because the last universal common ancestor, Luca, is not the common ancestor for you primates. And you have to understand, you primates, is that you had a tail before and the tail came off. It's not that hominins came first and then monkeys got a tail. No, the monkey came first. So we're gonna go into a little bit of that tonight. Again, stuff that's not gonna be so deeply into my debate because I'm not going too deep into that information. But if you're going to be a primate, claim your monkey ancestor, and tell your aunt, I don't know who she is, your Aunt Lucy, your Aunt Artie, respect her name, okay? Stop disrespecting that you have monkey and ape ancestors. And then we're going to address your cousins that y'all.
So are you saying? Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, it's on.
No, I'm done. I was saying then we'll address the cousins that are in the zoo, today. And that you just watching and going and paying money to go look at your cousin instead of trying to free him. So.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna put a boundary in place. We're gonna put a boundary in place. So if you fighting against Nepal, which is your actual opponent, the only person you're getting paid to fight, if you're gonna make it about her, then make it about her. But if it's in general and it affects, us in a way that's not, debative, it may sound a little personal, then we're gonna have to pull ourselves back. Otherwise, it's gonna be an extra spicy night, and ain't nobody got time for all that.
Well, I don't know if it's my turn or not.
You gotta understand what you believe. Like, if you're going to go with this primate scientific theory, then you can't deny what science is saying about it. And just because it doesn't fit your narrative or it doesn't feel good to say that your common ancestor at one time was a monkey, I don't give a damn, because you're claiming it. So claim that monkey that's a common ancestor, because the common 55 to 45 million years ago was in the form of a monkey. The one at 25.
So then we are not. So then we are. So then everything. So no bars hold tonight, right? No bars hold is what we're saying, and everything goes.
Yeah, we can do that if that's what you want to do, because I'm ready for it. But what I want to say is I don't understand why.
It's not if I want to do, because we're discussing about boundaries early on, correct? So it's not that back and forth yet, right? It's not if that's what you want to do, because that's what we're discussing, the rules of engagement. We're discussing the rules of engagement for tonight.
Okay.
It's gonna be spicy, and there's no harm.
I'm not a literal person.
Got it.
What's up?
I'm not a literal person. So when somebody says things to me, I hear it in a deciphering mode. So no disrespect to any of my sisters on the panel or even in the chat. When somebody says something, I mentally decipher it, or that's just me. It's no disrespect. I don't accept a lot of the mainstream scientific things, but it's just information, and everybody got a different of opinion. I don't think nobody should take any of this personal, because it ain't personal. That's why it doesn't make me mad. It's when people become disrespectful.
That was my sentiment. That's why I have to clarify.
Okay. That's when I tend to want to jump over there, out the window. But other than just talking about the information and someone not agreeing with what somebody else saying, it is what it is. When Sakina made the comment from in the Bible, I'm a person that just be deciphering all through that. So that's why it wasn't no hack or nothing to her. I was just saying, it just instantly comes out like that with me. Now, as far as us going into the primate situation, I'm ready for it. How it came about or what have you. You know what I'm saying? So we all made of cells, if I'm not mistaken. Let's make sure we understand that the earth is alive too. Because if it wasn't, nothing would be able to grow from it. So I think that everything grows from it all over the whole planet. So unless they can find a part that nothing is growing, I mean, it might be, I'm not sure. But that's all I had to say about that until we get into it. And peace and love to everybody in the chat. So I think it's Sakina's time.
Yes.
I had a question about. No, I was speaking to the chat. I had a question about.
Put my glasses on. I can see what's going on.
Let me get it right. Because the Wonder Twins is ready. Ready. Is it possible you could repeat the last of your just the last part of your paragraph, because I had a question regarding what you was talking about, honestly.
Oh, absolutely. So what I would say as far as last night what I was talking about, which is something I don't disagree with, is a last universal common ancestor. So like Sister Freedom, a lot like what she was saying,
okay, I get it now.
Comes out of life as far as it. And I saw a lot of people saying, well, that life is the common ancestor. But I was emphasizing that primate evolution doesn't say that. Primate evolution doesn't say that general life that happened billions of years ago is the common ancestor, and then everything comes out of that. Primate evolution also says that there are common ancestors within primates that led to hominins. And what happened as far as with those primates is primates started looking like the old world monkeys first. They had tails, they could climb, different things like that. So if anyone doesn't know what an old world monkey is, we can get into that tonight. But they're the present day, like chimpanzees, the monkeys with tails. And then they progressed as far as into apes that didn't have a tail, different things like that. And then that's where the progression would go into the hominins. But that means that the common ancestor from 55 million years ago to 25 million years ago resembled an old world monkey, which it seemed like a lot of people didn't want to say that. They wanted to be like, no, we don't know. No, that's what science is saying, that it resembled an old world monkey, and that's how monkeys, apes, and humans diverged from that.
Okay, so my question is, in the beginning, it was. Are you saying it was a monkey or an ape? Because
the first one would be a monkey, and as time progressed, there was a common ancestor that was an ape that is for the great apes. But before you get to the common ancestor that's an ape for the great apes, the overall primate common ancestor resembles an old world monkey.
Because monkeys and apes are two different species. Now we're putting them together as categorizing monkeys and apes as humans.
Right, we're categorizing them as primates, and so the whole point of primate evolution is saying that all primates have a common ancestor with each other. So that means monkeys, apes, humans, all of them down the line have a common ancestor. And as time goes on, apes and humans have another common ancestor that monkeys don't have. But in the beginning, as far as a primate evolution, they all have a common ancestor, and science says that common ancestor resembles an old world monkey.
All right. Now my next question: you said the tails fall off, or in the oldest monkey, and then the newest monkey, they didn't have tails.
No. Monkeys always have tails, so that's the difference between a monkey and an ape.
Well, which one but
the common ancestor has a tail. The monkey common ancestor has a tail, but as time progressed, the ape loses the tail, or it's more internal as far as the tailbone and different things like that. But the monkey common ancestor with the ape would have had to have a tail. The tail came first, and then it then fell off over time with the apes and not the monkeys. But the monkeys are still the apes' cousins.
Okay, and then in evolution, eventually, 8 billion, 100 billion thousands later, here we are.
No. 55 million years later, here we are.
Oh, okay, well that's still enough time, but here we are. And but you haven't seen a baby, or every once in a while you see children born with maybe tails or navel cords that they have to cut off, and umbilical cords they cut off, babies with extra toes, fingers, um, these kind of things. We've never seen this before.
A biblical cord is not a tail. I've never seen a baby born with a tail.
We call them navel cords. We call them extra navels where I've said it wrong, but the navels have stuck out where they did extra things for them, but they had to cut them off, hernias. Call them what you want them. We gonna call them. But we've
Right,
seen
and
these
those are from chromosomes, and they haven't tied those
children
chromosomes.
with extra kind of hair. They've called them werewolf kids and stuff like that. We've seen these kind of traits in these children, right? We've seen Siamese twins like cats. We've seen these kind of things like visually to know that it is possible or plausible. And that's not just through, and so we can blame it on who? Scientific study that helped us to be able to digest and understand these things, or are we saying no, that's not enough proof? Again, I'm not understanding.
None of that is proof for the primates. Primates has a specific classification, and everything that you mentioned is not in the classification of primates. Science does give us an explanation of the things that you're mentioning, and it comes with having chromosomes, genomes, different receptors in those genes that are causing that, and that they do not tie that to primates. They have not tied those genome sequences that you're talking about, which is extra toes, the umbilical cord, extra belly button, stick out belly button, inner. I'm just, well, you just said originally a biblical
I
cord.
said hernia.
Oh, and
I
hernia, but
I said
originally,
hernia.
I
See,
just
that,
brought
those
that
kind
up
of
because
stuff
you
don't make
originally
that
said biblical
making it
cord.
to your
You
advantage. That's
originally said that.
we're
I'm
not
not
going
the
to
one that
use
made
that
that up. You
to make
originally
that
said
sound
that.
good
And
for
even
you.
if you
Okay,
say
but when I
hernia
clean
or
it up, you can't keep using it. That's what happens. When I clean it up to error, once I clean it up, then you can't use it again.
well, what I'm saying as far as it, no
What
matter
you're
what
saying is trying to
portion,
make it
because
sound
I
good.
just
No,
said
you're
them
not going
all.
to do that.
I just
Not
said
on
them
my
all.
watch.
There's no genomes, there's no DNA that ties that DNA to say that comes from an ape or monkey. They have not tied that DNA that you're
No, I'm
saying
saying
that the
they're not.
chromosome
They
differences
don't have
into a
to come as
monkey.
well. Okay, but how do they call that wolf disease for the little kids that have the extra hair growing faces all down their arms and whatnot, and they call that a wolf disease based on that? How does that happen?
Again, it would happen
What
because
scientific
of
study that
chromosomes,
made them be able to diagnose that?
they're able to diagnose that because of chromosomes and genomes, but
Oh,
to tie it to a specific animal group, they would have to tie those same chromosome expression to a specific animal group. Why they call it wolf is that that's like a colloquialism. They call it wolf because it's like, oh, now you look like a wolf. Now you look like a certain type
so
of
they just
human, and
named
they
that
call it wolf.
it
But
look like that.
they would have to tie that DNA sequence to show that it came from the particular animal group.
So they just named it that because he looked like a wolf.
Yeah, a lot of times they just have colloquialisms. They named species that they discovered out of themselves. They give certain names. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that there is a genome that a wolf has that humans have. No, they would have to tie that, which they haven't tied it in it. They're just mainly probably going by the fictional literature of it, of being like a wolf man, or what we've seen as far as when it comes to horror or Halloween that just passed. And then they're like, hey, this baby that has all that, they kind of look like a wolf, and they call it wolf as a colloquialism, but it actually has a real name. It starts with an H. I'd have to look it up, but the disorder is not a wolf disorder. The disorder has a name when a baby is born with excessive hair.
I rest my case.
Sankofa thinks I'm correct. Man, it definitely is going to snow in Texas. I'm getting my stuff together. Let me get my snow boots.
I rest my case. That was the only questions I had.
LaShawn. I mean, Gemini.
I don't have any questions because I don't care what a 9 million-year-old ape looks like or monkey. I don't care what a 9 million-year-old person looks like. So we can skip me altogether.
Okay, sweetheart, you're skipped. I
Thank
seen that in
you.
the chat. You're welcome. Where somebody was saying, "What does it do for you? What does this do for you now?" Well, let's see. We're people who really, I guess, are curious. Uh, why this is all what it is. So I think it's curiosity. You know what I mean? That made someone even be interested in trying to figure out how all this began. So it's a
How
constant, it's a constant look, like a wonder that we trying to figure this out. How did this start? How did we start from a single cell? Did we start from many cells? Um, what would be the common ancestor to humans? What would be the common ancestors to animals? What would be the common ancestor that got all of this, that started creation? It is curiosity. And I think it's something that's going to always be in the minds of people on how this began. Now, um, just saying that we come from the same primate as these different types of what we would call monkeys, I don't agree with it. I think that everything has its own beginning. You know what I mean? I don't think that we have to come from something that doesn't have the same length arms, we don't have tails. We have caucus, but the bone, but we don't have tails. Um to be compared to something that's hunched over, and then they change the different looks all in every museum. Um, and then why they not, if we come from them, then why they not having human babies now? I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's just
well then
crazy.
where did we come from? Where
Um,
did we come from?
we have our
Did
own beginning. We are all, everything that is
we
alive.
know that, but where is that at? Where is our own beginning at? Where are they finding bones for
No,
everything
that's
else?
what they did.
But where are our bones? I'm sick and tired of hearing about the myth. Where
I
is
just
our bones? If they
okay.
found the bone of a damn monkey, you mean to tell me we still can't find? Well, our bones is with Jesus too.
I don't
Where's our
know.
bones?
Maybe I don't know. I don't know
Our
because
bones is in
I
dust
don't
too.
agree that
We
Jesus
don't got no
is a
bones at this
person.
point.
I don't know, but I was trying to get through what I was saying. I don't believe that Jesus is a real individual, just like a character in the
I
book.
mean, because
But
we
I
don't have
don't.
no
I
bones
gotta go
either. We
along.
don't have nothing. But yet we here. We just glad to be here.
Uh, okay, I don't. Okay, I believe that everything has its own beginning. Because if you're going to tell me that we came from this common ancestor that these monkeys come from, what's the common ancestor that all the other animals come from? The birds, the fish, and everything that's in existence that breathes, that what is that common ancestor? You know what I'm saying? So I just can't take what somebody else says and agree to it. Last night, it was a good conversation on HOK. I made the statement, well, if you're going to say that, because I asked, what is the common ancestor? Of course, that it was said, we don't know. We don't know it doesn't explain what it is. It just explained that there is a common ancestor. I said, so what you're saying is there is something that just is
Do we got a clock? How many minutes do we get to explain stuff?
excuse me.
I'm just saying, can we make it not go past 2 minutes?
No questions. You say you didn't have no questions, so I guess
I
you
don't have
don't.
no questions about that. I got some questions this next go round. But if you took that to me to take up 4 hours with your stuff only,
We can
four
start it now.
hours.
We can start that as far
Four
as
hours.
it,
When
but
you
I
talk with
want
your
to
mouth
say
all the time, when you're
so
Tell me what you got to say, mouth almighty that ain't saying a goddamn thing. Go ahead and say whatever you want to say.
We know because your
Okay,
mouth
we
say it
gonna
all.
start
You
it, and
speak
it's
for
gonna go
everybody, child.
Right. I'm
I
not.
know we don't have
I'm
no
not.
mouth to talk. You talk for us all. We understand that, but I'm just simply saying 2 minutes.
So do you have something to say now?
No,
It's
it's your go,
Sakina's
and I'm
turn. It's
started.
not
I'm
my
started.
turn.
No, it's your go. We're just doing the 2 minutes. That's all she's saying. So
Yeah, it's
let's start.
Sakina's turn.
Okay. Okay.
I just
I have no
mean at
problem
this
with that.
point,
I have no
what is
problem with Sakina's turn. You girls are spicy tonight,
saying,
but y'all not gonna spicy me.
we don't got no bones. We don't got no proof or nothing. Everything is just I don't understand at this point. I just don't. Listen here, everything is trying to be debunked at this point. We don't have no dreams. We don't have no thoughts. We don't have. I don't get it. What are we being bullied? Either we trying to. I don't get it. Right? Honestly, I don't. So what are we saying? Honestly, I don't get it. That's all I have to say.
Okay, so that wasn't 2 minutes, but I can start over. Gemini, you ready?
Right. So when we say close relative, when we say common ancestor, we're not saying like your cousin Bobby that came over the other day. We're talking about 9 million years for Pete's sake. So if you don't understand, everyone wants to know somebody want a picture drawn of this common ancestor. Like you got to spell it out, say it out, draw it out, pictogram it out, computerize it out. I'm not understanding. It's a common ancestor. And then the example we're using is 9 million years old. For Christ's sake, let it go already. There is a common ancestor. We don't need to know what that common ancestor look like. We are here. The word they use is primate. Primate has a definition. You're not going to be able to change the definition of what the word primate means. Hands, feet, toes, ears, mouth, nose. It is real simple. So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. It's already been invented. All we're trying to do is expound upon it or create or add something else that we might not have known before that we would like to know today. And we're not going to deem it as a fact. We're just going to deem it as more information or relevant information so we can grow and learn and move on. But a lot of this is just right now, I'm not understanding either. I'm just not understanding where we're going with this conversation. It seems to be moving out of debate mode into personal mode. And that is a little off-putting to me. I'm not exactly making that connection while we're trying to connect a common ancestor. I'm not even sure why we're trying to connect a common ancestor with our cousin Bobby, who was at the cookout yesterday. I'm not making the correlation. I'm sorry.
No, you still had time, but I'll go ahead.
Yeah,
So,
go ahead because again, we keep asking that same question again, right? Like, I don't believe in this common ancestor. Well, guess what? It's 9 million years. It's your prerogative not to believe something from 9 million years ago. It's not that deep. Either believe it or you don't, right? But we're talking about for the things that are dictionary text. That's something we can see today, something current and relevant. We can all pull up that word primate and we'll know what that word means. We cannot pull up that word common ancestor and see much about it because we're talking about something way too long ago.
okay.
We're
So,
not, we're not going to be able to make that much sense out of that kind of sense out of 9 million year
okay,
old
Gemini,
sense.
it's been 2 minutes. We do have to keep it as far as the 2 minutes thing.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I
Let
just
me
wanted
go
to
ahead
land
and
with that. Yeah, because I just wanted to put the period there. That was it.
Mark Spectator, I don't know what debate you mean, so just go ahead and put it where that debate is going to be in the chat, and I'll make sure we post it. But when it comes to this, I think it's good that people are bringing up these points because Nepal was a lot saying that this doesn't have to do with scientific racism, But when we talk about these things, first off, the common ancestor doesn't just start 55 million years ago. You have to go into the common ancestor 55 million years ago. You have to go into the common ancestor that's 8 million years ago. You got to go into the common ancestor that's 300,000 years ago, and so on and so forth until you get into humans. So based on what the science is saying, it's not just something that's just so far away or different things like that. They're putting this as far as to humans. And now not only have they put this on humans, they have justified having a subspecies category for modern day humans in saying which ones are closer to the monkeys and which ones are more advanced. But that's why this has to be discussed, and you
Well,
can't.
you pull that up, source that up, source that up. What you
No,
are
I'm
you?
not sourcing. I'm not sourcing
So,
that up
so
because
the article is this an
I'm not.
article?
Hold on, Gemini. Let me pause my time because you just said everybody has 2 minutes and you went through my
Yeah, but
time.
you
So
brought up an article. I'm saying if it's a that you said something new. I've never heard that before. You said they brought up something new, saying that they're trying to connect us with the common man.
no, I said that the progenitors of this science were saying as far as using the subspecies of monkeys to give actual human, modern day human subspecies and say which actual group is more elite and which group is lesser. And that's not modern day. What modern day is, that's the originators of this science. So let me go ahead and
Oh, okay.
continue and go with my time. So when we're talking about these things, as far as it, that has to be discussed. When you're talking about what the classification of primate means, you have to say who gave that primate classification in the first place. And then you have to say, well, who they're affiliated to, why they did it. And I know that that's a big part that people don't want in the debate because of the fact that a lot of people don't know the origins. They don't know. And what I wanted to end with is Sakina saying, well, what about the bones? What about the bones? The bones are questioned. It's very questioning that they're when they are making these discoveries, because of the fact that we have to look into who are making the discoveries, who they're affiliated with, and what agenda those discoveries had in the first place. So all that has to be questioned when we're actually looking into that and not just accepting, oh, they found bones for this, but not for that. Go ahead,
And
Sister
so you
Rita.
have. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I thought we were talking about and discussing evolution, the primates, and everything because you do have a debate coming up, correct? Okay, not that it's going to do anything for us today, but these type of things are still being taught in schools. You know what I'm saying? And I think information from what I'm studying, yes, it has changed. Information, new information has been presented. Maybe you don't want to bring up any of the things now, Dulcinea, because you know it's always going to be a question on how did you come up with this? How did you come up with that? Why do you think this? Where, what, and when? You know what I mean? So discussing this is very important. Um, as you stated before, this comes from pretty much one institution, the information. So now it's coming, information is coming from many sources and people with information who is debunking and finding out that what was told then, now they find have been, for one, mistakes. Okay, the Lucy theory is totally incorrect. You know what I'm saying? It's done been twisted, phonied up, faked up. Um, it's too much about the information that is now being questioned, and now they're saying uh we gave wrong information or wrong information was given. And I feel as though that because of that, you have the right to bring it up. If it was, what's that word, incontrovertible, then you couldn't bring up nothing. But because it's not, you can still question it and you can still ask questions concerning the what, when, where, how, and why.
Okay, that's 2 minutes. So
All right.
please.
Thank you so much, Miss Mason. And I'm glad you opened that door for me. Because when you asking about the what, when, whys, and the hows, it brings me to the point of when you're asking those questions, are you ready to be able to produce those answers? Because you just can't when somebody presents their side again, now that you're saying that this is not possible or plausible, and we understand that point, now you're pushing the envelope. So what do you do to say that these are the numbers that says that this is not, and this is the reason why? And what are you showing these statistics to back up your evidence in the state that you claim? Because you're making a lot of accusations, but I don't see nothing to support what you're saying. And so this is why your bottom line don't stick with me all the time. And so I'm not just straddling the fence and weighing things and juggling. I don't understand. It's because you don't never land. And when you land, you're in the desert kind of looking for help. And so when I be asking you, you have a backup plan for your backup plan, and you say, no, I got it covered. I don't need a plan B. And then all of a sudden, bam, something happened because you needed plan B, sister. And I love you. And I got your back. I'm always on your side, in your right. So when I'm always going to be there, not against you, for you. So when you producing these things, making all these claims, do you got something to support all of this saying it is what it is?
2 minutes on the dot. That was 2 minutes on the dot, Gemini.
Yeah, it seems like too we got too many topics on the tree going, too many fruits on one tree. It's like if that's the case, then each tree has its own fruit. I want to sit and say. So we're going to talk about an incontrovertible fact, then stick to that. We're going to talk about scientific racism, then stick to that. If you're going to talk about evolution, then stick to that. It's like they're growing all on one tree, and I'm not really understanding the breakdown. And I'm not supposed to because it's not the debate yet. But I'm saying even before the debate, before that even became a thing, and we would sit and talk about this, it has to be some sort of, because see, one thing about science is that science is not, you can't cherry pick science. Once you believe one part, you have to believe the whole, the total sum. It's different from per se an album cover where I get to pick and choose a song and sit and say, ooh, see, I like that because see, that resonates with me. See, I like track number 4. See, ooh, that one, that's my jam. It's not like that with science. Science is not a record. It doesn't have tracks that you can pick and choose from. So if you believe in one thing, you believe in the Tom Soto, but at the same time, when you are talking about them, they need to be specific and in its context. Otherwise, it just all starts to sound like one big plethora of stuff that can't nobody unbraid. It's like one big braid of stuff. So I would like just, we're talking about if we're going to be talking about primates, let's talk all things primate. Who, what, where, when, and how of Primateville. And then I can follow and be like, yay.
Did you want to answer to anything that Gemini said, or?
No, I'm going to respond to what they both said. Hold on. I think as far as when it comes to this, oh, sorry. Hold on. It's not starting. When it comes to this, when it comes to anybody else that has a debate coming up, If it was something that people are affiliated with, they would understand them saying, "Oh, you don't have to give your information right now." The main thing about it is why so many people want the information right now is because this is something they're not affiliated with, which is something I totally understand. You're still not going to get the information before the debate, though. The information is going to be in the debate. You want the information? The ticket is in the chat. I'll drop the tickets again. So
Ticket
that's
is
where you're
30
going
bucks.
to that's where you're going to get the most information as far as when it comes to this. But when you're saying as far as different things, like you have to take the science in the whole, that's what we just proved last time. That's not true when it comes to evolution. Evolution has aspects of it that is debated among scientists, and they've had aspects of it debated since primate evolution came out. And to say that you can't talk about the origin and the history of when primate evolution came out, because that's off topic, is crazy. You have to understand who's the person who made up the word primate, because primate didn't always exist. This isn't something that ancient Egyptians were saying. This isn't something that the ancients in any other place were saying. This is something that was created at a specific time, and you need to know who the creator of that was. And we're going to go into the timeline of it. So when it comes to primate evolution, history deals with it, math deals with it, science deals with it, and all those aspects have to be addressed. And when we talk about the science, we have to go into the taxonomy and not just addressing the primates. We have to go into the genetics. We have to go into the body structures. We have to go into the brain. All those actually apply to it. And just because someone has a belief system and they say, oh, well, if you start going into those things, you're going to go against my belief. That doesn't matter. That's what science is. Science is questioning, and it's going into all aspects of it. And that's my 2 minutes.
And that was beautiful. I agree with you 120%, not a million percent. Anything that's as important, I would say, as this is a subject, there's many subjects that are important, because it wouldn't be something that people would be debating if it wasn't important to certain people. Um, I don't understand why people think you just sitting around fiddling. And everybody that's saying something about it, I'm wondering, are they looking up any of the information that you have been given thus far? Or are they just talking? Or I mean, I'm wondering. Okay, with every time you've been on now concerning this situation, I'm wondering if anybody have put in anything or tried to get any information to say, well, maybe she might be on to something. No, they just like got their mind, like when it's almost like a religion. They got their mind set on that this is what it is, and that's what it is. And whatever you believe, it don't matter because this is what it is. And here it is in 2023 that found out that everything they thought wasn't what it was. So I think that clearly this information that you forces that can fight or debate, if that's what you want, word you want to use, the information that was already put out and put in the minds of people. And yes, during those times, race was a big deal. So you definitely have to and all that go together. All of it goes together. So I think you're on the right road walking. So we'll see during the debate. So even if that's not 2 minutes, that's what I gotta
Yeah,
say
that's
about.
2 minutes right there. Go ahead and get your turn, Sakina.
Well, the best thing is that you don't always have to believe anybody. You can go find out and do it for yourself. And it's called research. And the best kind of research for me is a book. And the older the better. So sometimes you gotta get out there. But either way it go, right? Once you do the research, you get to know for yourself, right? Once you really get to doing the work, then you ain't gotta go with no No belief at all. It's about what you know. That's pretty much science. Testing over and over again. Doing the research. Weighing out the options. Comparing all the rights. It's good when it was the peer review, but this ain't that. So I don't know. I'm just a dumbass. I love y'all. I love myself.
Oh man.
I know that is my 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't. You
My,
have 15 seconds left, but if you're done, go ahead.
my God. My God. My
You
God.
ready, Gemini?
Oh my gosh.
Peace, Aboriginal
Listen.
Come here right quick.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think researching, to be quite fair, we've all done a bit of research on this topic and situation. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't be so eager to talk and to weigh in or to chime in and have questions. So at this point, I think it's pretty much uh, futile to ask you any questions that may pertain to the debate because you have your mind set on, no, I'm holding that information close to the vest. I'm not giving y'all a damn thing. You got to buy a $30 ticket to the debate, and then you'll be able to sit here and hear all the rest of my answers. So, in the meantime and in between time, then what is we talking about? Because clearly, we can't ask no more questions concerning this topic because a lot of the information or the feedback you're saving for the best time.
And you look good doing it too. So they in for it.
Yeah. Which I did say that as far as when we were talking about having this conversation, because I was like, oh, well, it is something as far as promotion for the debate, but there's only so much that can go in for promotion for the debate because we can see what's happening. We can see that we're talking points. We're looking for what aspects each other are going to come in. And I think right now we've kind of gone and that we'll have another weigh in. But last night kind of showed the aspect that each of us was going to come in. So going even further or deeper or just being like, read these primary sources from the time, that definitely doesn't help me in
Exactly.
So.
And I'm fully aware of that. That's why I'm bringing it up now, thinking that we ought to have a topic change so we can give that a rest for a little bit because we think we beating a dead horse right about now. Pinata, and ain't no candy coming out. Gemini's mad because Gemini don't like you with the pinata. Ain't no damn candy coming out. Defeats the whole purpose of a pinata. I need some candy. So we're gonna have to sit here and pump this Friday night up and try to hit in the pinata again. See if we get some candy falling out that mug.
Facts. We can have fun now, and if people are ready, I mean, Sister Freedom, you ready to drop the link? Do you want people to come up?
I sure can. I can drop it. Yeah. I mean, well, you go ahead and drop it because I got it on the larger screen because my glasses. These are the glasses, y'all.
OTK said, drop the link then. He ready to hustle. He ready to get it in.
Said the pseudo killers are in the house, and we love the pseudo killers, Sedge.
Hey, Cedric.
Speak for yourself. No, I'm just playing.
See, that's that cattiness. That's what's up. That's what's up, Dulcinea. Scratch his eyes out. Cedric, your eyes are scratched out. So that's what we talking about. What we talking about.
I don't know. Do monkeys scratch?
They ain't calling herself a monkey, remember? So we don't know
We
the
can
answer
talk
to that
about
question.
Tomcat's book. Do y'all see it?
Okay, I can't wait to get it. Can't wait to
Y'all,
get
big
it.
man, big man.
Can't
Yep,
wait.
I actually purchased books, y'all. Not the. I
Mm.
don't want to get the PDF. It's the book.
Ooh, boy.
I can't wait to
I
get
see
that.
we done went right
What
back
you
to the
got on that?
same thing.
Let me see something.
Lord.
I know because it
That
triggers.
one
I
looks
know
like
it triggers. I want to show it
I
one
look
more
like
time.
from my
One more
family.
time for the triggering.
Woo!
One more
I
time.
did. Look like them people. Okay, that's my great grandmother and my great grandfather. Oh, do you see my great grandma? Oh, I wonder who and what she looks like. Oh, okay.
Do you know
That
what
part.
year that's from? Because she's looking very 1920s, 1910.
Isn't that beautiful picture?
I love it.
Oh, I love that picture.
You ladies are a real piece of work. See, now it'd be different if we all had the book and we could sit here and just and kind of just like talk about this. But see, y'all in here throwing side shots, pot shots, and swear it's us when
Yeah,
it's really
Gemini,
y'all.
do you want the
I
book?
swear what is going
I
on
can
with this
definitely.
night. What in the
I'll buy you and Sakina free of charge. I'll buy y'all the book. Do y'all want the book?
really?
But what
I'm
about
telling you.
Really?
me?
Do you want it?
Really?
Do you want it? Yes or
I
no?
don't need a signed copy. Can you get
You
that?
want a sign? You want a signed
But
copy?
what about me? How
I
come
can ask
Sakina
you.
and Gemini get one but not me?
Because Top Cat's already said he's sending you one. So why would
Oh
you
yeah, that
want
part.
another
Yes,
one?
he did say he was sending me one.
Exactly. So I would
That's
go
true.
ahead
You
and
are telling the
pay
truth.
for Sakina and Gemini that
Beautiful.
one. And I had to ask him. But if you want a signed copy, I mean, I can ask. Is that what you want? You want
Beautiful.
the signed copy, Gemini? Do you want the signed copy, Sakina?
But seriously,
If
Dusty,
I
back
gotta read,
Yeah.
if I gotta read the daggone thing, then yes, I need it signed.
If you gotta read it, you need it
I
signed.
gotta read the daggone thing.
Should he give
Oh,
you a
mine's
message?
an autograph.
Should he give you a message and write out as far as it to Gemini?
can't even
Mm,
promote her
mm.
own debate on her own show. But anyway, Dulcinea, I'm saying I think that this debate is going to be good for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Because it gives people a chance to choose. It opens up the mind for questions and information. You know what I mean? So I think it's going to be good on both parts, your part and Nepal's part. I think it's going to be really, really, really good. So everybody make sure y'all get y'all tickets. Because y'all know the after party going to be lit anyway. You know what I'm saying?
So
Because I
see,
know
I thought it was
Cedric
only
and
the first
Unc
few
and
copies, but you see that Gemini? He's signing
Mhm,
all of the
mhm.
copies. So you are approved. I'll get yours first. Sakina's too quiet. I don't know if she approved it or not. You know,
Mhm.
want a copy or not. But you send me your
No, no,
address.
need a- I don't want no copy signature. I need a handwritten pen signature. Black
No, it
blue
is.
ink.
It's a pin. It's a pin signature. It's the pin. Can you see it? Hold on. I don't think you're gonna be able to see it. Oh,
Mhm.
there it go. There it go. You see it. So yeah,
that's
it's the
right.
pin. That's his
That's right,
signature.
Indian brother. That's right, brother.
Oh, I
Your book
swear,
is
y'all whichever way the wind
fire.
blows.
It is fire.
Sankofa, have you
Can't
been
wait to
under
get
a
mine.
rock? The debate is titled "Are We Primates?" So that's what the debate is about.
I ain't no monkey. I ain't no monkey.
But no, Gemini, text me
I don't
the
even like
address.
bananas like that. No, I'm just playing. I like bananas.
I got you, Dustin now.
Woo-saw before you read it, okay? Get you a good glass
Mm-hmm.
of wine. Make sure you took a nice bath, a bubble bath,
Girl.
preferably, so you've relaxed everything, all your muscles, and then
And your
get
mind.
your
Don't
wine
forget
and
your mind. Make sure it's
and
no
then get
lavender
your
in
wine,
there.
and then sit down with this book because I know you, and you might be a little triggered.
Hold up. Hold up. No, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I've been reading books since I was 2 years old. I am a unbiased reader, period. I read a lot of books that I do not like. A lot by a lot of authors I do not like because I like information and I need to know. If I don't know, I can't dispute. I can't be in the conversation. So don't put that jacket on me because I'm an avid reader and I read all the time things that I like and things that I don't like.
No, I
So
don't
we're
think
not
that
going
you
to say because
don't. I don't think that you
I'm going
don't
to read this
read, but I
book.
know that this is specifically about the out of Africa, and it
It's
is
okay.
submitted to debunk it. So
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of subjects and topics that I don't care for what they're saying, and still would read it. Who reads with it where everything has to agree with them? Who does that? Right? That's never where I'm at. I
right,
never sit
some
here
people
and
do
I
it.
don't I don't need anything to validate what I already feel about a particular thing. So I don't need a book to validate of something that I believe. No need to validate me at all. The book just needs to say what it say and make sure that what it's trying to convey, I understand. That's it. That's the book's writer's responsibility to convey a message, whatever that may be.
Did
That's
you
a
drop the
fact.
link?
Yeah, I already dropped the link.
Okay. Anybody that has any questions or anything that they want to come up and say, no matter who it is, come on up and get the conversation going.
I think that's my main purpose because our children aren't the leaders in this field, and these sciences have been going on hundreds of years. So if it's taking the fact that our children aren't leaders of this field with the same science that's been going, it means that something's wrong. It means that we have to get our children into it another way, and it's not by making them cogs in the wheel that we keep doing as far as over and over again, because that's not the way to get them. That's not the way to express, and that's not the way Elon Musk or other people are getting the science field, because they come into the science field like I can be an innovator, but we come into the science field like we got to regurgitate. And that's a problem. And that's why you don't see us be the leaders of the science field, because to be the leader, you have to be an innovator, not just a repeater.
Mm.
Again, I agree with you 100%. Again, because if I said something to one of my children and then they said, Mm-mm, I'm gonna tell them, I'm gonna talk to them. Because there are going to be questions the same way we questioned the Bible, the same way we questioned any information. If there can be a question, well, it's not incontrovertible. If there could be no question, then it would be. So because there is questions, then it's not. And just like you have a different set of an opinion concerning the science, you can best believe that these children coming up today in the millennium world, they're going to have questions. And they're going to tell you if they feel as though that you're wrong about something, they're going to say it. So, that's where we at with that one.
Hey, remember that y'all ever watched the Twilight Zone?
I love the Twilight Zone.
Remember that man? Remember that old man who worked at the library and all he loved was books, and then the end of the world came, and then he had his glasses, and then his glasses broke, and he couldn't read the books.
And he stepped on.
It was so many different Twilight Zones. It was a lot of them.
Oh my God, that would be so me right there. I am so that man.
The Twilight Zone was with one of the men that was, it had little teeny skits, right? The skits, like the man who had did something and then he actually turned into a tree. I remember that one too. It was a lot. And what was the other? Tales from the Crypt. Tales from the Crypt. I think do y'all remember the old Dark Shadow?
I remember the Dark Shadow, but listen, I was saying that to say that when she was sitting there, when Dulcinea was mentioning them Top Cat's book, I thought about that, and I was like, I am so like that man who who loved books more than he loved people. And then when the end of the world came, he only had one pair of glasses. And he didn't even have two pair. He had one pair. Then he stepped on them and broke the shit and couldn't read.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Oh yeah,
He couldn't read the books.
I think I remember that.
That was so wild. I was like, oh damn. I think I learned a valuable lesson, like to put human beings before books. That's when I decided to put human beings before books, because I was like that, man. That's so crazy. Because you know, Twilight Zone always got them little skits. Remember, he had even the one about, because we're primates. Remember, he had the one where he convinced those people that come and move into this ready-made house. It got the wash machine and dryer, the white picket fence. You can have 2.5 kids and a dog, and it turned out to be a zoo. When they moved in, so they moved into the house, and the house was packed and everything was perfect. And then when they went to go open up the damn curtains, come to find out they in an alien zoo as primates.
D-Mac had a question. Yes, I agree with us being mammals. Mammals are just a classification class that has different meanings to it as far, but it's not really going into the evolutionary path that one has. So being a mammal doesn't go against the fact that all species have one last universal common ancestor, and then they come in on their own evolutionary path. So yeah, mammals is a good, and mammals, as far as what I know, is really based on science and not scientific racism the way primate evolution is.
Yes, Sakina Muslima. Yes, being a primate is a classification. So I guess, Dulcinea, you will explain during the debate.
Well, no, I can explain that now. The difference is the mammal is a classification, like I said, that's based on the last universal common ancestor. So mammals are rodents, bears, primates, humans. There's so many leopards, snow leopards, manatees, African wild dogs, hippos, Arctic fox, and I can go on and on with the amount of animals that are in that classification. They're not saying that these animals have a common ancestor after the last universal common ancestor, meaning they're in the same family group. They're saying this is a classification of how they operate, which makes them a mammal. The difference between primate is not only primate is how you operate, primate is based on your common ancestry, which you cannot get around. Like my boy OTK was saying in the chat, ancestry comes from ancestors. So it's saying that you have the same family, whether it's 55 million years ago or whether it's 5 years ago. It's saying that you guys are in the same family, and mammals is a classification.
I think being in a classification could be a good thing and a bad thing. Because sometimes when people put you in classifications, they're putting you in this classification, but you might be something else. You see what I'm saying? But they're putting you in classifications. Why?
Yes, that's what the debate is.
Huh?
Mac, he said the debate is, are we primates, correct? And I said, yes, that's what the debate is.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying people put you in certain. Okay, I just with even being Muslim. People say you're Muslim, but there's many classifications of Muslims. But some people say that they put you in one Islamic classification, and you might not even be that particular kind of Muslim. But the moment you say that you're Muslim, everybody look at you the same. You understand how I'm saying that, Dulcinea?
Right, exactly. So that's why I see that it matters who made the classification and why they made the classification, because not all classifications are good, like you're saying.
Right.
So you have to go into the reason for those classifications, and you can't go around that fact. You got to go with why this classification came to be.
Right. And it could be right.
Yeah.
And
And
it could be
to
wrong.
your question, Ronald, I like I said, I've said this 1,000 times. I do not disagree with evolution. There's aspects of evolution that is debatable. Where I stand in evolution is a more biogenesis aspect and how biogenesis leads to diversity on the earth.
But see, he said something about mainstream. That word mainstream to me says go along to get along. That's what I hear when I see the word mainstream. Okay. But we have people that now we would okay, so it's John, like you said before, it's John Henry Clark, pseudo, is Dr. Ben pseudo. They didn't go along with the mainstream. There's a lot of our leaders that did not go along with mainstream. This Johnny come lately word that our people are using now on YouTube, okay, this pseudo word, they would be, according to their definition of pseudo, they would be pseudo. They would be pseudo. All of the people, Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine, everybody that we hold, Dr. Walter Williams, Professor Smalls, anybody that don't go with the mainstream now with their Johnny come lately new word that they're using pseudo with the wrong definition to it. It don't even go with what they are using it with. Smart people. Um, they will all be considered pseudo because they're not going along with mainstream. They're thinking outside the box. They're not inside the box going along with everything that pretty much the undone people done told us. Pretty much.
And I do want to address this, and I want
And
to say
yes,
one thing really quickly. I know people wouldn't want scientific racism to be a part of the debate because how much it damages this actually scientific field, but it
sure
has to be
does.
a part of
It's
the
our
debate
people saying
because of
it.
what they even say about anthropology itself. It has to be a part of the debate because you cannot get around that the origins of this science comes through scientific racism, but that doesn't mean the debate in totality is only scientific racism. We'll be going into the actual science and why they say the portions of this is scientific racism themselves. You can look up these anthropology figures that say, hey, we apologize. All this stuff was scientific racism, and now we have to get in the truth. But what I'll say as well is before 10 years ago, I had always been saying that I hate that they call non-coding DNA junk DNA. There's nothing about DNA that's junk, and that's why we don't understand it. I've been arguing that for years.
Well, I agree with that.
I'm like with Unc. I've been arguing that for 20 years. But no, I've been arguing that for over 20 years, actually. That I was like, why do we call it junk? You guys are just calling it junk because you don't understand it. And now in 2023, this is the most evidence that we've ever had before that it is not junk. They don't call it junk anymore in science. They call it non-coding DNA. And that comes from people saying, okay, it doesn't matter what the status quo of mainstream is saying. This doesn't make sense and we have to question it. Peace, Aboriginal Power. Thank you for coming up.
And thank you, Jackson, for that last remark that you just made about you can focus on the evidence and not the person. I love that. Thank you very much for saying that. But people have been having a tendency of doing that, and that's not fair.
Well, no, he's talking about focus on the evidence of these scientific races and not focus on the people or that they were scientific races. But I had to disagree.
I hope he wasn't meaning that because I just gave some props.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Why take back what I said then?
But hold on, I have to explain why that's not plausible. Because as far as you have to understand why they put it together because of the fact they didn't have evidence. They didn't have experiments. This science is not based on the same kind of testing that other science is. They say this science is first observable. So now we have to go back in the origins of when they said it was observable and then go into the motives of the people who said it is observable.
Okay. And I'm still trying to figure out 9 million years though. 7 million years. They know it is that old. Girl, I just say these people. A liar is a liar is a liar, and they're gonna always be a liar. They're gonna always add their little parts to it. They're gonna always they just lie. I don't even understand why we wouldn't try to study it ourselves anyway. I mean, I just don't get it. But you know it is what it is. But me, once you lie to me, I'm gonna always check your stuff. Cause you a liar. So rather it sounds good. So if somebody's questioning it, till I feel comfortable about it, I'm going to still question it. Sorry. But whoever wants to, wants to look like something that comes from an animal, go right ahead. I just
So,
think everybody
Dr.
has.
Mayor, could you expound on his question right here, where he's talking
No,
about evolution?
I want to speak, please.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, Sakina. Go ahead.
Sakina, who's on the picture with
Actually,
you?
it's
I've been wanting to ask that.
Aboriginal power.
Yeah,
Can we allow Aboriginal power to speak first, and then
ahead.
Well,
come
Sakina
back?
hasn't spoken first yet. Sakina needs to speak
She
before
hasn't.
you do.
She hasn't.
Okay,
But
yeah, but
Sakina,
okay,
who's on
so
the
speak,
picture
but
with
I
you?
can't. I'm not going to answer any questions until after Aboriginal power. Okay.
Okay, I was asking Sakina, who on the picture with you?
That's my mind.
Okay. Oh, I said it's the light bright, huh? Yeah, I was like, oh, that's a nice picture. I
Thank
wish I
you.
could see it the whole way.
Well, it's a bigger picture. That's I'm sorry. But I want to tell you that I agree with you in your response because that's what science is. Because right now in my study of science, that is what I do. I'm not sure if we come from monkeys. So therefore,
Yes, nice. We don't.
and that is your
Yeah.
perspective. And so
And
with
that's all
me,
it is.
and therefore with me, I'm going to do the work. I'm going to do the studies. I'm going to take that theory. I'm going to
Yeah.
do the research, seeing that I can't go and weigh the bones, but the research is there. Just like Dulcinea doing it her way, I'm going to do it mine. And I'm
That's
going
good,
to speak
Sakina.
for myself so that I can draw my conclusion and weigh out the deals the same way, perspective per view.
You know the scientists don't say we come from
Wait,
monkey.
hold on, please,
We
Sister
don't know
Freedom.
what no
Sister
scientist say
Freedom,
because you ain't no
it was just
scientist.
Sakina
I
going
do
in
know. I study
Aboriginal
and read just like
and in
you do.
Aboriginal
But
power
I never
because
came to
he's
know something you do.
Aboriginal power has been up for longer
Okay,
than
that's fine. I
him, and
do.
And you ain't no
allow
scientist.
him
So.
to
Oh, I thought that was girl. Leave me alone. I'm not with your stuff tonight. I'm
So
not.
you the only one starting stuff.
I'm not even
No.
talking to you. That's why I don't even understand again why you running your lips because I
I
wasn't
can
All
do
I
talking
would
to
it.
you.
say
Lips are
is if
running.
other people
Go
were
ahead,
on
big
the
big
platform, they would have
Aboriginal
already
power.
gotten
Big
to
Aboriginal
peace,
power.
Aboriginal power. Thank you for
Hey,
coming
peace and
up. We
blessings to
really
the beautiful
appreciate it.
empresses on the pimp. I appreciate this. Shout out to you, Dosiana. Appreciate your work. This is a great conversation. It's a conversation that's probably been uttered throughout various different communities. It's a very important conversation when it deals with indoctrination. We know we got to challenge the mainstream science because the mainstream science has been hijacked by Eurocentrism, in bias, in group biasness, and they are a form of uniformitarianism. So if what's established, they're not going to change it. We got to force them to change it. But they have set up blockers for people like us cannot express our questioning and pointing of contradictions out. So they put up a barrier before they say we're not allowed to challenge the scientific community, which we have a debate tomorrow. If you ladies aren't doing anything, I would love to give you guys free tickets to the private debate that we're having tomorrow on evolution. So if you got time, we'd love for you guys to come through. But I'm just enjoying the bill. I'm just here to build. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate y'all for letting me on.
Oh,
Thank you
absolutely.
for
Thank you.
that.
So
Oh
that's
yeah,
where
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
yeah, we would love to come.
So yeah,
Okay,
it's going
now
to be on evolution. So a lot of people believe that we started off as a single cell or microbial DNA and then evolved to various different species or life forms, leading up to ultimately hominids, to ultimately to where we are. A lot of people are in contrary to that. So for those that do believe into this particular theory, what I would like to propose for you guys, is there any indigenous people from any place on the planet, which they have their own science and history and origin, that teaches remotely Darwinian theory? And another question I propose: can you find any melanated person, Negro or so-called colored person, that illustrates Darwinian theory before Darwin himself? So that's the question I propose to anyone that subscribes to that. Thank you.
Boom.
Hey, bam. And that's a major
Boom,
point for
boom.
me because I don't find it. And what I like to go into when people say, well, debunking evolution and you have to take evolution all at once, is kind of the same way they look at math. Say calculus, for instance, and they say Newton founded calculus, but we see that the pyramids would require someone to have a form of calculus to be able to build the pyramids. So just because the word calculus didn't exist, calculus had to exist because that's the only way the pyramids would be able to be built in such a symmetrical way where it's not falling, it's not degrading over time, etc., etc. So sometimes we like to go as far as the latest people who come up with something and say, oh, they're the ones that found it, it's their thing and everything like that, and not look into the principles and say, okay, well, people were actually teaching evolution before. So what did they teach? Because it's not something that evolution, no one understood it before. Everybody was primitive and people didn't have science. That's what the people of this particular evolution were saying, that everybody was primitive. There wasn't a science until a certain group of people came along. But what we're seeing in science is those names didn't occur, but then they had those belief systems or different sciences that they upheld. So now we have to research it. We have to research the sciences that they upheld to know what they
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Like eugenics, like the form of eugenics has been practiced throughout science in its early stages. A lot of people are like, well, you can't find eugenics before this particular date. Yeah, eugenics, the practice, the action of eugenics has been practiced since BC times. Now, have the word existed? No, that's called semantics and influx into the conversation. So
Okay, so let me ask y'all this, because see, I'm not exactly sure how much wordplay is that that we're talking about here, because you have people who could build the pyramids, but then couldn't form, didn't have forms of sanitation, proper sanitation, and forms of and all types of things in society. Different things came at different times. Different ideas came at different times. So when we're sitting here saying that they didn't have this before, and what did people know? So it's not a crime to know math before you know irrigation, or to know math before you know how to form a proper society, right? Sometimes you're just born with just a genius of numbers, and know how things work in its mechanics. But it does not mean that the average citizen was walking around there smart like Einstein when they didn't even have a proper civilization yet. So that's like saying that, the cart comes before the horse. Well, they didn't know that yet. I'm sure people did try it that way and then learn better. And when they learned better, they did better. So it's a situation like this too. So when you sit and say, well, hey, there was no such thing as this before, correct. What did people know before? Now they know. So when they know, now they've given it a name. And like you said earlier, it's a name that is definitive. You would have to fight like heck. You'll be fighting for the next 200,000 years just about to try to get that information in their change. Because no matter how you slice it, at the end of the day, what no one on this panel is bringing is a better theory than Darwin. There's not going to be no scientific community that supports it. There's a lot going on. So it's more than word semantics. If you can't just go to Congress and get some changes, if you can't just go to your local Senate and get some changes, you can't go to your local legislation and just get some changes, then that's a little bit deeper than wordplay. It's more than semantics.
Big.
Well, can I reply to something she just said then if you're going to ask him a question just really quickly? I'm sorry. Everything that you said is such Eurocentric missionary talk that you even said that they didn't have germ or they didn't have Santa like they didn't know that how germs work. They didn't have sanitation. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. We're the ones that gave it. We're the ones that gave it to them. No, we're the ones that gave it to them. That's why the proper sanitation.
Let him answer the weird.
Can I share a source dealing with Aboriginal people using sanitation and transportation in their urban developments, DC times? So sanitation it may not be privy to a lot of people, mostly to nomadic or hunter and gatherers. They're too busy focusing on the primary resource, which is to sustain themselves: food, clothing, and shelter. But when we're dealing with people migrating in sciences, we can also deal with this as an influx of people migrating and bringing these particular talents or information. A lot of people explain diversity into Africa with a module or theory that's attached to facts called the Out of Africa theory, right? But when you look at the facts, you can also have a theory as well that is just as respected called the Into Africa theory. It's when we deal with diversity as well. So we can show diversity in multiple different places and break down the components and show that the reason these modern places are diverse is due to immigration, due to people migrating to those areas. When you look at Africa in a retrospect and explain why is it diverse, you can look at it in the same method. So I just want to put that out.
But they also migrated at different times. And that's what I'm saying. No information came all at once. There's no such thing. Information comes, scaffolds the way it's supposed to, because that is how information comes. It comes at different times. We're still getting information in 2023. Information is going to always begin to come in at different times to help people elevate, right, the situation. Information is never going to come along to make you go backwards. It's always going to come to forward your future, to make sure you understand the past so you can know where you're going and make sure that you're living in your present. Right. So information is forever, ever changing.
Thank you, Gemini.
Thank you. But you're welcome, right? But we can still look in the same dictionary in this present moment and see the word primate and see the definition. It hasn't changed in forever. So how you plan to change it?
I hope when they give us the opportunity to do it. When the undone people give us the opportunity to do it, with all the information that's coming out now, oh my goodness! But do you big Aboriginal power? I love your name, but do you think there was cavemen building those beautiful, even the pyramids? Were they cave people?
No, I don't think that it was no cave people. I think there was
me neither.
Couldn't have been cave people.
They kind of look at sophistication and anatomical modern correct people.
So I had a point to why I was asking the questions again.
With the heavy ass fur.
Yeah, that fur be hurt. It'd be kind of heavy with it.
Excuse me. So these people had to have some form of intelligence, correct?
Yeah, I would say so. Yes, ma'am.
And they didn't seem like no cave type of people to me. They was the bomb type. They were smart.
Yeah, even a lot of these early hominids or early species of humans like Neanderthal, Homo denisovans, these things even are doing anatomically modern correct shit. They're making jewelry. They're burying the dead. Yes. They're braiding hair and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I was always told whoever wrote the book can put the time frame in it. They can put whatever they want to put in it. And these people they'll believe anything they tell them. They still doing it. God.
Okay, let me walk this down really quick when I get a chance. Let me walk this down because someone said there's no proof that they use calculus as far as when it comes to the pyramids. So right here, let me walk this down really quickly. I'm gonna just show really quickly, and then you do the research. Trigonometry provides a host of functions which serve as nice examples of applications of calculus. All right, now let's go into the second. Pythagorean theorem has been using circular notions for so long, and no one could come up with the fact that Pythagorean theorem was trigonometry. So they used to say it's not trigonometry until 2 high school students from New Orleans finally figured out the equation that Pythagorean theorem is trigonometry. Okay, you still walking with me? Still walking with me? Okay. So pyramids. What kind of math did pyramids use?
People falling.
They better have been using calculus and Pythagoras and all of that. They better, the way them things is 30, they better have been using a spiritual math.
Egyptians have never explicitly expressed the Pythagorean theorem as we know it today, but they must have used it to construct their pyramids. All right, so you wanted a source as far as I walked it down. Trigonometry is Pythagorean theorem, and Pythagorean theorem had to be used for the pyramids, or they would not be able to hold up today.
Now we can agree on that.
How beautiful they were before.
And can I share something just to piggyback off of what you said? I'm gonna go into some encyclopedia about the number 0.
Yeah, absolutely.
Number 0.
Okay.
Well, you better.
I got it up on the screen right now.
Okay, so this is from the American Indian Encyclopedia. It says the number 0 is a numerical symbol that serves as a position, notion, or a placeholder. In calculation, it behaves like a natural number. Without the number 0, division, fractions are impossible. Many scholars credited the Hindu to invent the number 0. However, the Olmec culture, who arose in Mesoamerica around 1700 BCE, invented the number 0 independently from that same concept. So, you know.
Oh, so you have to get yours in there right quick. The Olmec discovered it. Thank you.
Well, I didn't say that. As a matter of fact, these are the scholars right here that is credited.
That said that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got yours in. I saw that. You ain't slick.
That's good. It was so much. Thank you for that knowledge. Thank you for that wisdom.
Not a problem.
No, definitely. Because we have to get out, and people said they like books. Go get your Rugu, because you really need that book by Dr. Mayambi Ani, because we got to get out of this Eurocentric way of thinking that they gave us intelligence. That intelligence came at a certain time in the New World Order. That's just not true. And though I do believe, of course, nomadic people are more trying to survive. Even nomadic people had sanitation methods. Even they knew that they had to clean themselves or anything. There weren't people dying.
People didn't know to clean themselves for a long time.
The ones that did not know were dying off at extreme measures that people in ancient times weren't dying off in that way. They knew how to sanitize themselves.
No, but I'm talking about a system. They did not have a system, just like the trash system came later. They did not have a system for getting these things in and out. So we're not talking about an entire society that was just as smart as the people who came up, who calculated these pyramids. We're talking about just like it is today. They're only going to get a few people to sit here and draw up the plans that everyone else has to follow. So there's a difference between coming up with the method, getting people to, and then getting it down, and then getting people to sit here and follow said method.
Well,
so
listen,
they were smart enough to build the pyramids, but not smart enough to build a place to go to the bathroom. Please make me understand.
Those particular methods would have been.
We're not staying on the bathroom. That would be a retarded thing to do. Just stay on the bathroom point. We're trying to move on with the conversation.
You're the one that's on it. You're the one that's
but
said
it was a specific point. Good grief. We ain't got a
You're the one who said it.
That is too much.
Is it? But it's not saying it.
Aboriginal power. What was you saying?
I forgot what I was saying, man. But yeah, I like this panel. I like this panel.
Yeah, it's spicy over here.
I know we a trip sometimes, but we be trying to get it in too. We be trying to get it all in.
No, I like it. I like it. You know what I'm saying? And there's a bunch of y'all all run this panel together, so y'all all have different understanding and perspective, so people can hear it from all sides. I really enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. They need to choose for themselves. And that's why I appreciate it too. Oh, what is wrong with this stupid phone? But yeah. So what was you going to say? Aboriginal power.
Like I said, I forgot what I was about to say pertaining to the topic, but I'll chime in whenever I hear something for sure.
But I think if individuals, wow, I know that there was a different time, a different part of life during the times that they were building the pyramids and the big, beautiful buildings. I was just talking with someone. Who was it? I can't remember exactly who it was. I was talking about the time that they built, like the steps in China, them thousands of steps and all that. What time was that? They built all of those big buildings that now when you see those buildings, they are seeping down into the ground like the windows. You ever see that on YouTube? I
Yeah,
want to find it.
yeah,
Where
I have seen those. Those are interesting.
Oh
Simulations.
my goodness. So when and what kind of, they were built? Did you see the big castles and buildings? I'm like, we don't even do that now. We're using the ones that was left over from them.
Right.
But they had a different mechanism.
I think we just creatures and a particular species of people that happen to have amnesia, right? We forgetful people, which is why we are inspired to write shit down to make sure people understand that what we went through, or why they carved things in stones. The reason we have archaeology today is to tell the story based off of human civilization and presence in our past. So we're creatures of amnesia, and I believe that we've probably reached technological feats down a different path that we probably forgot about. There's civilizations that probably surpass our technological feats today that we
Yes.
probably don't even have no knowledge about. So this is the beautiful thing about doing research. There's unlimited scale to what we need to know. You know what I'm saying? When we collect all the history that we know about world history, and then we can collect the time that this plane of existence has been around, we only got 10% of the world's history.
Okay.
So we have 90% more to go on. We just now scratching the surface.
Yeah, because I think that there was a time forgotten. Because wow, those buildings or castles or whatever they are remarkable. They are beautiful. I mean,
yeah, the design, the ornamentation, the detail of some of these buildings, just the detailing alone is crazy.
Yeah, it's like we're the primitive ones and they were the smart ones, right. And we are like the ones that's like it went backwards or something.
Right. It's not like we evolved.
Well, it was more of a trade-off. It's more of a trade-off. It's more of a trade-off, right? So they got the smarts, but we got the comforts. They weren't exactly comfortable. They had to do things the long and hard way, but then they were smart enough to be able and innovative enough to figure it out.
No sense.
It makes perfectly good sense. They were not comfortable. We are comfortable. We are comfortable. They were not comfortable. We are comfortable. I don't see how how I'm not understanding where you don't understand that we are way more comfortable than they ever were.
Why would they build something that's big and beautiful and not be comfortable in it?
They were because it wasn't they who built it. It was probably a person and his crew. So when I say use the word we, I mean me, you, and every household that I can lay my eyes on. It was not that way back in the day. Back in the day, one person may have had the smarts to create something beautiful, but everyone could not share in on the game.
Well, I do see what you're saying, right? Like we are comfortable, but I think we're comfortable in a time that we shouldn't be this comfortable. Because when we look at things in the past and we look at inventions done by our people, it almost triples the number of inventors, melanated Negro inventors we have today. We hardly even talk about modern day inventors. But when we look in the 1800s, early 1900s, it's hella Negro or what we call Black inventors, right? Throughout America. So I think we kind of are comfortable, but not. I think we're too comfortable, maybe. You know what I'm saying? So
I agree wholeheartedly with that.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Y'all can say anything. That's
what I just said. What he said.
Eminem is now late.
Again, You were wrong. Let me turn this. Let people see me saying it to you again.
What?
You were backwards. Just
Yeah,
because
I go into the
He didn't
golden
even say
age.
that he agreed with you like that.
Hey,
What the
He
heck
did
did you
agree with
hear?
me.
You don't clean up
everything he said
with all
agrees
that
with me.
waxing he put
Everything
in.
about him agrees with me.
He
let
did
me
not
show my
say
face so
anything
I
that
can
was
be
going what you
seen.
talking about. Stop calling that man Cofield.
Sakina, the
Calling
queen,
that man Cofield
Sakina.
like that.
Queen
dog.
Sakina,
Oh my
Fighting
God.
over Aboriginal
I'm
power.
gonna go ahead
You
on
see
and put
that
my
Aboriginal
food down. I'm
power?
gonna go get another
You
piece
got
of
a
my
cat
shrimp.
fight over you right now.
Yeah, and then they talk about some
Ain't
damn
that right?
we
He
the one with the
mine.
European.
He's
Hold on, Sakina.
Aboriginal.
We the
He
one with the
Aboriginal. He
we the one
mine.
with the European mindset, but
Big
you got some over
Aboriginal
here like
power.
we sick, boss.
That's right. Yeah.
You can't
Yeah.
tell me I'm a
Y'all
European
funny.
with European thoughts again. When this brother come over here, it's we smart, boss.
I am
The
gonna say
what?
it.
You
I'm
don't get
gonna
on
say
people
it.
feel like that.
He
That man
agrees
have
with
all
me,
the
and I
himself.
agree with him.
He came up with that, not you.
No, I did. I started talking about. See again, slowly. You are not catching on. Was it me or you, big Aboriginal power that brought up about the buildings and all? Wasn't that me?
Yes, ma'am. It was you. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Lord, give her 0.5 credit. That percentage that's left off the DNA.
It's hard for me to get my hand back here to pat my own God darn.
But the sister, Janelle,
Gemini.
Gemini, the sister Gemini, also brought up the comfortability, which I
And
kind of
she brought that up, and why would those people be comfortable?
right.
She just said they was comfortable.
Big
Which one is
castles,
it?
big
Get
castles. They
listen.
probably had better blankets, better clothing, better everything. Big old, like this, everything beautiful and royalty.
Somebody
looking.
asked her would she rather live in 1923 or
I don't know
2023.
how it was
Somebody
to
get
live
an
back.
answer real quick.
I don't know
That's
the
a good
entertainment they
question.
had
That's a
back
good
then.
question right there.
I
And
don't
I'm
know.
While
like,
we
I don't know
talking,
what they had back then for
I
entertainment.
like 2023 though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I would like to
But we
say,
don't
if
know
I
how it
could
was back in
say,
those times.
and I would like to say,
That's
if
true
I
too, though. That's true too. We don't know how it
No,
was back in the
my
know,
grandma
23.
lived in those times actually, and she said as far as before Jim Crow came in the beginning, so like a 1950 to the point of Jim Crow, it actually was the best time. It was
Okay.
the best
Oh,
time.
heck no. Who in the I swear, Aboriginal, don't you do it with these two. These two
But
will
It
sit
was
here
our
and tell
golden
you
age.
Hey, but listen,
that
let's
everything
It was
tastes
our
like
golden age.
let's
chicken.
just look at it from a retrospect, right? How many
Everything tastes like chicken if you believe them too. Everything
was it?
tastes like
Was it
chicken.
more land? Was it
not
more
everything.
quote unquote
Okay.
landowners? Was it more transgenerational wealth being left behind at this particular period? See, but I'm gonna go ahead and let the other empress speak in the middle.
That's the queen right
let
there.
me,
But I'm
let me,
just
let
trying
me
to
tell
say.
y'all,
Yes, ma'am. Shout out to
do
you.
we not, do we or do we not make sure that we make sure that our children have the best or better than we had?
Yes,
Boom.
I would like to say it's nothing new under the sun.
Because we have respect for our parents.
So,
And you talk about
if
that all
that be the case, according to the history, those were the temples of kings and pharaohs.
Oh, shit.
So, like anything else, monumental, it is living proof. It's some part of the seven wonders.
Right. Absolutely. I agree. And I believe as time go on, we're gonna add to that number of seven and maybe even surpass that as we dig deeper, you know. It may
But
be
wait
eight
a minute.
numbers.
Let me ask you something. I'm asking Sakina a question. Sakina, do you remember back in the 60s, 70s? Did we or did we not have fun? Oh, and listen, most of the stores around our area was owned by Black people.
We had, I mean, that was
City.
fun. I was born in '66. How much damn fun did we have?
I had a lot of fun.
I remember being trashed.
I had a lot of fun. And I had respect for my parents.
I don't even remember a stroller shit. Like, keeping it real.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about from the age like 5.
Girl, don't nobody want to go back to 67 or 77 for that matter. We don't want to go back to none of the damn 7s.
Go back. I'm saying we had
27. You can hurry up and get in.
Back then. We owned back then. Okay, even though it was a lot of racial stuff hidden and going on.
We had some racial now in the 70s. Quit playing.
But the girls played with jacks and double dutch and everything that we did back then. They don't do now.
It was a good time. Agreed. Yeah, it was a really good time. I can agree to that. Yeah.
And I always say you kids wish that y'all had as much fun as I did.
Yeah.
We can agree to that. That's absolutely correct.
And we said it to Sunday dinners was the bomb. Okay.
Food was the bomb.
Yeah, I think we can agree to the food on though. Yeah, I think we can all agree with that. Right
not for the girls. Sunday dinner dishes wasn't the bomb.
You know what was even fun? Washing the clothes and the washing machines was even fun to us. You know, the washing machines hang the clothes and pulled the clothes. He's talking about that. What was he? Today, Sakina. When you took and pulled the clothes, the ring them through the washing machine thing. See, you little chickies don't know nothing about that. That was
that's because we used to hang ours up in the backyard. We had a clothes.
Hang them and hanging them up
in
the back
with the clothespins. Yeah.
Yes,
but then my stepfather decided to go
the
to
new age washing machine and everything. So
we had fun, we had fun, and way more fun than these little chickies have right now.
But I want to bring it back for a second because we're talking about a specific era, and not just go back into before the 1920s. And you cannot negate of the fact that we had over 100 towns to ourselves. I had this argument with Q before because he was like, feminism gave us rights. But when you look into the black towns that we had, the black men never took black women's rights away. We owned our own businesses.
Yeah,
things. We were lawyers. They did not say that women could not have when we owned our own and did our own black towns. So when it says, feminism gave us that, feminism didn't give us that. Feminism gave us back what white people took away from us. We never took that away from us. So we have to look into those towns, and then we know how those towns got destroyed. But those towns were beautiful, and they talk about how great it was living there. And I was fortunate to have a family that lived in Rosewood, Florida before it was taken down. And that's why my grandma loved it. She loved Rosewood, Florida before they turned against it.
Had more unity. You was correct, Victoria. We had more unity. I mean, I can remember us the whole block was a family. Everybody was called Big Mama and Auntie, Pop and Uncle. It was so much fun growing up playing double dutch. Ain't no block I go on that I see girls playing double dutch.
That's true.
I don't see them playing jacks. I don't see them doing anything, none of the fun that we had as children. None. None.
They play jack.
Could run the streets with their cowboy and Indian stuff. They could run the streets playing like they was in the army and they wasn't getting shot down by the cops because they had the little toy guns. None of that.
They play jacks all right, don't they? Straight jacking.
Yeah. We don't even have block parties no more. Where are the block parties? We used to have fun. We had all this.
We used to have fun. We definitely used to have fun, but that was too when we had men who took men and women who took the responsibility of living seriously. See, they never could have fathomed all of these things, and it's not exactly their fault. And trust me, life will get better in the next generation or two, because then all the different things that we see now, lots of people, especially the youth, are eager to correct it, and they will get corrected eventually. So our history will also be corrected.
Mothers getting common sense. Today we ain't got no common sense.
But it's okay if we live in. I mean, lots of people had to suffer. Just think of after the bombs, you had people who were growing up and had to survive after, even right now with the thing with Israel and Palestine.
That's right.
The
Yeah.
kids still have to
Already
grow up
there.
in that. So, it's okay to live inside the mistake, right? People's mistakes. And that's something that we have grown quite accustomed to. So we just figure it out and we move further. Our youth look at it. They don't want to repeat the same mistakes. And so they don't. That's the great thing about being young and being able to, us to be able to procreate and keep having more and more and more youth because it benefits us in the long run.
Okay. So
Are
now
you coming to the debate, Skinny Head? Because we were kind of just talking about the debate. So we're already having a debate. Are we primates? Me and Nepal? You should definitely pull up, but most likely
Hey,
we can do a thing after that.
yeah, I would like for y'all to come through the debate and maybe promote y'all debate doing our show tomorrow. I would love for y'all to come through and promote y'all channel. So I'm really vibing with the panel, man. I like this. I like this.
What time does it start?
5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I'm gonna have to come through on my phone, so somehow.
I'll leave my number in the chat and I'll send y'all the private link directly
So
to
when
the
we send our address to get that goodie bag. We don't get a goodie bag.
Well, wait, Sakina, as I see Skinny Head in the chat, right? You know what I thought of, right?
Oh, man.
Hey, ladies, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I really appreciate the conversation you're having. I think for me, it's very interesting. Talk about science and evolution, mathematics, those types of things. So it's the first time I've been on this chat, first time I've tried to participate. So just bear with me as I ask this question.
Thanks for coming.
And I asked it a few minutes ago, maybe a half an hour or so ago, just trying to understand the basic premise of mainstream science. Just to sort of circle back a little bit, it's still not clear to me what parts of science do you agree with, what parts that you don't. And then also for the sister Dulcinea, talking about calculus, I'm trying to understand why she thinks calculus was invented by the ancient Egyptians.
You asked them deep questions. I remember you in the chat.
Invented it. She said they used it. They had to use a form of it.
But they must have invented it if they used it then.
Why? People alive in the world before them.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah, and they're not the earliest pyramids, so it shows that they couldn't have invented it. Their pyramids are not older than the ones that are found in South America, so they couldn't have invented it. But what I said is calculus, a form of calculus, is used to create pyramids. That's undeniable.
I don't understand where you're getting that from. Calculus and trigonometry and geometry are all different, though.
That's what I guess you're getting from it, but that's not true. I just showed you that trig functions are in calculus. Exactly, and those trig functions are trigonometry. So just because the Europeans separated those into different groups for you, I don't know how to bring it back for you to know that those can be combined sometimes. But the fact is, those are combined when we look into the pyramids, and that the forms of calculus and trigonometry were used to build them.
But you're just saying that though, right? Because you have no way of proving anything like that.
Yes.
He gonna pull up Dulcinea. What you pulling up, Ron?
Pythagorean theorem was used as far as
the definition. She pulled the definition of trigonometry.
Let me tell you something, Ron. Since Ron said he is brand new, let me give Ron Perkins the great welcome to the Unscrambled Mind ladies. See, this is a whole program where we can get Dulcinea, but you can't get Dulcinea. You get Dulcinea, we all get you. So you gonna source all that up, brother, that you sitting here trying to throw on her.
And before I pull it up, Ron, can you let me know how far you went into math? How far as whether college, what and then what kind of math did you take in college?
Yeah, I got a degree. I have a degree in mechanical engineering. So I've taken calculus, I've taken trigonometry, I've taken algebra, I've taken geometry, I've taken all of this, beginning from the beginning to the end, differential equations, everything. So
So you're not debating that there's calculus and trig functions. You're just saying that those are two separate entities, even
Exactly
when
right.
they unite.
Exactly.
Well,
Exactly
then
right.
there's nothing that we can debate on that, brother, because you're saying exactly that calculus is in trig functions, but because they named it trigonometry and because they named it calculus, you see them as separate, even when they
They are
come
separate.
together.
They are separate.
Well,
They're
that's
separate.
that's that's nothing I could debate you from because you're
But they,
agreeing with me that
I'm not agreeing
calculus
with
is
you.
in trig
I'm saying they're
functions.
separate. You're
You
saying they're
just
the same.
agreed with me that calculus is
And
in
I'm
trig
saying source
functions.
that up.
I didn't. No, what I'm saying is that
Show
they're
us.
separate. They're separate. They're separate branches of mathematics.
I get that, but you just said it's calculus and trigonomic functions.
He said,
You
yep.
can use calculus. You can use calculus on trigonomic functions,
Exactly.
but you can't use trigonomic functions as a part of trying to solve a calculus problem. It doesn't work both ways.
That doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
That
They
doesn't
have to be
matter.
interchangeable.
The fact that you use calculus on trigonomic functions shows that you can use calculus
You can
within
use calculus.
trigonometry, and this calculus and trigonomic functions is how they solve Pythagorean and theorem, and that was
You
what
don't
was used
you
for
don't
the pyramids.
you don't solve Pythagorean theorems using calculus. You don't need to
You
use
solve
calculus.
it using trigonometry.
Yeah, you saw. Yeah, Pythagorean theorem is a trigonomic function, a trigonomic theorem. It's not
Exact,
calculus. It's not
exactly,
calculus.
which you use the calculus derivatives of trigonomic functions for it. That's how they solved it.
No, they solved uh, Pythagorean theorems before calculus even came on the scene.
No, they did not.
What do you
They
mean?
just recently solved it. That's
But
not true either.
Pythagoras.
They were using sine, they were using circle. They were using circle and sine to actually solve it, and they never actually were able to find the trigonometry until last year.
What do you mean by that? Because a Pythagorean theorem, let's say if you have a triangle, right? That's one side is, let's say, is the numerical value of one. The other side, the bottom side, is numerical value of one. So then the hypotenuse, what they call the hypotenuse of a 45-degree triangle, is the square root of one plus one squared plus one squared. That's not calculus. That's just trigonometry. That's not calculus. You see what I'm saying? Hello?
So what math did they use for pyramids? What are you
No,
saying? They use.
they probably use geometry and some trigonometry as well, but no calculus.
So I'll go ahead and read this. Two high school students proved Pythagorean theorem. Here's what that means. At an American Mathematical Society meeting, high school students presenting a proof of the Pythagorean theorem that used trigonometry, an approach that some once considered impossible. Two high school students proved that Pythagorean theorem in a way that one early 20th century mathematician thought was impossible using trigonometry. Calcia Johnson and Nakia Jackson, both at St. Mary's Academy in New Orleans, announced their achievement last month at an American Mathematical Society meeting. It's an unparalleled feeling, honestly, because there's just nothing like it. Being able to do something like that, people don't think that young people can do, Johnson told WWL-TV, a New Orleans CBS affiliate. If verified, Johnson and Jackson's proof would contradict mathematician and educator Alicia Loomis, who stated in his 1927 book, The Pythagorean Proposition, that no trigonomic proof of the Pythagorean theorem could be correct. Their work joins a handful of other trigonomic proofs that were added to the mathematical archives over the years. Each sidestepped circular logic to prove the pivotal theorem. So, what exactly is the trigonomic proof of Pythagorean theorem, and why was Loomis so closed off to the idea? The Pythagorean theorem proves an equation to calculate the longer side of a right triangle by summing up the squares of the two other sides. It is often praised as a squared plus b squared equals c squared. In this equation, a, b, and c represent lengths of three sides of a right triangle, a triangle with 90-degree angle between two of its sides. The quantity of c is the length of the longest side, called the hypotenuse. Though the theorem is named for the ancient Greek philosopher Pythagoras, some historians have believed it was known in Babylon around 1,000 years earlier. The theorem connects algebra and geometry, says Stuart Anderson, a professor of emeritus of mathematics and Texas A&M University Commerce. The statement a squared plus b squared equals c squared, that's an algebraic statement, but the figure that it comes from is a geometric one. Meanwhile, trigonometry focuses on functions that depend on angles. These functions, such as the sine and the cosine, are defined using right angles. Imagine a right angle with one side that lies flat against a table and the other that shoots straight up, whereas the first side is a right angle. The hypotenuse will reach diagonally between those two sides. Now measure the angle of the hypotenuse in the table. Mathematicians define the sine of this angle as the height of the vertical side divided by the length of the hypotenuse. The cosine of this angle is the length of the horizontal side divided by the hypotenuse. The Pythagorean theorem, therefore, equivalent to the equation sine 2x plus cosine 2x equals 1. A lot of the basic trig identities are nothing more than Pythagorean theorem, explains Anderson, referring to the equations that describe relationships between trigonomic functions. Loomis believed if you use these functions in proof of the Pythagorean theorem, you would have to have assumed the theorem to begin with, a circular argument, and thus unforgivable mathematical error. So we were going into the
Yeah.
cosine. I can go a little bit more into the cosine, the proof of the trigonomic identity that allows you to calculate cosine and sine of the angle x to y without using Pythagorean theorem if you know the cosines and sines of x and y on their own. On October 26, 2009, Balgermolny added Zimba's proof to his website. Alicia Loomis, myself, and no doubt many others believed and still believe there is no trigonomic proof for the Pythagorean theorem is possible. I'll happily admit to being wrong. Over time, Pago I don't know how to say his name, added more trigonomic proofs to the site. One such proof could be written in 4 lines. The saga shows how even the simplest mathematics can surprise us. Mathematicians, I think, have learned to not make a bold claim that something is impossible because we've embarrassed ourselves over the years too many times by doing it. Now we'll go back as far.
Yeah. So I don't want to cut you off, but again, that's kind of what I just said about the right triangle and the two sides and the hypotenuse.
Yeah, but
But
the calculus that is in the
it's not talking about
derivatives of
calculus.
the trigonomic
No, but
functions. Now,
you
so
just
when you
read,
go
never said a
into
word about
here,
calculus. Never said a word about calculus.
it didn't say a word about calculus. It used the
But you did.
trigonomic functions. So now you go back to the calculus and derivative of trigonomic functions. Sine, cosine, tangent, cos, secant, and cotangent. These functions crop up continuously in mathematics and engineering, have a lot of practical applications. They
Yeah, for
also
sure.
appear in more advanced mathematics, particularly when dealing with such as lines, integrals of complex numbers, and alternative representatives of space like spherical and sorry,
You're right.
cylindrical coordinate systems. We use the definition of derivative, i.e., and then it goes into it. So it goes into what it's going as far as the functionality and where calculus derivatives are in the trigonomic functions. Now, I'm not going into the pyramids right now as far as
Yeah, because it's not
what
there.
they used as far as cosine or anything. But anybody that knows anything about the pyramids, you'll know that it lines up with astrology. They use the Pythagorean theorem, and they had to use these trigonomic functions to be able to make it line up.
No, they didn't use calculus. They didn't use any of those.
What did they use then?
I just said they probably use geometry and trigonometry.
Well, you're guessing then because you're saying they probably did.
No,
And
but,
I'm not guessing. So I'm
but
not saying they probably did. I'm saying that to
you're just saying
actually
that, though.
line it up,
You're just saying that.
in the way that they lined it up shows they had to use sine,
You're just,
cosine, and tangent functionality. You
but,
cannot
but,
possibly
but now
line it
you're
up in
changing
the
the
way they
subject.
do.
We're talking about
It comes
calculus.
back every year
We're talking about
without
calculus.
using that form of math. They
We're talking
couldn't
about
have
calculus.
guessed it. It's
We're talking
not
about calculus.
guessed.
We're talking about calculus, though.
I'm talking about calculus derivatives and trigonomic functions.
Trigonomic functions are not calculus derivatives.
Who is that?
You're looking at them right now.
I'm not
You're
arguing.
looking
I'm
at
just
the
making a statement. There's
calculus.
no argument.
You're looking at the calculus derivatives of trigonomic functions right on the screen right now.
What I'm telling you is, sir, for $30, you'll be able to see the proof.
See the
No,
proof.
you won't see the proof in this one. This one is Are We Primates? But it just
This is
shows
no proof.
the last.
Oh, okay, because I'm not about to let you know.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be it's gonna be an interesting discussion, but this is not a proof of that though. This is just stuff I learned in college.
Yeah, this is just calculus derivatives of trigonomic functions. Exactly.
It has nothing to do with pyramids, though. It has nothing to do with pyramids.
Peace,
That's what you said.
OTK. Yeah, that's the math that would have been used. Peace, OTK. What took you so long to come back up?
I mean, does anybody else agree with that, or does everybody agree with what you said?
Hey, OTK.
Is it just me?
Hey, Queens.
How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Queens? How y'all?
How you
Hi.
doing?
Peace and love, OTK, chocolate drop. Peace and love.
Hi. Hey, OTK. How you doing?
What's up?
Oh man,
Yeah,
Dulcinea, you got my
I'm
stomach
loving the
cracking up,
discussion,
girl.
bro.
You is something else.
Yeah.
I see you laughing in the chat and peace to Babylon.
We gonna run today.
I know you were coming to have my back, but OTK was Ben saying that he was coming up. That's why I asked him.
Dulcinea is a beast out here.
I just don't understand what's wrong with Ron. Ron, you okay, baby?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think this is an interesting discussion. My perspective is this: is that I agree with you that there's some mainstream science that can be pushed back on, right? Because it's not proven, and it's okay to push back on some of it. Obviously, some of it is settled. Some of it you can push back on, but where I draw definite lines like around things like calculus coming out of being used in the pyramids and stuff like that. I think that's not that's not valid.
Well, we didn't. You did hear when she said the word probably wasn't invented that we use now, but the equation and things of that nature.
I used the word applications of calculus had to be used as far as when it comes to the pyramids. Did you want to say something, Aboriginal Power? I know you just unmuted.
No, I was just saying y'all having a good discussion. I didn't want to intervene, but I absolutely agree with you. I just want to add that in. It's a good conversation, though.
Why do you agree? Why do you agree?
Okay, Perkins.
I'm trying to
shout
understand
out to
why
Aboriginal Power too, man.
The applications of calculus was being used in the masonry work and the building of the pyramids.
But why would you even need calculus when you're building a pyramid? You wouldn't even need calculus.
What?
Why would you need calculus?
How would you know?
Could y'all both?
Hold up. How would you know that you would need calculus? Would it be called calculus back then? Was it even math back then? Was it called math back then?
Can y'all give an example of what you would use calculus for?
You're pretty sure. No, don't be pretty sure because that's subjective, brother.
So that's the same
thing.
Was it called math back then?
Skinny head. It's what I just said. So you had to understand what the pyramids are, and they're more.
I don't think you even understand the whole use of calculus.
They're more than structures that are just on the pyramid or more ground structures. They actually had to use cosine and tangent and different trigonomic functions as far as for them to line up to the stars that they line up with in the times of the year. So that required that sort of math that would have applications of calculus. Now, it's not solely calculus. No one said they invented calculus because, like I said, when we look at these structures, when we look at where they're in, the oldest structures are in America, and we can see forms of this even amongst the Mayans. And the Mayans said forms of it is before them. So what we're doing is this Eurocentric argument of discovery. Of someone putting their name on something, of someone putting their name on something.
Hold up, Ron, let her finish, Ron.
No, all she's saying is the applications of calculus was used in a pyramid. And when you're dealing with basic geometry, you know that you're going to be dealing with a simple arithmetic of dealing with a method system of calculation or some type of reasoning in building. So
that part.
That's just a simple form of what it means. Like we don't got to play the semantics.
Calculation is not the same thing as calculus.
Oh well, maybe you should pull up a definition of what calculus is and then have this conversation with me, brother.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yes,
shit, I probably did way more calculus.
I just wanted to finish because Skinnyhead was the one that asked me, and I just want to finish and say that because they're tying that with astronomy, and because they had to tie it with astronomy shows as far as the different types of triangles and the different things that they would have had to use to be able to line it up, and it wouldn't be as simple as taking a ruler and saying, okay, this side equals this side, so it's this side. No, it had to line up to the stars, meaning that they would have to, if Skinnyhead, do you believe the earth is round?
Definitely. But I still
meaning for it to line up to the stars and the earth to be round and it to be triangle means automatically they would have to use trigonomic functions that were in that calculus and derivatives come on.
But
because you have a round earth and it lines up to exactly.
That's still not
the definition.
That's a bad example though. That's like
but it's not.
That's like
that's not a good example.
That's like me saying I can use.
You're trying to force something that's not there.
Yeah, that's like me saying I can use addition when I'm trying to solve something to do with algebra.
He just said that they use the.
You do use addition in algebra. You're saying you don't use addition in algebra?
It's the science between 0 to 9.
You're not even letting me.
Oh, everything comes.
No, I didn't kick him off. He's here. But no. Explain it because you do use addition in algebra. You use addition.
So that's what I'm saying. But if you hear the rest of the example, you will hear the error that I'm trying to tie you out of. So I'm telling you, like, hey, I'm over here doing algebra. And then I show you examples of addition.
Okay, but
and then I say because I can use addition in algebra, I must be doing algebra because I'm doing addition. So when you gave your example, all you keep saying is examples of trigonometry. I'm not an expert on calculus at all, but I'm not hearing you explain. You keep saying they use trigonomic components. But that's not saying
that are calculus derivatives. That are calculus derivatives. So trigonomic functions are further than just the cosine, the tangent. But when you're going and you're lining up a triangle and you're lining up a triangle with a moving circle, then you would have aspects of calculus that is, and pretty much is basically what you guys are trying to do is take it away from me. What you guys are trying to do is take it away like a science doesn't have multiple things, or a math cannot have multiple things in it. When we talk about anthropology, when this debate, let me finish, Skinnyhead. When we talk about anthropology in this debate, a lot of people want to, hold on, Skinnyhead, I'm not done. A lot of people want to say, hey, we have to stick to anthropology and only the primate definition. But when you actually talk about anthropology, you have genetics, you have mathematics, you have physics, you have biology, you have chemistry. So people would like to dumb it down and say, no, let's just stick with the primate evolution, which is just anthropology. But anthropology has all those aspects in it when they're making the argument. So all those have to be addressed because all of those applications are within anthropology. So now what I said is that not that the Egyptians built calculus or the pyramids were solely built on calculus. I said calculus functionality would have had to be applied to all pyramids all over the world to get them to line up to the stars the way they do.
But that's not true.
In modern
That's
ways,
not a statement.
And it is true. That's fact.
But how can y'all say it's not true?
The
How can
literature
y'all say
calls
it's not
people
true?
in historical past that is credited towards building these structures. They call them people sophisticated mathematicians, even in the literature, in the scientific journals.
Facts.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree that they were
Facts.
sophisticated mathematicians. I'm just saying they just didn't have calculus.
This
Nothing
is
wrong with that.
semantics.
Man, yeah, of course they didn't have.
It's not semantics.
Hold up. See, this the
Calculus is a
fucking
different
problem,
branch
man.
of
We steady
mathematics.
going with these goddamn name calling, man.
You
Quit
just don't
using the
know.
name
You don't have to
calculus
get
in.
rude.
They
You
just
don't
use math,
understand
period.
mathematics.
Just use math, period. Let me ask you this.
I want
man.
somebody to pull up the
Listen,
definition of
does-
calculus and then read
does
it.
math?
trying to read
Hold
it.
up. Hey, Sister Dulcinea, let me ask you a
I'll pull it
question
up right
real quick.
now. Yeah, okay.
Sister Dulcinea, does math start from 0, 1, 2, 3 counting, and then it goes with adding, subtracting, and then as you keep going on, it starts from that building block and keeps going up, and as you go up, it has different names, right? As it takes different form,
Yes.
but it all comes from a building block, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm just making sure.
Calculus is
I'm
a
just making sure.
No,
mathematical
nobody said that wasn't
You can't get
continuous
the one without the other.
from one that
Nobody's
from
saying that.
9.
Okay,
It's the
yes, you are
science
saying
between
that though.
0 to 9. You got
Yes.
I think somebody's
So
gonna read the definition right now. So
I
let's
think
Yeah,
y'all saying the same thing, which two things
We're
can
not
be
saying the
true
same
at the
thing.
same
you can
time.
read
I
it on
think y'all
the screen.
saying
We're
the
not
same
Let
saying
me
the
thing
same
see
in
thing.
what it
different
says.
ways.
It says is the mathematical study of continuous change in the same way that geometry is the study of shape and algebra is the study of generalization and arithmetic operations.
Yes, they're
Facts.
different.
Now read the second definition as well.
No, you
So let
can't
me
say
read
yes,
this.
there's
Let me read
different
this
based on
real
the
quick from
definition.
Oxford
That's
Languages.
Go ahead,
The
though.
branch, because what I'm getting into is derivatives, and the
Right.
derivatives of calculus would have had to be used for the pyramids. If the
And it
derivatives weren't
makes
used, then they would not line up with the stars that they line up with every few years. They would be off. It wouldn't be exactly on, but it's exactly on, meaning that
Facts.
they had to actually do the math not only from the ground, but do the math from the sky. And they had to have cosine tangent derivatives to do so. The
But
branch
that's
of
not
mathematics
calculus,
that
though.
deals with
Some
the
there
finding
was some
and
advanced
properties
science,
of
advanced
derivatives
science and math.
and integrals of functions by methods originally based on the summation or infinitesimal differences. The two main types are differential calculus and integral calculus, a
Right.
particular method or system of calculation or reasoning.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yes.
but we're talking about
Simple.
the
In
first.
advance,
We're talking about the first definition. We're talking about the
But
first
he should have
definition.
known it. Man, you shouldn't even have had to pull up the definition. He got so much no. He should have just read off what it was.
Yeah, can we just admit that?
It's
Can we just
okay
admit
because
that?
all I'm doing is proving my point. And
Yeah, I know. That's
other
why.
people are just talking with
That's
no
not
No,
proving
that's
your point.
sources. I
That's
bring
why.
Can we
points
just
that have sources.
That's not
That's
proving
why
your
I
so we
told
can
him.
move
That's
on?
why I
So we
told
can
him to
move
look at
on.
the
Can we
definition
just admit
before
that?
he get
Oh, go
into
ahead,
it.
B.
He wasn't. He was going off his own understanding of the term, but
Right.
it's already been defined. It's already been defined of what
You
calculus
eating,
is.
Deshaun.
So
No, I've taken calculus. Have you? I know
I
what
mean,
But you
can we
didn't say
just?
what it meant.
what?
You didn't say what it meant. Not once. Not
That's the
once.
definition. I was telling you what I just gave you the example of what it wasn't. It wasn't trigonometry.
we asked you what it was, but when you read the definition, it explains what the sister Dulcinea was saying the whole time.
It's not
Yes.
explaining. That's absolutely not explaining what she's saying.
Oh my God.
Can we just admit
How is
that
that?
these
How
was
is that
an
explaining what
advance?
she's saying?
Can we just admit that these people was on AI shit way back then and just leave it like that and move on? regardless of the
Because she
name
said
of it, they was fucking
because she said
advanced.
calculus. She said
Hey,
applications of
That's what you're talking about.
He said
You have no idea
applications
what
of
you're talking about.
calculus had to be used, which is a particular method or
shit,
system, calculation, or
shit,
reasoning.
dude.
That's what we're saying, brother.
And
No,
just like
calculus
Certified
is a
Sachi
branch of
said, how can you dispute
mathematics.
that unless you built the pyramids? Did you build the pyramids, Ron?
No, nobody did. Nobody on this panel did.
But you didn't. You were the one disputing it. So you are the one that we talked about. What
Oh,
you
some of
mean?
my family built
No, what I'm
built a
saying.
Some of
form
my
of
family
pyramids.
is
I don't know
direct
about you.
contact.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
some of my
OTK,
people.
can I ask you a question directly then, since some of your family has done it, so people can really
Like
understand what we're
mound,
saying?
yeah, my people's was
When
of
we're
the mound
talking about
builders. Yeah.
that, and taking in account that it has to line up to the stars and the sky,
Mhm.
what does that mean to you when we're talking about that mathematically, or what did that mean to your ancestors mathematically?
Oh, that we definitely was on a spiritual system, and we looked to the skies. We believed in nature. We studied nature and agriculture,
Time.
and those was everything that we believed in. Those was our gods.
They
We
didn't
gave
need
those
calculus.
names. So if you want to call them gods, we gave the
That
nature. We gave nature names. You know what I mean? And that's what we
no,
believed in.
that's a fact, bro.
Go
Our
ahead.
ancestors in
Go ahead, bro.
America, my ancestors, because I'm an Aboriginal, so we're directly
Yeah.
tied to
Okay.
the function and science of these
Hmm.
pyramids. And not only are we tuned into that frequency, we was tuned into what was going on around us, dealing with astronomy, and not to the point where we built tons of observatories throughout North America to study and chart these things
Definitely.
to create calculation and reasoning, which is what calculus is, according to the definition. So,
That's not according to the
And I
definition.
wanted you guys to answer one more question for
She's
me,
making it
as
up.
far as holistic,
hold on.
the holistic thinking of the ancestors
Mhm.
versus this thought of separation. So, would they even see calculus as separate in a holistic view when they were looking at everything and not things one at a time?
No.
Hey, brother, Ron, can you read that second definition of calculus?
No.
Let me go so you can see it.
We
Yeah,
needed
it says a
everything.
particular
That to us,
method
that
or
would have been
system of
levels of
calculation or
growth.
reasoning.
Yes.
But
I don't
that's
even
that's a
understand
that's a definition. Like if I use this as calculus in a sentence, like so we have a problem. So what's the calculus of this? I mean, how do we think about this? How do we solve this problem? That's what that definition means. It's not a
Okay.
mathematical definition.
What? What do you do with math? You solve the problem. You solve. That's what you solve with math. The problem. What
Have,
is wrong with you?
have you never heard that? Have you never heard somebody said, so what's the calculus of this
So
situation?
You put it.
You've never heard
So
that
you,
before?
when
They're not literally talking about mathematics. They're
you were
just talking about
answering
the
her
problem.
no,
question.
Just like I
they're literally talking about mathematics. If anybody
they
knows, it's
that's
done in carpenter work. It's done in just about
word.
That's right.
everything.
Probably uses.
So they have to calculate or at least reasoning for it. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Word.
this is what we're talking about. We're using it in its
No.
definition as accurately as possible. When we're illustrating about our ancestors using calculus, and not only that, they built observatories. They built them astronomically. You know what I mean? Using astronomy.
You know what
And
else?
so
Not to break your wisdom, Aboriginal power,
not a problem.
but when the math don't add up when it come to their damn paycheck, they right with you.
That ain't math.
They start doing
That ain't
calculus
math.
then, don't they?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's not math.
Anyway,
That's
I
reverse
I
engineering.
understand what the brother's saying.
You right ahead.
We
If
use calculations all the time.
talking, I'm right
But we don't use calculus every day.
No.
Oh my God! What
And
do
let me
you
ask
use
you
it
this.
for?
Let me ask you this. Let me tell you like this.
What do
Hey,
you use
Sister
it for?
Dulcinea.
Here,
Hey, Sister
King,
Dulcinea. Let me.
y'all go on and teach tonight.
Hey, Sister Dulcinea, sisters, check this out, right? Let me give y'all a prime example why I just say, look, like, how do we know it's calculus? Let's just leave this name calling because that's subjective. Somebody created these names in these branches. The reason why I say that is because in my past life, when I was out there in the game or whatever, I didn't go to school to learn how to cook crack.
Facts.
You feel what I'm saying? So did I know what form of science or math that was that I was doing, or the name of that? Hell no. All I know is that I took two things, put it together, well, three things, put it together with the microwave added with an additive or stove, and then
But see,
boom, I created this.
They
I didn't know what form of science because
we
it
didn't
wasn't
learn.
no
We didn't
name.
know that was. We didn't know that was chemistry, turning a powder into a liquid,
right.
into a solid. We didn't know that.
Facts,
Exactly.
you guys. Facts,
Exactly.
because it wasn't the word chemistry,
Exactly.
but the process,
You see what I'm
the
saying?
chemistry
The process was the
defined
chemist.
is that. That's
Right.
the point.
And you think about it, it goes through all those
Then you
particular
turn
elements.
into
It
a
starts off.
pharmacist.
It starts off as a
A
powder
pharmacist
into a
because you
liquid
sell it.
into a solid.
Yeah.
That's literally chemistry.
Can I
And
ask
then
a
you
question?
turn into another part of a science form. Then you turn into a pharmacist because you're selling it. So you know what I mean? We didn't know this, but no book didn't teach me that. So that's what I was just telling you, my brother. Like two things can be right at the same time. Okay, you could be right that they wasn't calling it calculus, but Dulcinea can also be right in saying that yes, they was using calculus. It just wasn't called that then. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
that's
I understand
all.
what you're saying,
That's
but I'm
all.
just saying that that's not no way that they used calculus back then. They were calculating.
Okay.
They were
Okay.
using
Can I
geometry,
ask
they were
a
using
question?
trigonometry, but they weren't using calculus.
So
This
when
is a
you
totally
use
different subject.
calculations and your
You're not using
calculations are
calculus.
true, and your calculations turn into something, is that now calculus?
No, it has to turn into calculus to be calculus. I mean, I can say 1 plus 1 is 2.
Right.
That's not calculus.
Okay.
That's not calculus.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I know. I understand what you're saying, man. Yeah, you ain't talking to no
what
weirdo.
do you use calculus for? I'm just want to ask you that. What do you use it for?
Yeah. So
what's a job or some industry?
Wait a minute, skinny head. I need you to answer me. What do you use calculus for?
This
He
the
works
wrong
in that
person. Then
field.
we'll go to you, skinny head.
Yeah, so
I
my
wanna
first
know
use
the
of
name of
calculus
you.
was in a calculus class when we were studying like the area of a field or of a circle or of some type of shape. We would apply like a derivative. We apply like integral calculus
Right, it's
to solve that.
unbelievable,
To solve
Sister
those
Freedom.
equations.
Freaking real. Fine, you done made me upset.
Well,
I mean, that was the first
That's
definition I read.
That's his type
And
of
here's
work.
the thing,
Yeah.
like, there's something wrong, Ron. Stop.
No, but
It don't
wait
even
a minute,
make
hold
sense.
it. Let me finish because you read.
Hey, Ron, you an
read two
atheist?
definitions.
What are you? You an
The first
atheist, Ron?
Wait a minute, OTK. Let Ron make
Hang on
himself.
a second. The first definition you read, I agree with 100%. That is a mathematical definition, but that's not what Dulcinea was saying.
That is exactly what Dulcinea
what she
said.
was saying. When you look up what it's used for, it's definitely used for a particular thing that goes into the same thing that she said.
You can use calculus for a number of different things.
Unbelievable.
You can use
Oh, right.
Y'all,
And the fact
Babylon
that you
Dawn ain't
have
talk
to,
yet neither,
you
y'all.
have to look
Babylon
at it
Dawn ain't
because
talk yet
you're
neither.
saying
never
that
taken
there's a
calculus,
globe Earth. So he
All
just
it is
proved my
math-
point.
It's the mathematical study of
But that's
continuous
crazy.
Man,
change.
You know what? We might as well get off
can
of
I
this
ask a question,
so he can
please?
be
Yeah.
Well,
irrelevant.
let Skinny Head though. Let Skinny Head say what
Everybody
he
talking
got
at
to
the
say.
same
Then we're gonna
time.
get off of this because they're gonna say I'm wrong just to say I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But
Let
they're proving
Babylon
my
talk
point.
too.
Just to understand
Babylon been patient.
I'm a
Babylon been
question
patient as
asker.
hell too.
I'm a question asker. I don't just say people wrong, but I ask questions until I can understand. And if a person can't help me understand, it start to make me question if they understand it or not. So I'm watching this YouTube video.
It might be a good thing, but go ahead.
What happened?
He should be right back. He just fading in and out.
Yeah, let Babylon Dunn go last for sure. He need to go last.
Yeah,
I mean,
he been
like,
real patient. Nah, stop
Wait a
that.
minute.
it don't matter how much patience he didn't have, he's still going last.
Wait a minute. Remember what I told you that Skinny said about Skinny Head? Every time I see him now, I think about it.
Oh, skinny
Gemini,
head, they
why
like
you-
you. That's all that means. Don't they listen?
Gemini, why you
Give me
always
your
post
phone
up
number,
on this
all of
video
them.
like you taking a picture? You always post it up to the side like you taking a picture, like you in a goddamn video shoot or some shit.
Don't hate the player, hate the game, Big Papa,
Okay.
Big Chocolate.
No,
Babylon John,
Don't
how
be
you
hating
doing?
on the sister. He'll be over here hating on his sister.
Can you hear me, Babylon Don?
You know you don't like no chocolate.
Dude, I do me. You do
Babylon
you.
Don. Doom, you done.
I can hear you guys. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? I can hear you. My mic wouldn't get off mute for some reason.
Okay, how you been? How you been doing?
I've been doing my best. Goddess, how y'all doing? I've been doing my best. Goddess, how you doing?
We doing fine. You know us.
Peace,
you know
Babylon.
how we
Peace,
do.
Babylon.
Yeah, peace, family. Hey, peace to all the goddesses on the panel. Dulcinea, everything you said was right.
Everything. I mean, we've been tortured with that one.
Everything, Dulcinea. The spit, the shine, the everything, girl. Just right. Somebody pass the collection plate.
She just like Predator
Hey, but
We going to heaven. We going to heaven. Babylon done said it. We going to heaven. Dulcinea was right.
What the fuck these shit, dog?
We making it into them
let me
pearly
prove
gates.
it though. Don't just let me talk about them gates and that beautiful pearly gated music and all that, and the harps and all that good stuff up in that place which y'all call heaven, where Sky Daddy is. But let me go and get to the facts, because I want to talk about what the
Shabba.
Let him ask the question, y'all. Go on, Babylon. It's his turn. Please let him ask.
Condo. Ashunda.
Can he answer the question?
Go on ahead. Go to church, preacher. Bishop.
Wow, she just won't. Go ahead, Babylon. Somebody got
so the when Dulcinea asked the question, first of all, the question's already been answered by the things that she presented. She presented the two young ladies, Johnson and Jackson, who already solved a mathematical equation using the Pythagorean theorem. And for years, they thought the Pythagorean theorem was only related to geometry. But these young ladies solved it using a trigonometric function. And trigonometric functions are a part of calculus. So Dulcinea is absolutely right. We can't do nothing about it. I'm saying she gave a solid reference that happened this year. I'm saying this just happened this year. These young ladies solved a math problem that people thought could only be solved. The Pythagorean theorem goes a squared plus b squared equals c squared. You can say a is a variable, so you say, let's say a is 3. So that's 3 squared, that's 9. B is 4. So that's 4 squared, that's 16. And so they get 25. Let me just say this. So because I want to explain to people, there's something going in the background like,
oh no, see, no. Yes, this is not the Babylon gun show.
Everybody go on mute because
let them
it's
finish, y'all.
No.
Let them finish. Let them
No,
finish.
no, because you
I don't even know, man. Y'all
Gemini, he was about to land.
Damn.
Gemini, he was about to land. Just let him finish real quick. He was at
goddamn it, make it
Go
quick.
on mute before I put you on mute, please.
Put it on, make it quick.
Yeah, let him do what he needs to do and ask the question.
Share it, if you need to share the screen and all this other stuff, because I'm done arguing. My husband said, "Don't argue no more. Make them go to AutoCAD. Give me a 3D model of it, but make sure you don't use no calculus and come back to us and show us how you built that shit 3D without calculus."
That part.
Oh, she don't get to be quiet. Dulcinea, let him finish.
No, all I'm saying is there's an echo. That's why I was saying that somebody got something open. That's what I was
saying. The brother OTK got an echo feedback.
Or for $30 you can see her.
No, he's muted right now.
Give me 18 for $30. You can check her out. You can check her out for $30.
Let me put her information in the chat. Hold up.
Hold on. Post it up. Dulcinea, I'm gonna need you to lock it in.
Hey, I'm about to get ready. I'm about to get ready to get out of here, ladies. I do appreciate y'all for letting me up. I really enjoyed the conversation, and
We appreciate you.
Yes, and I'm getting your number, and I'm gonna get your number to make sure that I share it to the ladies tomorrow. So,
and I'm gonna send y'all. I'm gonna send you the link.
A 512 number, and that's me.
Okay, I'm gonna send you that link, and you send it out to the beautiful ladies.
Yeah, and promote that debate you got going on tomorrow, man. Somebody already been in the chat, and those and they already said it, and we was promoting it in the chat. But go ahead, promote that.
Oh yeah, you can tell us about the individuals and who is debating who.
Yeah, no problem. Shout out to YK the Truth. I'm pretty sure y'all might have heard of that guy. YK the Truth verse 11 Truth Searcher, who's an up and coming scholar in our community. They're going to be debating on evolution. Did we evolve from microbial single cell organisms? So it's going to be a good conversation tomorrow. It's going down 5:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tickets are on sale right now for $10. Make sure y'all go check it out.
Not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's a good conversation, man. Make sure y'all tap in.
And y'all make sure y'all boys go and y'all subscribe to BAP channel, man. He has some real good information over there, and he's non-biased. He's an Aboriginal.
Don't be a stranger. You can always come over here and promote Aboriginal power.
I'm gonna come start checking y'all conversation. I really like the conversation. I like all y'all in the family. Let's all the ladies get it in.
Peace, BAP.
Shout out to you, brothers. OTK. Appreciate
you,
skinny Blessings. Everybody else. See y'all later on, man. Appreciate.
Good night.
Peace.
Good night, Empresses. Night journey.
They always start.
Is my goddamn time worth anything, or am I just gonna get ran over? Am I gonna get an opportunity to say something, or do I just have to act like everybody? No, hey bro, I'm talking to the sisters that's on the show that run the show. I'm talking to the sisters that run the show.
Go off and
I want you to finish, Babylon,
and stuff like that.
Let him finish.
Were you gonna share your screen or just?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't planning on sharing my screen, though.
I didn't let him finish. I don't understand that.
Gemini, what's wrong with you?
I just didn't know.
I can't hear you, Dulcinea. I'm sorry.
When you got this whole person on here, he talked all Wednesday night, and now you want him to talk all my Friday night? I'll tell you what then. Keep him. Let him talk to you all Friday night.
He's my boyfriend. Let me have him.
Boo.
That's right.
Do ya?
What is wrong with you? Oh my gosh, she's so sickening. Go ahead.
He better.
You talking to me, Daddy?
Taking my turn.
Go ahead. Everybody want to get an opportunity to speak. My goodness. Go ahead, Babylon.
Okay, I'm gonna make it quick, guys. Only thing I was saying, and I don't think what I said the first time really got heard, but nevertheless, the Dulcinea already gave the two young ladies, Johnson and Jackson, who solved the Pythagorean theorem, and they solved it using a trigonometric function. Trigonometric functions are a part of calculus proper. So they were using calculus. Mathematics is not broken down into different things. The next thing, the question whether mathematics is created or invented, discovered or invented, is not even answered. So nobody really knows if anybody creates mathematics or actually invents mathematics, or whether the mathematics is already there. I teach mathematics. I said this last time I was on the show, so I'm not just talking out the side of my neck. Now, the next thing, that's a big thing, whether mathematics is invented or whether mathematics is discovered. Leibniz, a man named Leibniz and Newton argued because they basically supposedly simultaneously discovered calculus at the same time. Calculus is just a branch of mathematics. When Dulcinea told him about math being the overall, she is right. Calculus is a simple branch of mathematics and not even a very important one. We don't even know if we even need it. It deals with derivatives and limits or integrals. And what this deals with is getting down to infinitesimals. And infinitesimals are the smallest things that can be dealt with. So that gets close to zero. So because they couldn't divide by zero, something Babylon done has expressed that he has solved, has videos up saying that he solved, and the divide by zero can give you the answers and show and express this. Something he doing and published work at Arizona State University on the subject, the topic of dividing by zero, and working on the book right now in front of me. So now, so this whole thing about what the brother was saying, I just want to say this. If anybody was listening, I'm just trying to get one thing off. Dulcinea was right. That brother was wrong. I don't even know what possessed him to even come on here and say that he been to college and studied all this. Nobody can study that much math. I study mathematics. You gonna know a branch of mathematics. You may know trigonometry. You may know a little algebra. You may have no, but you specialize in one thing. Don't nobody know no goddamn statistics, quaternions, and all of this all at one time. That's why when y'all ask him, when do you use calculus in everyday work, or how do you use it? He didn't have no application. He don't even know. Now, my last thing, I promise, I'm gonna stop right here. This is my last thing. I Googled this for y'all. Did they use trigonometry to build the pyramids? Answer. Pyramids. The ancient Egyptians utilized trigonometry thousands of years ago. Somebody mute the mic, please. That's very rude and disturbing.
I think somebody, it's not mine, but I think somebody has it by accident. I think it's Skinny Head's phone.
Okay, they just did it. The ancient Egyptians utilized trigonometry thousands of years ago in their planning and execution of building the Great Pyramids. The Rhind Papyrus, that's RHIND, the Rhind Papyrus, look it up, demonstrated their use of primitive trigonometric functions to calculate the slope of the side of the pyramids. So you can't get the slope.
Baby.
That's it. I'm done.
No. Wait a minute, sweetheart. What we're going to do is just everybody, if y'all got something to say, please take 2 minutes. We're not going to go further over that. No, it's going to come back back around to you. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but no, I'm done. I'm done for the night. I was patient. I waited. Thank y'all. Peace.
At this point.
What'd you say? I couldn't hear you, Sakina.
Peace, Babylon. Yeah, I wanted to hear you finish, Babylon. Thank you, man. Peace, man.
Me too.
I was with you, bro. I wanted to let you finish laying your shit.
Yeah. Well,
can I respond?
Skinny Head after Sakina, right?
I think it is your turn.
Queen Sakina.
Whose turn is it?
It was my turn.
Sakina was talking. The Queen was talking, and then the Skinny Head.
Ask a question, and then it's
Skinny Head. Then the Skinny Head. Yeah.
Okay, you're right.
Sakina, what you said, Queen?
Okay, thank y'all again. I have my first little piece is to Babylon Don, based on his math and all of his implications. I'm suggesting that you're saying that you have proven that there is a God, right? And that
you funny.
You're laughing.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
You've proven there is a God, and you've done the math, and you can source that up.
I'm not trying to prove there's a God. I said that I could divide by zero, and I could source that up.
Because science and that, but you saying that science says, wait a minute, hold on. We all know that science says that it can't prove absolutes, right? Even when we know that you are the damn father, 99.9999999.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
She been on here.
I do.
But
I know exactly what you're saying, guys.
They're not proving there is a God, but they're not saying it's not. But you, damn calculus, damn algebra, damn. You, there is a God. Come on and show us right now.
Skinny head. We don't allow no smoking on
Pass
here.
the collection plate, please.
This is what I love.
That's not true.
Time to give an offering.
Don't let her do that. You can smoke if
Last
you
time
want.
you came on here and I said, Dawsonell, you're gonna put some spec on his name. Damn Reed.
No, Skinny head, I'm just playing. He actually waved the smoke away and everything.
Right, because you making it seem like he can't. He put it out and everything. Don't let her lie to you.
I'm serious.
Put some respect on it.
I'm serious about unscrambling the mask.
Right, you're gonna sit your skinny ass down and shut up this time, because remember last time.
Peace to you, skinnyhead.
I've been chilling.
Yeah, Sanchez got her together last time. Sanchez got her together.
It's Friday. We gonna chill. So I need you to go ahead and smoke. Remember last time you was over there smoking? We thought you was on fire. You was puffing so hard.
Y'all was putting me down for smoking.
The blunt. That's all we asked.
Y'all was putting me down. Nope, I ain't passing it.
That's the policy.
Give me 39 more seconds.
The policy is calculus. The policy is calculus, right?
So look,
is that
can
calculus?
I please say something?
That's calculus. The moment we puff and then pass, we invented calculus at that moment.
There you go. That's high trig right there. High trig.
We did it in a triangle. We did it in a circle.
It ain't nothing but liquor in here. It's Friday night. This big thing's full of.
We knew the length of the triangle to have to pass it to that side. We knew, okay,
that's it. That's it. Girl.
Because you're too far now. You ain't getting the blunt. You ain't sitting in the right atmosphere.
Turn it up, God damn it.
Okay, it's his turn to talk, y'all. Be nice.
Okay.
Get your 2 minutes. Get your 2 minutes. Go ahead.
I just got a few questions. So the professor, he said what he just said about the pyramids. He said trigonomic. So because they use trigonomic stuff to do the slopes, you saying that automatically means they use calculus? Because I still haven't heard calculus.
What's the definition of calculus?
That's because there was no calculus.
You looking for the integrals? It's okay.
Can I say it again? Can I answer the question? Is the question to Babylon Donna? Should I mute back up?
Yeah. You should. It was about you.
So it's a question about me.
Hold up, Babylon. Let him finish real quick.
Let him finish real quick. And then Babylon Donna, you're right after the answer.
Yeah, just if he's directing the question to you, Babylon, let him finish first, and then he will stop and then be like, "Yo, can you answer that?" Bet like that. Go ahead, skinny head.
I do not like
I
his
didn't know I wanted to get corrected on that shit right there. I don't know. Go ahead.
Let him get finished, Babylon.
I can't, man. I can't. I'm all right. I still haven't heard calculus. I keep hearing trigonometry. Trigonometry, it makes sense if you're making a pyramid, but I still haven't heard no calculus application. So if you can, Professor, the other guy you said he couldn't describe no uses for it. Could you describe some uses for it, or what part of the pyramid they were using them?
Oh, excuse me, maybe.
Okay.
Okay.
Quick.
Certified.
Just like some quick.
Is that a question to Babylon?
Okay.
Certified?
Yeah, I'm answering it.
Okay.
I read clearly the Rind, R-H-I-N-D, papyrus, demonstrated. Demonstrate means prove. Don't take somebody got to mute, man. Come on now.
Yeah.
The Rind papyrus.
Everybody, please mute up. Everybody, please mute up and let Babylon go in real quick. Everybody, please mute up.
I'm just gonna say a sentence. The Rind papyrus.
Yeah, go ahead, Babylon.
The Rind papyrus, R-H-I-N-D, demonstrated, which means proof. In proofs in mathematics, we write QED, which means demonstrated, right? So now, their use of primitive trigonometric functions. I was clear. I said trigonometric functions are a part of calculus proper. When you deal with trigonometry, as Dulcinea already told you, it deals with sine, cosine, secant, cosecant, all of those terms right there, right? Look those words up,
Okay,
bro.
that's where the
Nobody
confusion
got to do
coming in.
this for you. No,
This
no,
what
no. I'm talking, man. Come on,
I'm
that's
trying
silly.
to. I know I
I'm
want to
in the middle of a
dialogue with you,
sentence,
Hey,
bro.
though.
But I'm
I'm
Skinny,
in the
let him
middle.
finish real quick,
I'm
Skinny, and
in
you
the
will get the
middle
mic
of a
right back, Skinny.
sentence.
Yeah, go ahead,
but I'm trying to
Babylon.
show him why
So,
I'm
so
confused
what's
at.
important is because the question you asking a question about mathematics, and you asking how, why are you not hearing the word calculus, and you keep hearing the word trigonometry, and I'm telling
Yes.
you the answer, but you don't want to hear it. I'm telling you the fucking answer. Then the
Hold
answer
on,
All
he
right,
is
cussing out.
Babylon. All right, Babylon, mute up. Let him go ahead. Let him go ahead now. Go ahead, sir.
The
Go ahead,
question. So the
Skinny.
part I'm confused at is when you say trigonometry, trigonomic metrics is a part of calculus. I'm hearing that it's a part of it, but I'm not hearing the part that is calculus.
you can't. It's nothing that is calculus. You can't. That's what I explained earlier. Math is overall. If you use calculus, you use geometry. If you use some geometry, a cosine or secant, then you use in mathematics. I'm gonna go ahead and mute up because somebody just got shot in my neighborhood.
Oh my
Can
God.
I go? Let me answer as well. So
And can I
when
go after
we're
that?
saying that, yeah, you can go after that, Ron. When we're saying as far as the derivatives and the trigonometry,
Somebody's phone bell.
I can be. Oh yeah,
Steady,
yeah. There, everybody mute up for
Hey,
a second, and
Skinny,
then
can y'all mute up, please?
yeah,
When
thank you so
you're
much.
not talking, can y'all please mute up?
So when we're talking about the derivatives as well as the integral, what I was saying as far as derivatives, those would have had to be used. Why they would have to be used is first, the derivatives would give us the calculations through, like I said, the cosine, tangent, and sine angles that it would take as far as for the pyramids to line up in the first place to Pleiades or Orion or whatever you want to call that constellation that it lines up with. Now the integral equations would have to come into play once you're saying the earth is moving, so they only line up in specific times of the years when they all line up. But to actually solve that, that is a changing integral that would have to be applied for through calculus in those trigonomic functions. So that is the functions as far as when we're saying that applications of calculus were used. So I never said that it is solely calculus. That is something as far as that other people said. I said I've always said the application of calculus would have had to be utilized prior to Newton, and it's proven with the pyramids because that integral of the changing as far as the movement of Earth for the Pleiades to move and then align back perfectly to where the pyramids are is that integral calculus.
So okay, I'm gonna have to look that up to.
Yep.
You
Oops.
And then Ron wanted to respond. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
just real quick. So, so the question is like the brother said, brother Babylon said, there's different branches of mathematics. So we all agree that there's geometry, trigonometry, algebra, and then a specific branch called calculus is what we're talking about. So derivative calculus, as an example, if you want to calculate the first derivative of velocity, let's say as an example. So we know that velocity equals distance divided by time, right? So if you want to say the first derivative of velocity, when you do the math, the calculus, take that derivative, that's how you get acceleration. You get acceleration. So you get distance divided by time squared. That's how you get acceleration. And then it's similar for integral calculus. The Egyptians didn't have those types of things. You basically do the reverse to get integral calculus to go to derivatives. The Egyptians didn't have that. I'm not saying they didn't use geometry or trigonometry, but that's relatively simple math compared to calculus. To figure out the sine of an angle, all you do is take the opposite side, the length of the opposite side divided by the hypotenuse. The cosine would be the adjacent side divided by the hypotenuse. They didn't need calculus, nor did they have calculus for those types of things. It was just not a need back then. But yeah,
What would they have
trigonometry
used?
for sure.
What would they have used to line the
Okay,
pyramid?
I understand your premise now.
Could
I understand, Ron. Hold on, real quick, Skinny. Hey, the way you explain that just now, Ron. Now I understand where you're coming from now. So I understand why you're saying that. You're saying it wouldn't have been no need for that because the things that they was doing back then, there wasn't no need for it. Pretty much,
Correct.
right? So why
Correct.
would it be called calculus? Now geometry and everything else like that, trigonometry they was doing, but not
Sure.
calculus.
Sure.
Okay, now I understand your point. Now, bet, I understand your point. Go ahead,
and
Skinny.
that's so, and that's where me. I'm not a mathematician. I didn't go to college like people up here
Who
did,
is? Who
but
is?
I don't move forward until I understand something. I can
Mm-hmm.
understand what he's saying,
Mm-hmm.
and I understand that math, like what Dulcinea said, you can get to certain points using different types of math and different routes.
Uh-huh.
You can get to the same number or the same, the same stuff. I
Mm-hmm.
get that, and I get that people were doing things back in the day before the known discoverer of it
Uh-huh.
has found it and named
Right,
it and coined the name of it. I get that as
right,
well.
right.
But as I'm hearing, that's like I don't have to know everything about dogs. But when I know all dogs come from like a common ancestor, and I know a lot of dogs in America is bred. So if we talking about dogs, like we talking about these different categories of math, and I know different dogs are bred out of different dogs.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just tell me something about a Kia and a pit bull, and then as I'm asking the questions between these connections, you sum it all up and say they all just dogs. Yes,
Well,
it
they
is.
all are.
It is all mathematics, but as soon as I even hear somebody say it's all just mathematics,
Mm-hmm.
that's
It
uh
make you feel some kind of way.
not feel some type of way. I instantly know they, even me as not being an expert, I instantly know they miss speaking on it.
No,
Lord
it's
help
all
Can I
us.
get
mathematics,
him? Hold
brother.
on,
It's
wait
all
1 second,
mathematics.
OTK, because I definitely get what you're
Go ahead.
saying, Skinny Head, when it comes to that, as far as it, because it's like you're trying to get the explanation, and then someone sums it up. Well, it's just all mathematics. Like, we're past that point. We understand it's all mathematics. I'm trying to get the specific explanation for what I'm asking for now. What I would say I disagree with Ron is with which mathematicians would disagree with Ron, is that if simple math could solve the pyramids, then they would be building more pyramids to this day. They do not have the alignment and everything as far as the integral parts of the pyramid being solved by just simple math equations. So it's not as simple as just saying, well, before, because it was in whatever BC and they wouldn't possibly have the complexity of math, they had to use a simple arithmetic or algebra. Sorry, Ron, you got to meet up for a second. You got to meet up. I'll let you know once I'm done. You can't say that they had to use simple arithmetic to solve it when we know there's no possible way it was simple. It was complex. And I'm giving you why it's complex. It's complex because one, the earth is moving and it's round. The earth is moving. So first you would have to then now calculate when these stars are going to align. Now, then, after you've calculated when these stars are going to align, you would have to now calculate on the ground where you need to build said pyramids to
May I
align
please
stars.
interject?
Hold on 1 second, skinny head. It's not subjective because
No,
this
I
is what
said, may I please interject? You made
oh
a
yeah. What's
you
up?
misspoke. You said so. You building the pyramids, the math of building them, and then the math of where they placed that to be able to line up with the stars. You said they can't. You just said they can't figure out how to build them, and then you merged that over into the math of lining it up with the stars. That to me was like a miss. You just merged that. That wasn't. That's different math. And we do
I'm
today.
telling you, they don't know how to do either.
No,
They
today
don't know
we
how to build the
today we
pyramids to
do.
protection. No, they do not know how to build the pyramids to perfection, as far as where it completely lines
No,
up.
they
And
do know how to aim. Hear me out.
Oh no,
They,
hold on. No. Because you cut me off. So, but what you're gonna have to do is let me
do you
finish,
know what
and
I'm
you
saying?
and no, you're gonna have to source that they know how
No,
to
I'm
build
not
the
sourcing.
pyramid
Listen,
today.
I'm just
Then
saying
okay,
what
then now you're gonna have to let me finish talking then, because you can't come in and say I'm wrong
You
unless
did
you're
this,
gonna source,
skinny head. Remember
she
this.
missed.
source that,
I'm
It
trying to
don't
show
matter
you.
what
that they
she
know how to do
misdid.
it. Hold up.
You
She
listened to her for 2
misspoke.
years now.
I would let you interject if you were going to source that, but I'm not going to let you interject on my point for something that you're not going to source and you're just going to talk about as if you know.
Okay,
Hold on. I'm telling you, skinny head, I will let you respond after I'm done, unless you have a source right now.
It's
And if
a
you
whole
don't have a
setup. You
source
don't
right
know.
now, go ahead and mute up and wait
You've
till I'm
been
done,
set
and
up.
then you can go.
You my source.
No, you're not I'm not your source. I'm not saying the same thing that you're saying. I'm not your source. So anyway, so going back to what I was saying, they do not know how to actually build the pyramids in perfection the way from the ground before we even get to the stars. They do not have all the complete math as far as to build the pyramid to be as large as it is, for the actual bricks to have the symmetrical perfectness that it does. They do not have the full integrals of math just for it not lining it up for the stars. Then on top of that, to line it up to the stars, to match up every few years, is also a thing that takes a lot of complexity of the math. So this is not basic arithmetic. This is not something that you can learn in the beginning and that now you know how to build a pyramid. There was different integrals of math that had to be applied. So overarching, sure, trigonometry was used, but like I said, as far as that, it's not calculus that is the math. I said calculus was applied to build the pyramids, and everybody is going as far as to say that there is calculus applications in trigonometry. So people are not even arguing against my point, really, unless you believe that simple math built the pyramids and lined it up to the stars. And if you believe that, I want you to go and build a pyramid and do it. I don't want you to talk. I want you to go do it.
Can I answer after brother? After the brother?
After skinny head, yes.
Yes.
Okay, first off, somebody's husband said stop arguing with these people.
Don't bring my husband in it, because what he said specifically,
Now you using your head. It
what
took you
he said
so long.
specifically
You are
is y'all
so
go to AutoCAD. Y'all go
You
to
don't know nothing about
AutoCAD
calculus.
and give us the actual farm of the premise of everything that happened without using calculus. He said you're asking too much for them to build it. Just tell them to go to AutoCAD right now. Give us the blueprint, but make sure you don't use any calculus in that blueprint. If you use calculus, it's over. Make the blueprint without using calculus.
Is it my time to answer, or is Babylon still gonna answer?
Nah, because see, y'all don't know no real calculus. That's why y'all get set up. Y'all so easy target. He'll be talking y'all to the next Chinese new moon.
No, so what he's talking about.
Y'all ain't got nothing for her. So stop while you
No,
ahead.
it's only
What you got for
because
Dustin there? Nothing.
It's only because she has the power to talk. Y'all keep shutting me down. Y'all, it's cool.
You know why? Because you are not benefiting our cause. If you were benefiting our cause instead of being selfish, benefiting your own, talking about you OCD about numbers, we would not be here. You got yourself to blame for not letting that go.
No. I don't even care about that part. I'm mad that he brought my husband up, and then he had the nerve to say I have a song about math the last time he was here, and he said 1 + 1.
Oh, that was
the two of us. Like you don't get
Hey!
Again, he only got his own self to blame. So we don't feel
Hey,
sorry for you. Sit here talking about some
see,
Dulcinea
but
won't let me talk. Y'all shitting me down. Oh, shut up. We gonna kick you while you down there too and beat you up some more.
I'm
Oh my goodness. It's all your
Gang,
fault.
Did
gang,
you
gang,
use
gang.
calculus in that song?
Gang gang.
make sure y'all gang is fighting for the right cause though,
And
because
y'all see, there he go. He can't help
Yeah,
himself.
we definitely fighting for
So
information. Hold
so
on,
can I
this where
answer?
I
He
step
Can I
can't
in.
help
answer
This where I
himself.
Sister
step in.
Dulcinea now?
I would
Can I answer?
definitely not
He
let my
gotta get
sisters
that
them fight.
in.
Yeah, I would
Can I?
definitely not let my sisters them fight for no information that's that they don't stand on. I will, you know what I mean? As long as
so
they
if
stand on it, hold on. Long as they
okay.
stand on it, because most info and most thoughts today are subjective. The way that people are feeling today is subjective. The info that we are reading is subjective. It's somebody else's thoughts. So therefore, long as my sisters them stand on whatever they believe in, you goddamn right. I'm gonna back them 1,000%. You know what I mean? And that's where the gang come in. Now, if they out of place and they wrong about something, then we got to take that in house and we're gonna discuss it and we're gonna work it out. And they do the same with us, and that's how we rock, man. You know what I mean? But you know what I
Hey,
mean?
Doc.
Hey, skinny head, man, you gotta you know I appreciate you and Babylon Dondo, man. I appreciate y'all brothers, man. Go ahead.
How
Go
we
ahead.
get how I get put in the boat? Hey, brother,
Yeah,
can I
we
say
not in the
something?
same category. We
Yeah,
definitely
we
not in the
not even.
same
Wait
I
one
don't
category.
even
second.
know why y'all do
One
that.
second.
I don't even care if
Before
he got a
Babylon
Can
Don,
I
degree.
let
please
Ron.
get
I
one
don't even
word
care
in
if he got a
edgewise?
degree.
Oh
He is
wait,
not
one second, Babylon Don. You'll be right after Ron. Ron wanted to say
Yeah.
something to me, so I
Yeah,
it's
degree
only
or
fair that
not.
yeah.
Ron
Just real
responds.
quick. So you mentioned,
I didn't leave him right here. And then Ron, what did you got? Ron.
yeah, uh, yeah. So the sister Dulcinea just mentioned that the building of the pyramids. I'm not saying that that was simple, because obviously we don't understand the technology that they used to build the pyramids. However, the math itself, trigonometry, is not that complicated. Probably everybody on this panel understands trigonometry, and it's taught in not elementary, but junior high school. It's not that complicated. It's just one side over the hypotenuse, the other side over the hypotenuse. The sum of the squares,
Trigonometry
squares
is
of the sum of the
not
squares,
taught
those type of
in
things. It's
junior
not.
high school in the South.
Yeah, it's not.
Trigonometry was not taught in junior high school
Come
in the
on,
South.
bro.
Matter of
Let him
fact,
please
I'm in the
finish,
South.
cause
it's
I'm
no
I'm
in the
junior
waiting to
South.
high
I'm in the
go.
school in
South.
the
So if you
South.
start arguing,
Yeah,
then
hey
I'm never
Babylon,
gonna
chill
go.
out.
Can I?
Hey
Then he
Babylon,
said
chill
he was
out.
a
Mute your
mechanical engineer.
yeah,
Right.
mute your
That's
mic up.
right.
You
God,
can't speak.
how
You
long
can't
did that?
speak
How
for
long was
all
your
school
degree?
Yeah.
systems. He can't speak for all
Ah,
school
come
systems.
on.
I know. I'm just talking about
Word.
myself. I'm just talking about myself. I'm not talking about everybody. So
Yeah,
there's
but you still, but your point was it's not that hard to do. We saying to you, yes, it is.
So
well.
if
I
it's
mean,
that,
okay.
listen, if
Because
y'all don't
so let me say that
understand
Wait,
everybody's
it,
not
no, skinny
that's
head.
when
mathematically
we
Let him
gotta
finish.
inclined.
Let
Not
him
humble
finish. We're gonna
mathematically.
ourselves.
let Ron finish.
We gotta
All right,
humble ourselves in some of these
You guys
conversations
want to let
if
me
we
finish?
don't
Everybody wants to jump
really
in when
know
I'm
how to
just
do trigonometry.
say what?
okay, well, he was
No,
speaking to me, and I didn't want to just big up on him because he was talking about the calculus that he did in college, but I got college credit for calculus in high school. So
Yeah, I'm
we're
sure.
not gonna do match up
No, no. You
smartness
asked me.
right
You asked me
now.
I
Just
specifically
said
let
what
the same
trigonometry
Ron,
thing.
was
just
at.
let Ron
This
go
shit
ahead and
wasn't even
How
on
about
finish.
no
let me
goddamn
finish?
man,
trigonometry
that
or
ain't
no calculus
You
anyway.
guys
Because
want
you
to let me
just
finish?
said that people don't
Shit.
understand, but let Ron finish.
I didn't say people didn't understand. You asked
No,
me.
no, no,
Well,
no.
well.
I was talking about skinny head. That's why I was like, let
Oh,
Ron
okay. Yeah.
finish because he's saying for people who don't understand, but he was talking to me and for so it can be sure I understand both trigonometry and calculus from
So
high
then you
Check the
school.
know.
back chat, Dulcinea,
So
please.
then you know
Check
that
the
there's
back
a level
chat,
of
Dulcinea.
there's a degree of more difficulty in calculus versus trigonometry. And I'm not saying that building the pyramids was simple. I'm just saying that the trig math is simple. It's not that complicated. And
Why
I'm
don't
not saying
y'all come
everybody's
do a show
mathematically
on that?
inclined, but it's not that complicated. I mean, for those who may be mathematically
Okay,
inclined, but
can you explain the
Oh
exact
Lord, there
Why
he
don't
go.
why
trigonometry?
don't why don't y'all
The
do a
exact
show on that? A
trigonometry that would
presentation
explain
on
the
that.
changing gradient that would have to be applied for the stars to align with the pyramids. Since it's not a set place, unless you a flat earther where you believe that the constellations would be set and they don't move.
No, I don't believe that I don't believe in a flat Earth. And
Okay,
certainly,
so explain the trigonometry without calculus that would apply to the Earth moving and allow the pyramids to be built where they align with Pleiades or Orion or whatever you want to call.
but why
that
would they
particular
need
constellation.
trigonometry? The
So
stars,
listen, Ron,
it takes
just
thousands of years for the stars to move.
explain the application.
Okay, so what math did they use
to make the alignment?
Can any one of y'all share y'all screen? Ron, can you share your
use any
screen
math
to
for
explain this? Ron,
Did you
can you
just say
share a
that they
screen?
didn't need math to align it?
No, because they just looked up in the sky and they saw the 3 stars of the Orion Belt. If indeed that was an
Shit,
alignment,
they needed degrees.
They didn't
So
need-
it
no, they
aligns. It
wouldn't.
aligns at the same time
What the fuck?
every few years. You're saying, and then it's a constant. Then it's a flat Earth because you're saying
No,
then
it's
they
not.
did not.
It's
They
not.
could just also. You're saying that they waited enough years
How
to
long
know
does the
where the
constellations
alignments
move?
been to make the calculations because the alignments don't happen in the same integral every 5 years at December whatever. It's not
So
like
you're saying
that. It's
you're
something
saying
that
the
has to be
constellations change every
calculated
year?
when they will align. That's how we know when
How
you'll
often
see
does
different stars.
how often do the constellations change?
In the time period
processional
at
is what?
which
How long
they
is the processional?
align.
The processional is 26,000 years, right?
It's not a set 26,000 years. No, it changes.
No, that's what I'm saying. The processional is 26. The 12 signs of the zodiac go through the processional every 26,000 years, right?
Right.
How long did it take to build the pyramids? They guesstimate 20 years, but I think it took longer than that. But they guesstimate 20 years, so 20 is a lot shorter than 26,000. You don't need calculus for that.
Oh, that made no sense at all. None.
Because you don't understand.
To me, what it
I'm
means
saying
is
the
almost
stars don't move. The stars don't move in the sky.
Imagine
the Earth,
you
it's
have
the
a
Earth
bow and
wobbles.
arrow.
The Earth wobbles that makes the stars look like they're moving.
Hey, Dulcinea, this Babylon down. Am I gonna go now or when?
Yes,
After
go
Yeah,
this?
ahead and give
y'all boys
response.
mute up and let Babylon Dawn
I
go. Y'all
gotta
boys
go with
mute up
that.
and let Babylon Dawn
Can
go. Go
Babylon
ahead,
die?
Babylon.
Hey,
No,
Dulcinea, I don't want to
you
go.
didn't
I
have
don't want to go.
let
Dulcinea, I
Babylon
just
go.
want
Yeah,
you to.
hell
Dulcinea, I
yeah.
just
I
want you
want
to
to
go
hear.
to the back chat and get that out the back chat for me, and I ain't got to go nowhere. You can read it for me. Since everybody ain't tell Babylon talk, it's in the back chat. Read them. It's 3 pages. I'll just commentate and just tell you what I'm talking about.
Hey, Skinny, don't worry about it, bro. You and Ron is engaged with Dulcinea with this conversation. So y'all two and Babylon, y'all pretty much got the mics. It's just motherfucker like me that's gonna come in and throw weird questions out there and try to keep control of you men. You know what I mean? God, not control, but god damn, I want to hear
Thank
this
you,
shit. I'm trying
OTK.
to
We
write shit
appreciate it.
down.
You
Yeah, we
know I
appreciate
Yeah.
do.
Hey, listen, I
You
got my
know I
pad right here.
appreciate it. Yeah, we appreciate
Hey,
it.
no
Thank you.
bullshit. I got my goddamn pad right here. I'm trying to write all this shit down. I know I got to go back and rewind this shit and write this shit down because I learn better by writing my shit down.
Yeah, I'm just saying that
Okay.
the stars don't move.
So let me go ahead. The controversial history of calculus. What is calculus? In simple terms, calculus can be split up into 2 parts: differential calculus and integral calculus. Differential calculus deals with the changing gradients and the idea of a gradient at a point. Integral calculus deals with the area under a curve. However, this does not capture all of calculus, which is, to be technical, the study of continuous time. One of the difficulties in really defining calculus simply is generality, in which it must be described. Due to its many applications across sciences and other branches of math, and since the original conception many thousands of years ago, many problems has arisen, of which I will discuss some of them in this essay. You want to go ahead and explain that intro, and then we go into it? Babylon Don? Oh, did he just get knocked off?
Yeah, I think he dropped off because I think he said that once you pull that up right there, that's it. So I guess he wanted you to go ahead into it. I guess read it,
Yeah, he
and I
said
guess
it
he
was enough
wanted
to lead it.
right.
If
And
may I
I guess
comment?
he wanted Ron, and then he wanted Skinny Head to comment on this
Yeah,
after you read
why don't
it.
everybody comment? So, because I mean,
Okay.
it's 3 pages,
Yeah.
but it looks like 2 1/4. But at least so we're not
Mhm.
just reading it the whole time. Skinny head,
Okay.
you can
And the only thing you
wanna
can comment on
comment.
really is this first paragraph that you read. You really can't comment on the whole thing because it's so long. So go ahead, Skinny Head, and then let Ron go ahead and comment off this. And then Dulcinea, take it back off from there.
Okay.
So you said it's me. Oh, so I can see why we would need to. It's gonna be like it would create a curve if something's moving and we trying to time when something is gonna hit a certain point. It would create a curve, but the calculus would come in if you trying to find out what the curve is, not the actual like destination or point of that timing. Like how y'all said time.
Damn, my
Hello?
brother keep dropping off. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah.
Ron, why don't you go ahead in until he come back in, and then we let him start back over.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. So
okay, okay. Hey, certified Skinny Head, hold on a second. When you come back in, let Ron go ahead and start, and then you can start back over, my brother.
so
Go
the
ahead,
first
Ron. Go ahead, Ron.
those first couple of paragraphs, what we've been discussing the whole night. I mean, I don't disagree that there are two branches of calculus, as I've been explaining. You have differential calculus and you have integral calculus. And from the derivative side, I gave the example of a car being in a car. It has to do with when they talk about changing gradients, they're not talking about changes, not necessarily changes of the gradients of the earth or anything. I mean, just change in period. Like for instance, driving in your car, if you want to know what the acceleration is, you take the first derivative of velocity, and it'll give you acceleration. That's a change in time. And then integral calculus, as they mentioned, is integrating, or you can do the opposite of derivative of derivative calculus. It's really integral calculus, and you can go from acceleration back to velocity. So that's all that is. That's not. I mean, that's just the definition of calculus
Acceleration,
per se.
velocity.
Can
And
I
again,
please just end this? How does everybody else feel about this conversation?
It's a shame.
Well,
It's
This
just,
is beautiful. And
actually,
oh
actually,
this is
Lord,
a
Dulcinea, I
taking
constructive
my
fell off while you
conversation.
was reading, so
look
I
at
didn't get
me,
to
Yeah,
hear.
honey.
yeah, I'm gonna pull it back
I
up.
hate you so much right now. I'm gonna beat y'all up when I see you on site. All y'all. All y'all.
Mm.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell you straight up. This need to just be a presentation, like on math. Like that would be a nice channel. Like it's some people out there that really willing to learn that stuff, but you know what I mean. I don't
Yeah,
But
know.
I
we
It's
mean,
just
should.
starting off
these
about monkeys
conversations,
and primates. These conversations I needed. Yeah, go ahead, Babylon. Go ahead, Babylon.
yeah,
My bad. That was God.
these conversations, though they may appear about math, that's not the conversation here. Calculus is not the conversation. It's the way your
Mm,
brain thinks and how you think of things. This is logic and reasoning. If you read the definition of calculus, Google
yes.
calculus, nobody read it. The second definition of calculus under derivatives and integrals is a form of logic and reasoning. That's what calculus is, logic and
So
reasoning. It's
that
not,
I
it has,
see
yes.
that
Yeah,
line.
I mean, I
So
agree,
it's
but
logos.
I agree. It's
It's
and,
not.
it's
and so let me
logos.
say this though.
Two, at least two
Let me
different.
say this one thing. The brother, I want to make this clear. You cannot keep playing no games. The sister pulled up Johnson and Jackson. These are two black sisters. There was a problem called a Pythagorean theorem. People thought it could only be solved using geometry and other forms of mathematics.
Facts.
That's up until 2022, 23.
Facts.
These
Facts.
young ladies went and solved this problem using trigonometric functions that they learned in a calculus class.
They didn't use. They didn't
Okay?
learn.
So
They
now
didn't use
wait,
Hold on.
hold up. I'm
trigonometry.
talking. I'm
Hold
talking.
on.
Let
So
him finish
once
Let
real quick,
Babylon
Ron.
Don
Ron, let him
talk.
finish.
Hold on.
Yeah, let him finish real quick. Go ahead, Babylon.
once they solve this problem, this shows you one, you don't know everything about calculus. I already said you could type in a calculator, they can't divide by zero. They didn't know those young ladies could even use calculus or trigonometry to solve the problem, and they did. So they don't know what calculus would be related to in mathematics, like you claiming to. When you tell Dulcinea, I want you to say calculus and not trigonometry. Calculus is built of algebra, geometry, trigonometry. That's what makes up calculus. If they didn't have those, Leibniz and fucking Newton never would have ever been able to get to anything called calculus. And like I said, remember this. This is my point. They can't divide by zero, and calculus deals with infinitesimals, which means numbers approaching zero, which means things like the space under a curve, which they cannot measure. They have to make a maxima and a minima, which means get a mean, right? A medium, and that's
Right. A
all they can
mean,
do.
median, and mode.
Nobody out there
Right.
can do it. Not they greatest mathematicians. None of them can do it. So I don't know why y'all
Right.
do that as if we have some infallible. I teach math like we have some type of infallible calculation, like it's better than anything. No, it's not. It's just like believing and doing anything else, religion and everything everybody else do. It's just as psychological and emotional mathematics is as anything else anybody else do until people deal with it in logic and logistics. I'll stop right there.
Okay, and I
Okay,
want
so
to say
Okay.
something just
Okay.
really
hold on,
quick.
Dulcinea, Sister
Okay,
Dulcinea, hold on real quick. Since I've been being a good moderator and being patient, I just have
yeah,
like a statement question.
for
So,
sure.
and overall, what we're saying is that math is used for itself to prove itself. So you use one form of math to prove another form of math.
Facts.
Yeah.
That's a fact. That's
Okay,
what's going
okay
on,
then.
but
Okay
that's not
then.
legal. But
Okay,
that's
all
what's
right.
going on. That's
But
not
that's
right
Right.
what's
though.
going
That's
on though, right?
paradoxical.
Because
A
this is
man
why
that
the
Okay,
terminology
okay.
changed, right? Measurement,
Right,
Kurt Godel,
right.
Godel,
myth,
proved that that's
probability.
wrong.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I told you I'm taking notes. Who did you just say this now?
Kurt Godel, Godel, he proved
Is
using
Kurt Kurt Kurt?
yeah, yep, he was Einstein's
Kurt
best friend.
Odell.
He was
Okay.
Einstein's best friend. His name is Kurt Gödel, Godel, and he the one proved that hey, you can't use a mathematical system to prove
Uh-huh.
certain things about that
Oh.
mathematical system.
So
Eventually,
hold
you'll
up.
reach an infinite
Wasn't he one of the
regress, and you
motherfuckers
can't.
that work on the nuclear bomb? On the atomic bomb?
Yeah. He was one of those people that gave forth mathematics with the atomic bomb. So
I
now,
got you. I got you. I thought I remember the
but wait, I
name.
want to tell
Okay.
people this. So
But yeah,
when people say they want to prove God, just look up Kurt Gödel though, because he
Okay.
did do a mathematical proof, and they proved
Mm-hmm.
God exists, and they did a
Mm-hmm.
mathematical proof that God does not exist. This is worthy information for our community to look up and just get into. I ain't saying you should believe it. I'm saying you should
Babylon
look it up and
done.
know it.
Can
Hey
I ask
Babylon,
you
you got an
something,
email?
sir?
Hey
Hold on,
Babylon Don,
OTK.
put your
There it
email inside the
is.
Let me
chat,
ask.
man.
Oh, let me
There
ask
it
Babylon
is.
done this.
I
Babylon
love
done.
to
Why
do
do
a
you
show
There it
on
always
them,
is.
man.
do this? Why do you always
There it
answer a
is.
question really good, then turn
There
around
it
and answer the
is.
next question and jump out the window?
There it
I
is.
don't understand that. You was doing really good when you was explaining when he asked the question,
There it is.
math, if math is basically verifying itself. And you gave a great explanation. Then you went on so far, jumped out the window, math and people explain God. Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
I
No,
never
he
said that
And
asked.
math
I,
and people
I would
explain
say, can
God.
I
Man.
add
Look,
I
before
no,
said
you?
wait a minute.
read,
Wait a minute. Let me
read
ask
Kurt
I
him.
had
Gödel.
I
Read
asked
Kurt
him.
hey,
Gödel.
Hold on.
Sister
Read Kurt
Dulcinea.
Gödel. And
No,
Kurt Gödel
no.
wrote a proof on the existence of God. Kurt Gödel wrote a proof on the non-existence of God. Kurt
Oh,
Gödel wrote
okay.
a proof that
Kurt Goodell.
mathematics can't be proved within its own system. Kurt Gödel wrote about meta mathematics. Kurt Gödel did that. This ain't Babylon Don talking. I gave you the reference, Einstein's best friend. Kurt Gödel did this. I even went so far as to say, hey, you don't even have to believe it or even accept it. Just look into it. It's good for reading and good for the mind. That's what I said.
Yeah, and
I
I respect
asked
everything.
you.
I just want to say something to point with that because I think all of them are good conversations to have. But I do agree
Mm,
with Gemini when she says like it's gonna be better perceived stick on to one thing at a time, and then there's another show just on that,
Right,
just on the
right,
fact that
right,
math is
definitely.
even showing that it proves to God. But since we're just on the pyramids right now, I can see why she looks at it as like jumping off the window when we're having this mathematical conversation that can be applied to the earth. And then we bring God into the conversation. And then that's
Yeah.
always their excuse to
No.
say, "Oh, you're taking it out of the parameters of math and science now, and you're getting to belief." When we can just stick to the math and science and not even get into the belief of it. But one second, I just want
Somebody
to make
asked me a
this
question about God.
I
Yeah,
get
They
it.
yeah,
asked
yeah,
me a
yeah.
question about God. So was I supposed to say, forget the question? We're not talking about that. I'm not answering? Because the question
No,
was
no,
Nah,
I'm
about
not
nah.
God.
saying.
Babylon,
Yeah, I'm
Babylon,
not
you
saying
good,
that
bro,
Babylon
bro,
God.
bro.
I'm
Babylon,
just
you good,
saying.
bro.
I'm
You
saying
good,
as
bro.
far as like when we're having these conversations, not to just be like I'm not answering the question or anything like that. But I think what she's saying is like the jumping out the window part is just bringing those conversations together at a simple time when
Thank you.
the one point that you're trying to express, get them
Yeah.
to understand that first, and then go into the other
Okay.
parts of
Right.
I could take a
Ricky, do
critique
some
everywhere I
explaining to
go.
him.
Everywhere I go, I get a freaking critique. I could take a critique, but nevertheless, I just want to know that I just take the facts that I said and everything else I do extra. You don't like, throw it out the window. You know what I'm talking about? That's how you do that.
Can I?
Oh
Let
my
me say
gosh.
this really quickly
Hey,
because I definitely want
Sister
Ron to
Sakina,
come back.
Sister
See,
Well,
this is
Sakina
the
was about
part.
to say
You know
something.
what? I hate to bust up
Yeah,
y'all smart party, but
Sakina,
this is
go
the
ahead, say
part that I
something, baby.
really dislike when y'all so
Yeah,
smart that y'all begin to say and do anything. Y'all forget what day of the week it is. You
right,
forget what
right.
time it is. You forget all types of things that make us human and why we're here in the first place. Because everybody
Uh,
needs to be extra smart after midnight versus just extra understanding. I'm lost in the sauce somewhere around here. Make it make
no,
sense.
mm,
Is
I
everybody
just
the
want
sharpest knife in this drawer, or is it okay that some knives are sharp and some knives aren't? What are we talking about at midnight on a
yeah,
I
Friday? What are we
definitely,
talking
yeah,
about?
I get what you're saying as far as it. I just wanted
and
to bring the stars. I just wanted to bring the stars into it. As far as it, I would love Ron to come back and
This
say
is
about the
weird. This
vibrating
conversation.
earth and the star movement. But I just wanted to say, as far as astronomy is a beautiful thing, and it's something that they even use calculus for, even lining up eclipse or different things like that. And I think it can't be understated just because sometimes we don't believe the other aspects of it. We don't believe the astrology, we don't believe whatever beliefs they assign to it, but they definitely had a good grasp on the math. And there's no way they couldn't have had a good grasp on the math when we look at these phenomenons that they were able to construct. And that's all I
Yeah, I'm
want to
not
say.
saying.
As far as the Egyptians are incredible people. Ancient Americans are incredible people. Like
Mhm.
it's not easy what they did by any means. That's why we're not still doing it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they didn't have a good grasp on the math that they had it on hand at that time. I'm just saying that they didn't have calculus. I mean, let's just
Okay.
put
all right,
that
The,
man.
out there.
God damn. All right. Hey,
the, the,
listen. All we doing is going in fucking circles, man.
open to knowledge.
Seriously.
Open to
All we
knowledge.
doing.
Can I
Hold
please
up,
get in though?
Babylon. Hold up. Yeah, but Babylon, I swear to God, dog, I did give you ample time, and I made sure nobody didn't cut in on you, or no nothing like that.
That's
Yes,
exactly
I
what
will,
happened.
man. But I'm just saying, man, we don't need to keep going back in circles, man.
But let me answer your
Like
question.
y'all
You talked
losing the
about
other sisters. Y'all losing
Oh,
the
boy.
other sisters
no,
right
but
now.
it's
Is
because
what
it's
I'm
because
saying.
but they
You
show
know.
Dulcinea showed those two beautiful African American girls, those two sisters solving the Pythagorean theorem using trigonometry. That wasn't calculus. That's just not calculus. I mean, period.
Oh,
That's just not
I,
calculus.
when
You can't.
would you like to come back and do a show with Dulcinea? It'll have to be after her debate, because
Yeah, I mean, we can set it up anytime.
what I'm starting to see right now, a lot of people starting to come on here and they starting to come at my sister before
I'm
this
not coming at
debate is
her.
coming at. No, I
I'm
know
not
you're
coming at
not. You're
her at
not
all.
doing it on intentional. No, you're not doing it on intentional. But just the type of person that she is, she always has questions, and the
But so
questions
do
that
I.
she has always makes other people have questions, and it go on and on. You know what I mean? But what I'm
Yeah, I
saying is,
understand
she got to prepare for a debate that's coming
for
up.
sure.
You know what I mean? So we don't need to be drowning her in no goddamn
And I'm
theory
not trying to beat her
with
up or
no
anything. That's not
Pythagorean
my
theory.
May I
You know
suggest
what I mean?
another
That came
Facts,
from
topic?
OTK.
Pythagoras
See,
for
this why we
once.
love OTK.
You know what I mean? I'm
He
just
know
saying,
what to
brother. I'm
say.
pretty sure we can have a good conversation right now on
Thank
something
you.
else.
Oh
You know
my
what I mean? And
goodness.
start our conversation
Yeah, for
just to get
sure.
these
I mean, for
other
sure. I'm not
sisters
trying to beat her up.
involved. Yeah, just to get no, you can't beat her up because she stand on her own.
I know that's what you said though.
You know what I
Hey,
mean?
hey, OTK.
Yeah, bro. My bad. My bad.
Are
Go
you
ahead,
the
bro.
same guy to be on Sarnetta that be like Uncle Si?
Yeah, in the
No.
chat. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, I
yeah,
do.
yeah, that
Yeah,
sounds.
Sonetta. Yeah, I do. Yes, yes. Yeah, that be me. The South Carolinian. Goose Creeking. Yeah, that's me, skinny head. The South Carolinian, the Goose
Oh,
Creeking.
you from Goose Creek, and
And
I'm
you
from
came you came
Union,
up on
Columbia.
screen a couple times, didn't you?
Yeah, I did some shows with her, man. Let me tell you how I started dealing with Sonetta. I was in the Christianity. Well, I was born into Christianity,
Oh
being
yeah,
born in
you
the
told
AME
your
where I'm from.
I saw you tell your story. No, I was just saying it's a shout
Yeah,
out. It's an
yeah,
honor to
yeah.
meet you. I know the voice, so I'm like, this
Yep.
bruh for real? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Hey, peace to meet you too. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely,
Goose Creek's
man.
not that far from where I'm at. I'm from Columbia, South Carolina.
Oh yeah, we an hour and some change away, bro.
Yeah, hour and a half,
Like an hour
not
and
that
30
far.
minutes. Yeah, where you at? On Broad Rip over there on that side?
No, I live on the north side, northeast side.
Oh,
Now look,
okay. You up there in
I do
Richland,
have a
by Richland
Yeah,
suggestion.
Northeast.
Richland County.
I
Yeah,
do
I
have
know
a
what you're talking about.
suggestion for a topic idea.
Oh, go ahead,
It's,
bro.
it
Go
keeps
ahead,
going out.
start it off. Yeah, he do keep going out. Yeah. Damn, that's much love and respect right there, man. Yeah, I love Sonetta, man. And I love them boys over there. They don't know it yet, but he don't know it yet. But
No, he know
everything
it.
good.
I know it.
I just play my part though, you know what I mean?
What we don't
But
know yet.
Sister Dulcinea, you know
You
what
got
I
us some
mean?
Christmas presents?
Oh, what yeah. Yeah.
Jingling bell.
You need
Everybody jingling
you need us
bells.
to send you some size charts. We'll send you all that.
I don't
What
know why
happened?
I
Nah,
keep
y'all
dick.
could
I
just
don't know
send me an
why I keep
Eagles
cutting out
jersey.
like
I'll be
that.
happy with
Well,
that.
Skinny Head,
You know
what
what
is
I'm
your
saying?
suggestion? OTK had was trying to
So
ask.
Yeah,
I'm a
he keep
ghetto
going in and out. Go
I'm
ahead,
a
go ahead.
ghetto expert on evolution
Uh-oh.
and primate stuff. So if y'all either want to talk about, if y'all want to grill me on that, or
Primate stuff. He is a ghetto expert.
Now, what's the keenest time for you to wake up, sleeping giant? Get him,
girl,
Okay,
girl.
so let me
Get
ask
him.
you before you go in on that, Skinny. Let me ask you one question. You a ghetto expert on primates? You said
No, he
on
said
evolution,
primate stuff.
on evolution. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Primate
So you
stuff.
go. So with evolution, you deal when you just say evolution. So you dealing with the world before people and animals too, right? How the world evolved too, like they said, billions of years ago. 500,
Something like
8.4
that.
billion years ago.
He went out again,
Oh yeah,
OT.
yeah. I know.
Something like that.
He need to buy one of them cords time that'll be telling everybody to
He
buy
probably on his
An
phone. He
Ethernet
probably on
cord.
his
Or
phone.
are
That's
you on your
why.
phone?
Yeah,
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Ethernet.
I'm on my
yeah,
phone. I done
yeah.
downloaded
He on
the
his
app and
phone.
With the
everything, and it's still
Yeah.
doing
frequency.
it.
Don't
He
worry,
keep
my dog. Don't worry. My dog gonna
Sakina
start
says
coming up
that
here.
she
My
had
dog gonna be on his
an
laptop and
explanation for why
computer
you had
soon.
skinny head.
grew up like that too.
Yeah.
We kept it real like that too.
Or maybe a Dulcinea, you think an HDMI cord
Where
would work
he
too?
coming from?
Yeah. HDMI or either the Ethernet cord.
Or Ethernet, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Hey, Sakina.
Yeah,
I
Sakina.
think only newer phones
Queen.
include that.
I'm listening, King.
Right. Make sure I do it. Hot shocker. Almost do it in the video.
Chocolate, you
You ain't
chocolate
gave
what?
us you ain't gave us no commercial.
He said, I'm chocolate what?
I ain't say that. And you
Yes,
ain't give us no
you
commercial.
did. I'm like, I
We
would.
gave you some time. You want a commercial too? Dang,
Yeah,
y'all greedy these days.
she ain't gave us no commercial. We got to have a commercial. We got to have a sponsor, man.
Y'all
Listen here.
greedy these
Hey,
days.
Passover. They've been passing me over and roasting me like almonds. Listen
I
here.
know, right? Go ahead.
I didn't know how to take it. I had to roll up like a damn what they call them, snails.
Oh man.
Really,
Crazy
Sakina?
as
Not a
hell.
snail. Come on now.
And I had to roll up something else because
Hey, exactly, Dulcinea.
Talking about my damn self.
Hey,
Girl,
I
because
gave you a
y'all are
shout out
leading.
too, Sakina. I gave you a shout
Yeah.
out. I was on Sonetta the other day.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
And
it.
The
stuff.
stuff y'all be talking about, boy, you need to be rolling up some shit. Y'all something else.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you. Listen
Yeah.
here.
Hey, skinny
You
head,
playing
man. You
out
know,
man,
you
let's
can
come
come
backstage.
over.
on.
Your
You know what I
ass is
mean? Y'all boys, you
Wait,
know, we
so
the brother,
Let Sakina
we the
finish.
baby brother company of them too now, skinny head. So, you know, look out for us, man. We love to
Oh
hear
yeah,
you
that's
speak.
why I'm here. It's a
Come over there and
family.
Yes,
fight
Man.
with
we're
us,
on
man.
tape
yeah.
today. Shout out to
Yeah.
you. But what were you
Skinny
saying?
head,
We
they got no
go ahead,
edges.
Sakina.
What's really going on? But anyway,
Let me mute up, man. You crazy as
OTK, yeah, I love you though. um, you made me forget my question. Um, damn it, it was a good one too. Um, well, y'all been having a good conversation, honestly. Um, I just know Dawson there, you sound like you ready. You've been giving out some gem pieces, some chips, and I mean you've been giving out some gems. I don't know if they've been gems. I'm just bullshit.
See? Mm-mm.
It don't
But
always have to be
she
a
is so
commercial.
cute, so I gotta give it to her. It's Friday, right? You my sister, I love you. You know what I'm
Good
saying?
word.
I
No.
love you, Joanne. I believe you ready.
I
Shit.
You know, and I believe you ready. And one thing about it, two things for sure. You a dragon slayer.
Yeah.
And that is nothing. When you go in, you go all the way in. So I just
Shit.
man, I got my bets, and I don't want to say faith because I don't walk about faith, right? That's not what I do. I walk in the truth. So I'm with you. I'm rocking with you, but that ain't got nothing to do with when you lose. When you lose, I'm be like, damn, Dawson, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, no matter if I win or lose, you're definitely gonna see the Dragon Slayer. And
and
don't
you know
worry,
what, Dulcinea? Thank
I've
you
been
for
dealing
saying
this.
that.
I've been
No,
dealing with this on
just,
unscrambled
Yes.
mud so long.
Done though, man.
Because you know what? You know what? You know
your
what?
sister, though.
Listen, check it out.
Oh,
Nah,
shit.
Whether you it's a win-win situation, right?
exactly. That's
Yeah,
all I'm
Facts,
we
facts,
saying.
facts,
everybody gets
facts.
an opportunity to learn in this instance and in this situation.
See,
Yes.
Everybody, we get a
Yeah.
chance to learn and broaden our knowledge base. Whatever we didn't know
Hmm.
before, we'll find out.
Facts.
And from two black women. How about that?
Yes.
that
It's
part, because
it's
they ain't gonna
definitely
look
gonna
for
change. It's definitely gonna change the debate um on spectrum because
Yeah.
with these two sisters, one thing I can say about both of these two queens is that they're gonna bring info that nobody has never seen before because they really do this and they very studious when it comes down to what they believe in and what they're going into researching and they're gonna look for stuff that nobody has never heard of. You know what I mean? And that's what's gonna be so powerful. And I think with this debate, it's gonna show that woman because I'm y'all should have been in the ring with men. I think it'd be good. You know, why not? You know what I mean? I mean, damn, a husband and his wife They go through debates at home, but then they come out with a decision. So why we can't debate against a woman in info without being so masculine or so male dominant over that person? You know what I mean? So, but then you show female tendencies when you come up against another fucking dominant male. Then you show female tendencies with them. Now you won't bow down to another nigga, but then you won't show animal aggression against a woman. See, them the type. That's the shit I don't like. You know. So I'm proud of Sister Dulcinea and Queen Napa, and you know, Sarnetta been behind her back with that. And Sister, you just
See,
got
I
to do
like
your
that.
thing. And I just want you to know that
You making it
you
happen.
I've been
Because
motherfucking
guess
getting beat
what,
up.
OTK?
I mean, ain't
Let me
nobody
add
get
let
beat
me
up
add a
on
little
this
bit to
channel
that.
more than me. Ain't nobody get scratched up on this channel more than me. I done had eye surgery, all kind of shit.
That's not true. That is so not
Y'all
true.
been training on me and shit. Even Dot's starting to come out.
We've
Dot's
been
coming
getting you
out.
tough.
Like,
We've
You
hold
been
can't
on,
toughening
say it
dude.
you
only
up.
happens
We've
on
been
this
toughening you
channel.
up.
I
Them
watched the
motherfucking
round table
lioness is a
game
You
when
did.
motherfucker
they
Getting
come up
now.
scratched up
We
there.
about.
did right.
I
Come
had
on,
to
Yeah,
come
them
up and
OTK.
lioness is
defend
a
you, OTK.
motherfucker.
I was like, dang, they stomping on you. Then Nisha came in, was like, let me add something.
What you
Nisha's
saying? Is they
like
get to
body
scratch you up?
slam, body slam.
You must be saying some wild stuff to get them to scratch you up,
But
brother.
wait, though, let me add to that, OTK. Listen,
Go ahead. Go
listen to
ahead.
how look at the implications of this all, right? So everyone's been saying all day, Queen Queen Nepal, and only because she's just a little bit more, well, she's more experienced than you are in this debate situation, right? Isn't it
Right.
awesome how you have somebody who right now she's joining in, right? She's assessing the situation and strategically making a move to say, hey, guess what? I'm not too high and mighty to sit and debate with someone that doesn't have a necessary long as a history of as me in debating. You get what I'm saying?
But
So it's
but
it's it's
she don't have more experience in debating men than Dulcinea.
no no
See,
no no
That's
Dulcinea
no
only
came
no
up.
no.
because
Listen,
that's
Dulcinea
only
came up.
because men
Dulcinea
listen,
came
oh
up.
refuse
listen. That's not what
to
Dulcinea
I'm.
take
used to
those
go
big
against
Just missed
men.
the
chances,
point, OT,
honestly.
OTK.
That's
Because
not what
when the
I'm
men
saying,
do take the
OTK,
big
at all.
debate
My bad. My
return,
bad. My
I
No,
will
bad.
that ain't
say
what
when
you
Yeah.
the
were saying.
men
I
do
understood
take
the
the
You
sister.
big
just
debate
jumped in
with
there and did
Sister
all that.
Nepal, she holds her own amongst the men. But there's only a
Thank
certain
you.
Yeah.
amount of men that would even go against her and not use the excuse like I don't debate women. Even if she stays on topic, only about information, there's always going to be a stigma like, oh, we don't debate women. Because I guess it's like if you lose to a woman in a debate,
Yeah.
how it would feel and what they would say about you
Okay, well, my
Exactly.
fault.
in
I wasn't saying
comparison.
that was. I wasn't saying that was my answer to your. That I was taking your whole conversation to that. Only reason why I just inputted that because you said that Sister Queen Napa has more experience in this
I
debate.
said she's an
Hold on,
advanced
hold on. Let me
debater,
finish.
is what I
You said
said.
she had more experience in the
Yes,
debate
she
arena.
does.
So
But she
I
does.
was just
I
ad
would
libbing,
admit that
but I
she
was just
does
ad libbing
because of
saying she don't got more experience in debating men as Dulcinea do, because Dulcinea been in the ring fighting with men on all kind of channels by herself. So I was just
Listen, we're
adding in on
talking
that. I
about
wasn't
more
taking
than
your
just,
whole
but we're
conversation.
talking about
Yes,
the
yes.
span
Queen.
and length
Go
of
ahead, go
time.
ahead.
It's the reason why people call her Queen Nepal and not Princess.
You're right.
Okay,
She's
come
the
on. Don't
queen.
make me
She's the
spell out a
queen of the
person's stuff.
Nah,
Just,
A-Town
I'm
you
just
know,
saying
I'm
it.
trying to
It's
make
the
a
reason
whole
why I called
conversation and you
Dulcinea
want me to
Queen
understand,
spell
and
too.
something
I get
all
it,
the
and
way
thank
out.
you,
And I'm not going to do
OTK.
that.
I definitely get what you're saying, and there is
My
experience
bad.
with
My
that of being able to
apologies.
talk to you guys and be able to debate these things with you guys on different platforms. But it is different as far as when it comes to the actual debate, which she is more tenured and seasoned with, in as
Right.
far as being on
Right.
Sonetta's channel for so long and taking these big time debates with different
For
people.
so
I
long.
definitely appreciate what Gemini is saying, that she even said, okay, since people are not debating her, let me go ahead and just do this, even
Yeah.
though she should build herself up debating other people before she gets to me. But where's the opportunities to do so? Because you can't debate the men. So it's
Right.
like only so many girls that are in this arena as far as with debating, and most of them want us to stick with other girls. So
Right.
Hmm.
She's the
Yeah,
queen.
I think it's awesome. I really do. I really
Man,
appreciate Nepal for that. And I mean, because it's an opportunity on so many levels all the way around. So, even though, we are living in your, what is that when you live in your person's, not necessarily they shadow, but just living through you for a moment, we're like, living in the moment, right now, kind of in our own ways, until this debate is over. It's like showing up and showing out each time, each
Yeah,
show.
Yeah,
definitely,
because people
definitely.
know unscrambled minds are coming for sure. Like, even
Yeah.
if Gemini doesn't agree, Sakina won't agree, they still gonna be like, hey, I saw this. You need to
Yeah.
read
On
this. You
some
need to
real
go with
shit, dog.
this.
I'm so amped for this shit. I don't even want no fucking weigh in. I don't even want y'all to do no weigh in. I just want the motherfucking fight. Fuck a weigh in. I don't want no information to be given away with the fucking weigh in. Fuck that. I just want a goddamn fight. Fuck that. I ain't even
Oh
lying to you,
man.
goddamn. I ain't lying to you. It's gonna be y'all gonna change. Y'all gonna change. Y'all making history with this, and I know y'all is because this debate is gonna go to a whole nother level. Um,
Okay, well, speak some shit
that's all I
into
got to
existence
say.
then. OTK,
Yeah,
do your thing.
definitely.
Now
I
that's what I'm talking
always
about.
do. I
Come on.
always do. Anything I ever told y'all about on the phone or anything like that, it always come true. It's just a matter of time. I ain't never say when.
Well, I tell
I can
you,
tell
black
you
people, give them an
how. I
inch,
can
they
tell
take them
you
out.
how. You know what I mean? No, I'm telling you serious. And y'all done spoke some shit into our existence that go vice versa. You know what I mean? A lot of people, man. And so the
Hey,
people that
peace,
really can see
OTK.
shit is the people on the outside in looking in. Yeah, go ahead, Babylon. My fault. I thought you
Yeah.
got left out, but go ahead, brother. You and Skinny can jump in, man. I was just chatting. Go ahead. My
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, I want to say
No, you
something.
can't. And I ain't finna jump in with nothing because I don't want nobody to say I said nothing else about nothing about knowledge. I just want to say peace. I just
Ooh,
wanted to say peace to the
Kenny.
sisters. And that's all I want to say. Peace, y'all. I ain't want to hang up with y'all
Oh
tonight.
man, come
Peace,
on. You
Babylon
waited all
Don.
that time to tell us that. Oh, we so
And no,
sorry.
and no,
We
we do have
apologize
to
for
call
being
That was
him
bad.
cool.
too. We
That's
have to
cool.
call
'Cause
him and definitely get him on the platform. We got to do
Yeah.
that part
I
two of the
think
last, so he's definitely going to be coming up. Ron, do you
Right,
mind
right.
coming in and introducing Matt to the platform? We just interview you, and then it won't be this so tough going back and forth. We'll just interview you and get your mindset of everything. You can even present a presentation or whatever you want to do.
Call him calculus, run, run. Run, run. The calculus
Right.
man. Run, run.
Or trigonometry or a mechanical engineering. What do you think, Ron?
Facts. I tune into that shit. Facts. I watch that shit for sure.
He probably stepped away.
Run, run. He gave him a nickname and all that.
His calculations might be off.
There you go. See, that's it.
Okay, okay.
Y'all done pissed him off.
Go ahead, Skinny, man. Oh,
before
Skinny
my
keep
phone
jumping
cut
off too.
out.
So how was y'all sister's day, man? How was y'all queen's day?
uh,
Ah,
uh,
Oh wait,
oh,
wait, Skinny Head is gonna say
I
something.
think I'm
Y'all
back
say
now.
up.
You
I
head on
wanted to say
okay.
some words of
that
encouragement.
man can talk.
He the eyes
That
of this.
man can talk. I don't give a damn what
I
you
can listen.
shit.
Oh,
No, you can't.
go ahead, Skinny.
That man can
He
talk.
only has a certain amount of time before his internet craps out. So
I guess
just let him
it
get it in. He got
Let him get it
I think
in.
I've calculated.
Dang.
I calculated with calculus like 2 minutes.
is.
Me too. There you go. I was right behind you with Trig, girl. A minute point five.
I know
Okay.
he can. I know he
Go
can.
ahead, Skinny
I
Head.
know
I know you
he,
only
Our
got a little
our
short amount
time
of time.
our time with each other is precious.
I know he can talk, and I know he can hold his breath real long.
Ooh, Sakina, you is awful.
Y'all
I
so
give up.
retarded
I
ass.
give
Y'all
up.
crazy.
I
This
give up.
motherfucker
I'm gonna just
talking
write a
he
book one day.
calculated with calculus.
I'm gonna
He ain't gonna be long.
We love you, skinny head.
but okay,
Yeah, go ahead, Skinny.
win or lose,
Lose.
your character is gonna be most important and impactful to the community.
Hmm.
Like a lot of these guys, they egos so big, they can't learn nothing new. They be secretly learning new stuff, and then they just pop out like, "Oh, that ain't my name no more. Oh, I don't wear them clothes no more. I don't eat that no
True.
more." And that's like real poor character when it comes to these people wanting to aspiring to be teachers and leaders and stuff like that inside the community.
Now is that pseudo? And are these people, because a lot of people live like that on Facebook, or they live like that, um, and they don't really live like that, right? And so that's when then we looked up the other day, pseudo, living that fake life, right?
That's beyond pseudo. Like
Right, well, call it what you want,
it's
but we just gonna call it pseudo
fraud.
today because that's how they've been faking it, right? And so that's how they've been faking it all this time, and so that's what they've been calling it, pseudo, right?
No, but it's
They've
another
been
part
calling it.
about it.
They've been calling it. Sir, excuse me, skinny head.
I
Listen,
call
maybe
him
that's
my
why your
name,
head's
mama.
skinny because your ears real close together, and because you can't really hear because you always talking, and so it sounds like it's humming in
Oh
between.
well.
Just
My
listen.
my
Really?
phone won't
Oh
even
my
let me
God.
always talk.
You've been talking since you came out, not here out your mouth. Birth. I'm just saying, can you listen for a minute? Now I know you got something to say. You always do. You always
Yeah,
you
I
made me
always
forget what I
do.
had something. Now made me forget what I had to say. You had
See,
something to say.
that's why
Arguing with you. See, I'm gonna let you
See,
go ahead and talk because you're gonna make me
that's a
have to say
spiritual
something.
lesson. You should take a
Damn
spiritual lesson
shame.
from that. Yeah.
No.
That's a
You gonna
shame.
give me something else to say
Sometimes,
in about 4
sometimes.
minutes.
Ooh, I just thought of a saying for it. I'll write this down.
Oh.
Sometimes we forget why we showing our ass,
So why are
That
you?
part.
and that's dangerous. Like, hold on, why my booty hanging
Why
out?
are you showing your ass in here? I'm gonna let you
When I
talk.
do it, I
You
do it.
ain't gotta do
My
all that.
favorite
That's all
time to
I'm
do it
saying.
is when you do it. My favorite time to do it is when you do it. I like to match, uh, you know, energy, like people be saying.
See, that's not matching energy.
He trying to calculate what calculates. He
Yeah,
He's
calculates
trying to
to
calculate it. Let
align
me see that
to
calculate. Let's
align
see it.
the
Let's see it.
stars.
And
To
that's why
align the
the math
stars.
come out wrong. And that's why you be staying after school because the math don't come out right.
Oh
Because you're
my
not matching
God.
the energy. And then
Sakina,
the
he's trying to give
calculations
you his
come out
phone number
wrong.
and you just beating the man up.
No,
He's
no.
trying to calculate. When you think he got his cell phone out and jump? You're just a bad reader of people sometimes.
I
Hey Gemini,
am.
you ain't right, you know.
she ain't right.
Good word.
Uh,
I swear, Gemini, you ain't right. Damn.
I'm just saying.
Listen.
you trying to get her
It says
Friday
not
on?
matching up.
Yeah, you playing
Not
like
matching up
Mary
like dividing by
Magdalene
zero.
right now. Like you know this man thoughts.
Ooh,
I'm psychic.
y'all,
Don't you know that? This Dion Ward Psychic Network. What's that other lady
y'all
that went
could
to
do a
jail?
love
Look, what was
connection.
the lady who
Who
went to
you?
jail for saying she was a
Hold up.
psychic?
Don't tell me
Y'all
that you're
could
the
do a
cousin
love
of
connection
Cleo.
show.
Miss Cleo. That was her name. Cleo.
I'm so done talking right now. Peace, brother Lion, brother Lucini, everybody in the
Yes,
Oh.
I'm your brother. I'm your sister Cleo, and I can tell your fortune.
yeah. Peace, nephew, roundtable gang. Gemini,
Round table gang.
she is starting mess tonight.
You
Listen,
want those TK to tell your fortune?
You
listen.
already know. You already know.
If
You already
y'all
know.
think it's
Gang
popping
gonna pull up.
tonight, if y'all missed the
You already
first
know. Round table's
3
gonna pull up.
hours
You already know.
and in between, for $30, y'all be able to catch it November
Oh
18th. It's
yeah, let
going
me put the
down.
link in.
Yes, drop
Yeah,
the
put the
link.
link.
For $30, y'all will be able to watch it because it's about to go down.
Don't just put it in the link. Screen it across
Yeah,
as a banner. Can't you put it in a banner too and screen it
also
across the
there,
screen?
the Dragon Slayer is not playing.
Yeah, I can, and I
Screen
can
that
pin it
in the
to the
banner
top.
across the screen. Yeah, definitely.
Drop us down so they can see the picture. Dulcinea the Dragon Slayer.
Let me ask you this, Dulcinea. Is Sonetta letting y'all stream off your channel too?
No, this is going to be on Zoom, so you're only going to be able to catch it by coming in on the Zoom link and watching it.
So are you going to get a copy of it so you can replay it yourself, or do you gotta wait?
I'm most likely going to have to wait, but I think he'll give me a copy after he plays it or
After
something
he
like
show
that.
it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Study the debate. So, okay, what I was trying
I
to,
know my mind be going there.
that's what I think will help the community move forward. Though these different topics we talk about, if we do come across, information, because the voting for the debate stuff that really don't, that'd be determined by all type of different stuff. But like, y'all may be able to do something different than the guys don't do. Like how the guy took the DNA test and he was like, okay, my perspective changed. I think
real rap.
Say it again.
I
Real rap.
I ain't mean to call his name, but
even you coming on the channel, like, and it's not, the point ain't about just having your mind changed. That's not the point. But to me, the point is more so like when being faced with
So he was going to say true.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think
and then God knew. God knew.
Yeah, the debates. I don't think the debates are about changing anybody's mind. It's difficult to change somebody's mind, right? But
in a debate, because you could be lying like a motherfucker. The point of a debate is not to really bring truth information. People don't use these debates is to really bring truthful information. People use these debates to try to win over the crowd and try to win. So you can be lying like a motherfucker with your information, but it's how you appeal to the crowd to win the debate.
But OTK, you don't think they want to make sure people are educated though with correct information?
That's the difference.
the
That's the
community
difference
that
with some people.
It's about the truth too.
It's
Like
about
it's not only
some
about.
people.
I can't hear OTK. Wait a
you
minute,
can't say
baby.
everybody.
OTK.
Yeah, you can't say everybody. Yes, the whole purpose of what Uncle Sai started was for the truth. What they thought, but what we have today, who's to know? Because so much new information is coming out every month or every year, to where it's like everything you say right now, you got to really like put, well, this is what's going on right now.
Right.
So so you can be lying in the debate on some real shit. Let's be for
That's
real.
true.
That's
guess
lying
what?
in the
If they like
debate.
you, they'll listen to
okay,
it.
but that's the point of bringing in sources, though. So you don't lie, just bring in sources.
I don't think you can lie in a discussion.
No, you don't have to bring sources, Ron. I watched yesterday on HOK. Nepal switched everybody's mind up real quick. I seen it. I seen it happen.
But that wasn't really a debate, though, right?
No, that wasn't a debate yesterday. That was just talking about.
That's just talking.
What?
But in a formal debate, you got to bring your sources and stuff. Otherwise, you get laughed off the platform, wouldn't you?
Right. So that's why I say I think discussions are more needed, because in a discussion, you really got time to analyze the information. Like, you just can't bring me no bullshit in no discussion and I can just eat that, because now I got time to go back and because we're going to come back and have another discussion after you present everything that you got and I present everything I got. But in a debate, dog, I don't have time to really like see if your shit is true or factual or not. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
So that's why that's why I love discussions like these, like how we have
like what we have
now.
tonight, or these discussions like we had tonight are really good. They're very interesting.
Very good.
Because it
very
allows
good
more
and
people
very
to get
much
involved.
needed.
it allows more people to get
Go ahead,
involved.
bro.
But the formal debate, though, it's about trying to direct your presentation towards what the premise of the title of the debate is. So if you're talking about evolution, is it real or not real? Somebody takes one side. Obviously, somebody takes one side. Somebody takes the other side. Then all you're doing is just presenting your evidence. It's almost like it's like being in court. So, and then people people will say, hey, I'm more convinced by so and so's argument versus somebody else's argument. I think those are good. I think they're good, and people can make up their own minds afterwards.
And then also another thing about debates, debates was always held in a neutral spot. That's another thing.
I mean, that's why
debates was always held in a neutral spot. You know what I mean? So when Sonetta first started those debates like that, everybody was pretty much from New York. So everybody was in a part of New York, so they was from a neutral spot. But now this thing done get worldwide and global. You know what I mean? So, my sister going up, she got an uphill battle just from the jump, just by taking the debate without no information being demonstrated or anything like that. I feel that it's an uphill battle from the jump, but the only thing that gives her a little push with that is that Sonetta is behind her too, because Sonetta has been supporting Sister Freedom and Sister Dulcinea from the jump. Like stuff Dulcinea be bringing out, Uncle Sonetta be like, yo, Dulcinea, boy, you going in with that. You know what I mean?
May I respond to you, bro?
So go ahead, bro.
What are we saying, though?
So, as far as like uphill battle, really, if let's say Dulcinea had accurate information, she would actually have the advantage because it's information all over the world about evolution. So she could study even more information than Nepal probably knows about evolution. But if Nepal is unaware of what Dulcinea knows, Dulcinea will have the advantage because Nepal could be overwhelmed with all the supporting information of of evolution and be unaware of the unique information that Dulcinea may have. And if let's say it's correct and they go into that debate, Nepal will have no way to prepare against it. Versus Dulcinea.
Man, listen.
So you've never seen Nepal's debate.
Queens out. Yeah, both
hold
of these
on.
queens
So
out.
hold on. Have you ever seen her debate?
I swear y'all don't be listening, man.
This is gonna be the next big thing since fucking Kemet on trial. This shit is big like Kemet on trial, dog.
Nepal's not gonna get overwhelmed.
Damn, she ain't. She is a very good researcher.
She's not gonna get overwhelmed.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
And Queen and Dulcinea is top notch. That's why this shit is gonna be like Kemet on fucking trial.
If you
that's
notice,
that's the kind of impact this is gonna have on the community.
Please.
This shit is gonna be like Kemet on trial when it's done because the impact that it's gonna have because these two queens right here are better than half of us that's out here in the community who claim to be so-called scholars, which I never claim that. These people to be so much scholars and well-researched and claiming this title and that title and stuff like that, but don't want to. Hold up, let me finish, bro, and then you can respond. Yes, but then they talk about this and they talk about that, but don't want to give credit where credit is due. You got to give both of these queens their goddamn credit. This is fucking top notch, bruh, and they very student. You cannot knock them.
Completely right.
Never expect that the next one. I would never expect that the next one is not being very is not doing the research and the homework for this because I'm telling you, they're gonna bring out some shit that we don't even know.
How did you take that from what I just said?
He didn't
because
take
you
it no
said
way. He just
no.
saying,
What
oh
I'm
my
saying
God.
is don't. What I was just adding on with you because you say Nepal probably don't know about this and that, but take it
No,
from me.
I made up a
Nepal is
whole
very studious.
hypothetical. I made up a
Yeah.
whole hypothetical situation.
But I'm telling you, just
Mm-mm.
cancel that thought. Just cancel that fucking
Yeah,
thought.
it
It
That's
shouldn't
was
what
even
I'm
not
be
telling you.
even. It was
hypothetical.
not a
Just nip,
thought.
yeah, just nip
It
that shit
shouldn't
in
even
the
be
bud,
It,
hypothetical,
dog.
though. You should be thinking
it
about
was
it.
Right.
Just
That's
trying
what
to
I'm
even
hypothetical
trying
write.
to
to make
tell
a.
you, dog.
Am I
It
going
was
to even write this on the
hypothetical
paper
to
to
make
even
a.
Yeah.
say?
Yeah.
It was
That's crazy.
hypothetical to make a point. And
Ain't
now to
nobody even could win this
so
shit
all
to
right,
me,
all right, all
bro.
right, all right. Look. Let me just say some shit
They
then.
both
Damn.
gonna be winners to me.
Let me just talk at y'all since we can't talk. Have a dialogue.
Well, damn,
This
bro, you been
this could
cutting me off
hold
in the
on.
mixer
This could
every
be
time I
powerful.
talk, and then
Well,
your phone keep cutting you off every time you talk. Shalom,
yeah,
assalamu
but
alaikum,
don't
brother
you
La.
think
What's
that
up, bro?
I'm gonna go to
OTK?
bed. My
Don't you think
phone
though that
fucking up. My
don't you
phone
think
fucking
that
messing
Sister
up.
Dulcinea is
Peace,
gonna have the
brother
I'm gonna go
ability?
to bed. I'm gonna go to
Love.
bed.
How are you?
Good night,
Assalamu
y'all.
alaikum, brother
Later.
La.
Isn't Dulcinea gonna have the advantage though in this debate? I mean,
I
but
was going to say that, Ron. I feel like there is more of an even kill here, but there is an
hmm,
advantage. There's an advantage that people don't want. There's a lot of people that don't want to be compared to monkeys. They don't want to
right,
be compared to
exactly
apes.
right. You're
And then
exactly right.
there's the actual history of it that
Mm,
other people care about. Other people care about the timeline. Other people care about who gave the information in the first place, which I understand the pause strategy being like it should only be about the science. As they perfect the science,
Yeah,
they are taking out the scientific
that's not how
racism,
people
but
think.
the science remains. So there's going
Yeah,
to be a lot of people that agree with that. And Sister Freedom was speaking of that when she was like, she saw a lot of people's mind change to be like, once that those portions come up, some people are going to feel like that's not even a part of the debate. But the fact of the matter is, as far as for both sides, we are going to have to really go in as far as what is a primate and
right,
yeah, yeah,
really
sure.
definitely,
define prominence
definitely.
based on the genetics, based on the anthropology, and
Yes,
see it
yes,
happen as far as where it's enough information to say this is a credible scientific theory.
Yeah,
And at
right,
the end of the
right.
day, more people are going to be on the side of science for this because they just don't know. They don't know the other
Facts,
information,
facts.
and they have accepted this information. So anything that comes against it, they're going to be
Right.
feeling
That's the
like that
uphill battle.
no,
that's
I think
a pseudoscience or
Right,
something that shouldn't even be
right,
taken as credible.
right,
but I think more
right.
people. I think in the when it's all over and you go to the after party, if there's enough
Hmm.
people that listen to it, I think people are going
Yeah.
to side. And this is just my opinion. More people are going to be on your side. They're going to vote. They're going to say that you won. I would almost guarantee that simply because of what you just said. Most
Hmm.
people in this country don't want to be compared to in the world. Let's say don't even want to be
Right,
compared to primates. So regardless of what, it's almost irrelevant what Sister Napa says because
right,
in their
right,
mind, if you can give a credible explanation for it, that's just going to reinforce what they already think. So I think you're going to
right.
have a huge advantage. I mean, it's
But
not going
see,
to be a
the thing
small
is,
advantage.
you gotta understand Queen Nepal premise. The thing that she keeps on saying that she's standing on what science says.
Well, I mean, it's nothing wrong with
So
that.
she's not saying it. So she's saying that, look, I'm saying this because science says it.
But Sister
You
Dulcinea
understand what I'm
is going to
saying?
say
So
she's
it's
going to talk
not
about
no
science too.
personal, it's not no personal thing. She's saying she agree with it, but because it's science and science says it. But if science comes back and change it, then she's willing to agree with that too.
I know,
Just
but
like how
Sister,
science got rid of all the race stuff, racism, they're
yeah,
trying to get rid of all the racism and
it's
science and
clear.
stuff like that. That's what Sister Nepal is on, and we got to understand what she keeps saying, and she keeps stressing it. Like, yo,
Yeah,
I'm gonna stick to the
but
science
the Sister
and what
Dulcinea, she's going to have
science
the
says.
same
So,
arguments from the counter side, from the
right,
opposite side with
right,
science. I mean,
right,
let's say it's alternative views, alternative science, but it
definitely,
can't necessarily be discredited either. I mean, you can discredit it and
right.
call it pseudo if you don't
Hmm.
want to have the discussion. Anybody can call it pseudo at that point.
Anybody can call it pseudo, right?
But what's the point of having a debate if that's all you're going to say? Oh, that's just pseudo. What's the point of having it? That
Mhm.
makes no sense to even have a debate. If that's all,
I
if
tell
that's
you
your
what,
answer for everything is that pseudo, then there's no point
this
in
one of
having the
them
discussion.
fucking debates where both of the fucking debaters gonna learn shit new. in their preparation for this debate, they're gonna go in and learn shit new that they never even know and thought about. And that's what's strong. That's what the debate should be. It should make the two debaters go into shit that they never even thought about because they're wondering what the next person is gonna bring out or whatever like that. And they want to make sure they cover all ground. That's a researcher. That's being
But I don't think
studious.
I don't
And
think it's
that's why
intended to
this
make
is
the
gonna be powerful,
debaters.
bro.
I don't think it's intended to make the debaters change their minds because obviously they already have their positions. I don't think Sister Dulcinea is there to
No.
convince Nepal that she's wrong and vice versa. I don't think that's
But
really
it's
the
about
intent
to
of the
say, hey,
debates.
look, I'm gonna put this information on your mind. Now you go do the research. Everything I tell you, don't you believe me because I tell you, you go do the research for yourself, just like how I did,
Yeah.
but I'm just giving you a head start. Same thing what you do for me.
But
That's why I
intended for
say
people in the
it ain't
audience.
nobody ain't gonna fucking lose in this shit. It's a strictly game for this shit. And everybody who's gonna be listening, they even getting more of a game in this debate right here, bro. And I'm telling you, just strictly like that. Because
I
they're
mean,
gonna bring out some
philosophically,
shit and the way that they're gonna be able to explain it from their past, they're gonna be able to explain it in a way like mama would be able to explain to her fucking child the rights
I
and
mean, I agree with
wrong
you.
about
Philosophically,
life.
there are no losers,
Yeah,
but when people are going to vote,
right.
somebody votes on it, there's going to be a loser, right?
Man,
If
I don't
somebody
give a
votes.
fuck about no vote.
Well, I
Both of
know.
them
I'm not
sisters,
saying
it's a
that you
plus
care
just for
one
both
way
of
or
them
another. I'm just
sisters to
saying that
even get in the ring.
that's what they normally do at the end, say who's going to vote, who
Yeah,
won,
that's some
who lost.
European shit. Yeah, that's some black
So
European shit.
why do
Let
you
me
say that?
stop. Where they gotta
Yeah.
judge a motherfucker. Gotta be a competition. This is all about information, bringing out new information. That's how you get new information now. Nobody is doing no presentations to bring out new information, so you gotta have a debate to bring out new information.
Yeah, but the debate is trying to push one argument over the other. That's the
What
whole
are you,
point of it.
atheist? Are you atheist? Christian?
No, I'm not. No.
Muslim? You anything?
I mean, I believe in the creator. I don't believe in the creator of the Bible or Islam or Judaism, but I
So
believe
you
in the creator.
atheist?
No, I believe in the creator. Nothing can come from I mean, something just can't come from nothing, right? So there is a creator. I just don't call
Don't
him
they call
God. I
that
don't think
like
he has
a
creation.
Gnostic? Don't they call that like a
I'm not
Gnostic
Gnostic.
atheist or
I'm not
something?
Gnostic. I'm not agnostic or anything. I just don't believe that the God of the Bible, the God of Islam, the God of Judaism exists. But I do believe that there's a creator.
Yeah, I believe that too. And they say that I'm more like a Gnostic. Like,
I mean,
you know,
Gnostic or agnostic?
you believe that it's something greater than yourself, but you
Yeah,
just
sure,
can't
of
prove
course.
it.
There's something greater than all of us. Sure,
Oh,
of course.
okay, that's what I believe in too. So,
Yeah, of course.
yeah, that's a form of atheism.
No, atheism doesn't believe anything bigger than human beings.
No, that's a form of atheism. There's different branches of atheism, brother.
Well, okay, I take your word, but I've never heard of atheists believing that there's something bigger than them. Never heard of that
Some don't
before. But
believe
I'll look
nothing,
it up.
but
Say
some
what?
believe that it could be.
That's
Some
agnostic.
believe like in a particle God.
Yeah, but that's not atheism, though.
Okay, that's your subjective thought.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Straight up. Good.
That's what you're saying.
Good word.
No, it's not
Listen,
atheism.
brother
Assalamu alaikum,
Live.
brother Live. What's up, brother
OTK,
Live?
don't forget
Assalamu
about
alaikum.
brother Live.
Yeah, that's what I just tell him. Assalamu alaikum, brother Live. And brother Sankofa just joined in, man. Yo, go. What's up, bro?
Yeah.
How you doing, man? Peace be unto you, bro.
Peace and light, brother.
Yo, brother Live, let me get your
Peace,
honest
brother Love.
opinion, man. Before I go to
The
brother
sound sounds
Sankofa.
crazy. I don't know what that is. The echoing or something sounds crazy. I don't know if it's my end or.
Everybody mute up their mic. Okay. It sound better now, bro?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the echoing is it echoing on y'all end?
Not no more, man. Everybody had their mic open.
Hold on, I think it's me. Hold on for a second. I think it's me because I hear it still. Okay, does it sound better? Hello?
Yeah, you good.
Sounds better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Basically, what I wanted to say is, and I
I'm
wanted to say
sorry.
it
Can
to,
you hear me? I was steady answering. I had it on mute. I'm sorry. I apologize. Salam alaikum. Brother
Walaikum
Lam said
salam.
all the time. I'm sorry.
That's all right, sis.
Go ahead, brother. Lie. Go ahead.
What I wanted to say to Dulcinea is this. Dulcinea, actually, I want you to listen to me. You actually have the upper hand. The reason why I say that you have the upper hand, because besides your mind, you have Sister Freedom, you have Sakina, you have Gemini, you have Dots, you got Nisha. You got all five of those different sister minds on one accord towards the betterment for you. So what you really can't think of because you might be studying so much, they can be studying for you. So you can interject that into your debate with Nepal. Nepal is
Okay.
sharp. No,
That's
I'm just,
definitely an advantage because my sisters are definitely helping me right now.
now, with that being the case, I want you to also understand that knowledge is going to be at her disposal when she needs it. So the mere window of you slipping up in any way, she's going to capitalize on it. She's strategic and she's smart. Just be aware of that. Any slip or any bend in any capacity, form, or fashion, she's going to capitalize on it. As long as you stay tight, it's going to be a good fight. That's a nice little punchline.
Yeah, I like that. I like
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
I
that.
like
I
that too.
appreciate that because I
Hey,
think
y'all gotta
that's
clip that.
definitely going to happen. So,
As long as you stay tight, it's gonna be a good
Like,
fight.
my Sonic says,
Good
Brother Law,
that
word.
was
she got
good.
Cedric done and over.
Word.
That was good.
What's
I
up?
love
What's
that,
up,
brother
brother
Law.
Sankofa? How you doing, man? Peace to you, brother. What you think about this?
And it said Y chromosome is BM181. What was your X chromosome?
No. Hold on, Dulcinea. You go in right after Sankofa. Let Sankofa get in real quick, and then Dulcinea, you go ahead. It's your show, and then you can take us on out. I mean, on to next, whatever you want to do. Sankofa, what's up? Peace, bro.
I'm
Hey,
just
Sankofa.
Hey, peace and love, you guys. I'm just listening and enjoying it, and I'm just chilling. I'm just learning. I don't have nothing to say about what y'all speaking on right now because I don't speak on what I don't know.
Good deal. Good deal. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We love a brother like that. A brother who has
Right,
boundaries. Somebody class that
right.
But
collection plate.
I will
We
get into
yeah,
that
we be
DNA.
the ones that come up with the good questions.
I will get into that DNA as Dulcinea just asked me. I would love to share the answer to the question she just asked.
Okay, we
Yeah,
would love
sure.
for you to share it too.
Okay, give me 1 second as I'm logging into my 23andMe.
A
So
second. So you can't do your thing sizzle right now?
my
Oh,
What is it,
heck no. I'm
Nigeria?
just playing.
slow. Give me a
What it,
break.
I'm just
what
messing with you.
All right,
where you from? Where you from, brother Sankofa? My bad, brother.
Washington.
I think I think I remember you, man, but I don't know if you're the same Sankofa, so I don't want to be no disrespect, but I think I heard your name before, you know what I mean? Peace to you. You know what I mean?
Peace, bro.
Where you from, brother?
I'm from Washington, Seattle.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Bet. Yeah, that's
I'm all
Sankofa.
the way
Okay.
up north, past California, past Oregon.
Yeah, I got you.
Check.
That rainy ass country.
It's raining right now. But you
It
know what?
rains 360 days out the year.
But you know what though? It keep us with that good green. You feel me?
Yeah, definitely. Hey,
But
I would love. Hey, listen, people don't know that. Nothing. That's
Yeah,
another
I
show.
was
I'll
just
wait for
about
me
to
and
tell
you to
you,
do.
bro. I was just about to say you be easy, man.
Okay, for
Uh-oh,
me, I
Math
was
is
about
in
to
the
say
house.
something.
Math is in
I
the
was about to
house.
say something that I would love for him to do a
Yeah,
show
listen,
on because
hey,
he's out
bro,
there. Yeah, I got you.
hey,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm gonna do
yeah,
all
hey,
right.
bro.
So she asked me
Word,
about
word.
We got that calculus mixed with trig up in the house. What that looks like.
No, I'm talking about. Word, but it's reading like a motherfucker.
hey,
Yeah,
Definitely
yeah.
mixed calculus and trig.
it's not no regular
Thanks,
killer,
brother.
I can
Hey,
tell you
brother,
that.
Lie, you good, man? Thank you. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was seeing that why Sonnet made a comment in the chat, and he said my great lineage from America. I feel like he missed me going hard for Komet. Just for like 2 hours, I was going hard for Komet. See, I'm never appreciated, y'all.
Yeah, it's crazy, Dozy. You know, but I ain't gonna lie to you, sister. I really appreciate your growth. And the thing is, dog, I became a great basketball player in my time because I learned from a bunch of basketball players. I went and played ball with more than one person. I was going state to state and playing, being in this state at a time. So I learned from all that. And Dosane, one thing I can say from you, sister, you already was on your game and you already was knowing what you wanted to do. And I want to congratulate you for sticking to what you really want to do. And that was the info and being accountable for what you do, standing on and holding accountability for what you do, sister. So that's all, man. I just got to, every time I just think about it, man, on how much you done grown. You know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure Brother Locke can attest to that too, man. And I know the
Oh, we
queens on
all
the
can. Come
channel
on
can.
now.
Yeah, I know y'all can. I know y'all. I'm pretty sure she hear it from
I
y'all
taught
all
her
the time.
everything.
So you know, sometimes she don't get to
I taught
hear
her
it from
everything
from
she
from the
knows.
people. You know what I mean? And
Thanks,
like I
Sister
say, you
Freedom.
know,
See, I gotta
Yes,
get
we
you
got,
did, Freedom. Yes,
you
you
know,
did.
where you came a long way, sister. Just keep on going. You know what I mean? You very strong, and you got a strong background behind you. You know, and hey, like
Well, if
Brother
I
Lai
can get
said,
a word
man,
in, I think
you
for a
good.
minute.
Oh, it's cold.
Well, thank you. I
Go
just
ahead.
want to
Go
get a
ahead,
word
sister.
in. Just maybe 2, 3, 4, 6 minutes. I don't know. 2, 3 minutes, I guess. Thank you. Peace to all the new kings on the panel, Brother La Sankufo. Did I say that wrong?
Sankofa.
Sankofa. I like the way you wear your hat. Yes. Brother La, I'm gonna start
Right
calling
on.
you. You gave the best rah. Yes, you gave the best rah coach speech. I almost cried.
Mm-hmm.
That was the
Coach,
good.
put Booby in.
I want you to get out there.
Put Booby in, Coach.
I felt it. Coach, I felt it. I was like, ready. I was ready. I felt it.
Did for real though, for real. I'm telling you.
She's so bad. She's so bad.
I felt it. I was like, yes, coach is here. Like,
Exactly.
Facts. And
You know what?
Nepal.
I am up cooking, right?
I got a question for you
Boy, I
guys.
feel like it's Thanksgiving. You hear me, LaShawn?
Thanks.
I felt it. Yes. I love you, Brother La.
When I'm cooking late night, oh my! If I cook late night like I'm doing right now for this party tomorrow, girl, I feel like Thanksgiving. I'm hit up, keep going back. Oh my
That's because the
God!
longer you stay up, the longer you stay up,
Yeah,
sometimes you you want to snack on
like
I
it.
ain't gonna lie.
feel like it's
Y'all remember boy
Thanksgiving.
Sister Freedom used to be snoring. Oh, while we still on live, she be done fall asleep on the floor. Wake up like,
You
y'all,
know,
what
I
done
get in my
happened?
element.
What you
I
were
get in
just
my
We
saying.
done
element.
been
That's
on this
crazy.
motherfucker like 8
She
hours
was
I
and
get in
just
my
shit.
saying
element.
that. That's crazy how
We
she was.
done
I mean, she was just saying that.
And I'm like, are you
Oh
serious right
shit.
now? You was snoring.
Oh
Oh my
man.
God.
Yeah.
I'm
We used to
telling
be in
you,
the
I get
motherfucking
up.
Y'all
like
didn't
10
even say
hours.
nothing to her, didn't wake her up or nothing. Y'all just let her snore. Oh
That's
my
so mean.
goodness.
I can't believe y'all did that to me.
I can't either. For
Uh,
shame.
question, lady.
My son
Question
said I
for you
don't
guys.
sleep, I don't snore.
Okay.
Question for you guys.
Sankofa, go ahead. Go ahead. He got a question. Go ahead. Go ahead, Sankofa. Peace to you.
2 questions. Sister Freedom, you
Yeah.
buy one kit, I buy the other.
I
I'm
knew
ready.
he was gonna go there.
I'm ready when you are. You buy
Okay.
Ancestry, and I'll buy your 23andMe. And my
Okay.
other question was, Dulcinea, have you submitted your DNA kits yet?
Yes.
Which one?
Oh,
Did you send them both in or just the one?
Just the ancestry.
Okay, so you know you won't have no haplo group. You won't have that information until you turn in that 23andMe. You'll be left out of that. But Ancestry.com is going to give you a bunch of DNA matches. You're going to find a bunch of relatives. So that Ancestry.com gives you the largest DNA matches. The most people have taken that test. You know what I mean? So you're going to get a lot of DNA matches from that. But the 23andMe is where you get the haplogroup. And also the 23andMe is also where you get that breakdown of that Neanderthal DNA. Ancestry.com does not deal with the Neanderthal DNA, but 23andMe gives you those 2 things. You see? So that's why I always tell people you got to take both at the same time.
I have one of those tests upstairs. I gotta go see which one it is. I got one upstairs in my cabinet.
Okay, well, good. Go ahead and spit in it, and then I'll buy you the other kit.
Right. How she got one in her cabinet she ain't never sent off? How?
I don't know. I got
She
so much
afraid,
stuff.
she afraid of the
In here,
truth.
you know, I got stuff everywhere.
She afraid of the truth.
It off. She just got somebody to spit in the cabinet. You talking about like seasoning salt? You was just in the cabinet. What are we doing? You ain't Sister Freedom.
Yes, you already
in.
know I got stuff everywhere. You've been here.
Send that thing in and stop playing. For your little test be played out in a minute.
I know, huh? I'll be testing.
So did it say that the Neanderthal DNA is in your L3 haplogroup?
Hey, brother lie, brother lie, brother lie.
Sister
Hey,
Freedom, you hear what she just asked me, Sister Freedom?
What?
Right. So the question that you asked and the way that you asked it, Dulcinea, lets me know you ain't took one of these damn tests yet, and you didn't because once you take the test, you wouldn't even ask the question like that. That's
what did she ask? One in my mouth. What she say?
But
well, didn't you say it breaks down the Neanderthal? Where did it say that the Neanderthal is in your DNA?
Is okay. So when you take the 23andMe and test, it will show you if you have variants of Neanderthal in your DNA, but it won't tell you specifically if you got it from your mother or your father. It won't tell you that. It doesn't give you that. No, but it will tell you if those variants of Neanderthal DNA does exist in your
yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be in mine.
So is the Neanderthal also classified as European?
You're not proud about that, right?
I was proud. I said it's gonna be in mine.
Gemini. Is
Oh
the
my
Neanderthal
God.
also classified as European?
You want me to share the screen? I can share the screen.
No,
and show
is the
you.
Neanderthal? What I'm asking you is the Neanderthal also classified as the European? In other words,
a Neanderthal, I would, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but yes, Neanderthal, European, European.
Okay,
Neanderthal.
so that's just another way for saying European. So now you're admitting that in evolution that the African Homo sapien mixed with the Neanderthal. Right?
Okay.
Sankofa, you open up that Pandora's box, bro.
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did.
That
And he want to
bullshit.
share his
Damn
slides.
sure did.
Wait a minute, brother. And he want to share his slides. He was like, hold up, pull my slides up.
Sankofa, that's why sometimes it's better to be still, brother. Don't
all that. I'm just telling you, only thing
Y'all
I'm
play
talking
too
on.
much for
Hold
me.
up, time out. I'm not, listen, all I'm doing is telling you my experience with the test. I'm not here to defend the test. I'm not the owner of the test. I'm not anything like that. I'm just telling you my
experience. Shame, brother. You see this?
Okay.
Flim flamming all the
I
way.
respect that.
Now they want to come up.
You started it. You started it.
I stopped, y'all. I stopped. I stopped. I stopped. I just asked one
Okay,
question.
well,
I
good.
stopped.
One of y'all did. Very
I
good.
got the
Then. Very
quorum.
good.
I got the quorum. I got the quorum.
Is that ugly?
Only because my brother Lau up here. Brother Lau wasn't up here. me
Here,
and
let me
him was
share,
going
let me
to have
share
this
my
convo.
screen. Let me share my screen so I can show y'all how it
He's
works.
still trying to share his screen. Send Coach go
I
ahead.
can't see it. Dulcinea
Go ahead
gonna
and
have
share
to
it.
share it. Dulcinea got
No,
to share
I
it.
don't mind. I'm not scared.
Go ahead, Sankofa. Let me see
Come on, we
how
can't
much
see.
Neanderthal you got in your blood.
Okay, is
You
my
got more
Dang.
Nigerian.
is my screen showing? I mean, I'm sharing it.
Yes, it's showing.
But it don't
It's
say
coming
Neanderthal.
up.
It just say
Okay, hold
like
on, slow down.
German or something like that.
Slow down.
I'm seeing he's a whole Arab, Euro Asian, and
Hey, you got
That's what it's gonna say. It's gonna say I
Hey,
got
brother
German.
Lie.
I knew that.
Hey, you
Hell.
say he opened up a Pandora box with that question. He about to open up a Pandora box with showing this.
Yeah,
I'm telling
that's
you,
that.
he swear he not.
OTK.
He
OTK.
swear he only
Pandora box
understand this the one kind of way.
and a rabbit hole.
Hold on, time out.
Oh
OTK.
shit.
Yo, OTK.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. Yeah, bro. Yeah.
See, this is I'm sharing this because I'm not afraid of the truth. The truth is it is what it is.
Right.
So,
Hold on. Is this facts? Oh, whoa. Is this facts?
It is. Let him show it. That's his facts.
Yes,
That's his
He just say, damn, he just said he don't defend this or none of this shit. But damn, you know how he's saying this facts?
Y'all let
Which
him do
one?
it.
Is it
Y'all
one
can't
after
give him his
other?
time.
hey, have you been drinking or smoking tonight?
You know what?
Yeah,
That's neither here or there.
but
It's
also
Friday.
though,
That's
doing them
what they do
slides.
on.
listen,
That's
hold
what they
up.
do
I
on
can handle
neither
Friday.
here
So
nor
here's
there.
that.
hold up, Queens. I can handle myself real good. Yes, I have been smoking, but I got 2 ears and 1 mouth, so I can listen to what then I talk. So I can listen and talk at the same time. So I know I heard you say
No, you
you don't
cannot listen
defend
to
this.
talk at the
You
same time.
hold up, bro. You said you don't defend this. Oh, none of this right here. You just saying that this is your personal experience and you're sharing this. None
Right.
of
So
this. You
stop
don't back the
talking and
people
let me
behind it.
share it.
But hold
Stop
up.
talking
Don't
and
you
let
tell
me
me stop
share it.
talking, dog. I'm a grown ass man, dog. Hold up. You don't pay no fucking bills. You don't put no money in my hand, homeboy. I don't know who the fuck you
Y'all
talking to, but
stop.
don't tell me
Y'all
be quiet, dog. You
behave.
got the wrong
Behave.
motherfucker now.
Yeah,
I'm showing
listen, let him
mad
share.
respect to everybody, Sankofa, and I'm showing respect to you, but I'm just asking
Yeah.
you a question. 1 minute you say you don't defend it, and now you saying that this is true. It's facts. So I'm asking you, which one is it? That's all, brother. That's it. Simple question.
All I'm trying to do is share my experience. All this shit that you're asking me, I'm not trying to disrespect you. So if you took any disrespect from me, first let me apologize to you because I ain't trying to get off in the wrong. But I fuck with you. So let's not go there, brother. I fuck with you.
And I apologize.
Right,
to
Thank
you too,
you.
bro. And I apologize
Thank
to
you,
you too.
y'all.
1,000
Thank
pardons,
thing
bro.
I'm trying to
y'all.
do,
Right.
Thousand
I'm trying to do is share my information without being interrupted. That's it.
Well, go ahead, baby. Do it.
Oh, dang. Okay, Sankofa, we hear you though, brother. Okay. Shoot,
I don't
Sankofa with an
know.
attitude.
Well,
No,
let him
I'm
do it
trying
then.
to roll up
Please.
my weed and get my mind right, but damn.
Oh, we gonna let you do that for sure. Handle that.
Oh
And
my
the
God,
fuck you
let
just
him
asked me
got
if
show
this,
I'm
it.
fucking
King.
Now,
high.
hey, let him show it.
This nigga high too.
I'm trying to get there. I've been working 13 hours. Shit.
It's the first
Go
day
ahead,
off.
bro. My
Look,
bad, man.
Sankofa,
Fuck
you
it,
got
man.
this. You got this.
Go
You
ahead
got
over
this,
there.
King.
All right.
Oh my God, please let him do it.
All right. So,
He
Hey, blow your
is.
screen up bigger, brother. Make your screen bigger, Bubba.
okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Make your screen bigger.
Okay, yes, sir.
He's doing a terrific job.
Oh my Lord.
I'm trying to make it bigger. Is it doing that or not? It's
It's
slow.
getting bigger. It's bigger.
Yep.
Yeah, it's bigger.
Yep. It's bigger now. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You bigger now. Go ahead. Start. Everybody mute up, please. We got an echo, please.
Okay,
Go
I'm
ahead, bro.
gonna get up.
Okay, so while I'm rolling this Dulcinea, I really like your voice. Can you do me a favor and read my screen?
Okay, it says you have more 2% Neanderthal DNA. You inherited a small amount of DNA from your Neanderthal ancestors. Out of 7,462 variants we found 63 variants in your DNA that trace back to Neanderthals. Although your Neanderthal ancestry accounts for less than 2% of your DNA.
Check. Now that's better than I can explain it. I'm not no scientist. I'm not Unc. I don't have no other information for you, brother, outside of what she just read on the screen.
I don't take no scientist.
Well, you know what I'm trying to say. You know, I'm
Nah, I don't, brother. I don't.
Yeah.
Don't say that, bro.
Nah, I understand that. Yeah, I understand. I understand this. Yeah.
I'm
I
not gonna
understand what you're
act like
saying,
I'm the
Sankofa.
scientist.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna act like I'm Cedric or any of them cats, bro. No, I'm just sharing my.
Cedric ain't no scientist.
Does it
Okay,
show?
so
Does
you
it show
saying it's
the
facts?
breakdown of
My
your
bad. I
Cedric
really
is a
apologize
scientist,
now.
by the
No, he's
way.
Hold on.
not.
I really got to apologize now because you're saying it's facts because you're saying that this is
No.
what you're reading from you. No, hold on, let me finish. You're saying that this is about you, so it's facts because
Yes.
it's about you. So I understand that. That's what I'm saying. I apologize, bro.
Yes.
I
Thank
thought you
you.
were
where's
saying DNA
I
overall
only
is
I only
all facts.
speak
So
I
okay.
only speak on my DNA. I've only speak on
Damn, boy, you
the
like that?
science. I've only speak on the science that I've done on myself, the research study I've done on myself. I start with myself first. I don't go into Islam and Christianity and Judaism. I start with who is Sankofa, what's in my DNA, and then I follow that. You see, I research that, everything that encompasses that. So that's how I go
Right.
about my journey. You see?
Facts. Respect,
That's
man.
why
My apologies
that's
again,
why
man.
I
My
took
apologies again, bro.
that's why I had took so many DNA tests. I basically took about four DNA tests, and then the fifth one I took was African ancestry because I wanted to get more of a specific tribe, you know. And so we all know African ancestry, black owned. They're the only company that's able to trace a particular two lineages that we have out of hundreds of lineages that we have to make us who we are as an individual.
Please
They,
mute up everybody besides him.
they can trace two lineages, which is going to be that X chromosome and that Y chromosome that's never broken, being from your father's father and your mother's. Those lines are not broken, you see? And so that's what they trace you to use those haplogroups to give you to a specific tribe in Africa. But we all know that we don't come from just no one tribe in Africa as African Americans, because all the African people that it took to make us came from so many different regions in Africa. Some from Angola, from Senegal, some from Gambia, some from Nigeria. They came from many different ports, and these people were forced to mix together, thus making who we are now, brand new African American people in America. So that's
no, that's not all. That's not all of who we are now. We are
I didn't say that. I did not say that. That's all. I didn't say that. That's all.
You mix with my peoples too, now.
Who's your peoples?
Don't leave us out. The Americans, the Americans, the first people here in South Carolina.
Let me show you my DNA traits, because I don't have any Native American in my ancestry trait.
Yeah, but I bet you if you go on ancestry.com 23, hold on. I guarantee if you go on ancestry23.com, they will tell you that sometimes you will inherit none of your Native American traits because you inherit more of the other ones, because that is traits. But the facts remain the same. If your mama half and your daddy half, you are a quarter of both of them, because you get half of your chromosomes from each one of them. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. Now, if it shows up on the test, that's ethnicity. So all ethnicity does not show up, and 23andMe says that.
Yeah, because you know why?
So sometimes you're not going. So sometimes you're not going to see a Native American or American Indian. And for one, when you see Native American, you might be getting a little DNA from a select group, because it's a bunch of Native Americans that I talk to that don't give up no DNA, don't believe in that shit. So now I'm wondering, where did they get this Native American blood that they're comparing to? They only got like 2,000 samples. So where did these 2,000 samples come from?
OTK, you're right, brother. You're right. You're absolutely 1,000% right with what you just said. But
no, I'm really asking. I'm asking.
hey,
Does
no,
that
you
make
were
sense?
under something.
Yeah.
You're under something when you said that a person could have some Native ancestry. They could have had an ancestor from 5 generations ago. That was a Native American. 4 generations ago, that was a Native American. Okay, I'll give you that. But if that's all their other grandparents were African or European, you're right. That's going to be pushed out of the bloodline. It's not going to show. You're absolutely right about that, because they had one Native American ancestor followed up by everybody else in their lineage who was an African in every other tree. You see, so I understand where you're going with that, and you're absolutely right, which is why many African Americans will have only 0.3 Native American DNA or 1%. Like Real Rap was saying the other day,
Yeah.
if you have 3% Native American as African American or 5%, that's very high number in DNA testing for an African American to show Native American ancestry. So
yeah, and that I understand what you're saying, and I like how you try to sugarcoat that and try to throw that in there, like all your other ancestors are African. So since you got one Indian family and you got all African, that's why the Indian get pushed out. No, brother, that's not how it works. You can have all your mother side can be all straight full-blooded Indians, and one African can come in and breed with y'all, and that ethnicity test can show all African with no Indian ancestry, brother.
No, I don't agree with that. No, it's impossible.
Well, we need to really, we need to hear them first.
Oh my God!
It
you
caused
can take
them to be a
more
little. Your thing
ethnicity,
went out a
dog.
little
You
bit.
can take more from one side than the other. Like in some cases, more Indian can show up than your African side. If you was mixed with African, it can go hand in hand together.
Let him finish.
It can go hand in hand together, brother. So just because you got 3 Africans on this side and 1 Indian on this side, that don't mean that your test is going to show up full, like you're more African than Indian. No,
you said you can take one African.
No.
We can tell you never took a DNA test.
Hold up. What you saying? Hold up. Let me make sure. Let me make sure. Hold up.
But you just said you can take one African guy and breed with a bunch of Indians, and it could all wash out to be African. That's not possible.
No, bro. I said you can have one African. I said vice versa. The same way how he's explaining it. In that case, then you can have all Indian lineage on this side and breed with one African, and then it's going to show up more Indian than African. With that logic, I'm telling him no. With that one African, even though you got all this Indian lineage in your background, with that one African, it depends. That can shift. It depends on the child. That child can have more ethnicity to his father's side or the mother's side, and then the next child.
We're talking about DNA.
Well, ethnics, my nigga. That's all DNA testing is ethnics.
We're not talking about.
Only thing is that you can more. You may have more of your father's stuff than your
man, y'all understand what I'm saying? Hey, listen.
Wait a minute, y'all. One at a time. One at a time.
Like Charlie Brown, man. Y'all quit moving the football with a nigga about to kick a
more
field
in
goal,
it
man.
They just taking your blood.
I'm really
they just taking your DNA. How they know?
You know what I mean?
What are you talking about?
I'm just asking a question.
How do they know which one you got something more from?
Yeah.
No, you get 50% of your DNA or your chromosomes from your mother and 50% from your father.
Man, this is sad.
So therefore you're half and half regardless.
Nothing is sad. We
so
just
now, if my mother is all full blood Indian and my daddy is African, what if I take a test? If I take that test and say that when I take that test, all my markers come back 75% African.
Let me share my
Wait a minute, stand closer.
Listen to what I'm saying. My mama is full-blooded. Say my mama is full-blooded Indian. My daddy is full-blood. Just say he's full-blood Cuban.
African.
Just say he's Cuban. When I take a test, my shit can show up that I'm more Cuban than Indian. But
have you
all
took
the time,
a test?
I'm really half of both though.
Have you taken a DNA test? 23andMe or ancestry?
I'm asking you, but am I not right? Am I not right? I'm asking the question. Am I not right?
Because it's the basics.
If you didn't hear the test,
you're not even gonna understand.
Okay, listen. Can I say this one thing?
I don't have to take a test in order to understand what the hell I be reading, bro. I don't have to take a test to understand what I'm reading. So I'm asking people who done took the test, who claim that they know this shit. I'm asking y'all, am I right? So
you're wrong.
I'm full-blood Indian.
Taking 5 tests, you're wrong. I'm telling you, after taking 5 tests, you're dead ass wrong.
You're wrong.
And I'm
So if
telling
my
you to go
mama
take
full
the
blood,
test.
so if my mama
I'm
full
telling
blood
you,
Indian and my
bruh,
daddy is full blood
bruh, I'm telling
African,
you
it's gonna show
before,
up that I'm half and half.
Yes.
Hold up,
bruh.
I'm just asking you. So
That's
if
Yes.
my
I
mama is
don't
full blood
believe.
You'll get
Indian
half.
I
You'll
don't
and
get
my
half
know
the
daddy
genes
and
from
my
your
daddy
father.
is
because
full
I
blood
don't know about
African,
that.
just say this African, is my DNA gonna show up half and half
You
in
You get
get
half
between
from
them?
your father
23
and half from your
chromosomes
mother.
from your mom, and you get 23 chromosomes from your
Okay,
dad.
that's
It's
But
half
I
and
can't
half.
even
all right.
expect you to know this common
Yeah.
basic shit because you ain't even submitted a DNA kit.
Yeah. You
So
get
I'm
half from.
done
Well,
talking to
damn.
people who ain't even done the basics, which is
Well,
submit a
How
Dulcinea,
And I'm
you
DNA
not.
get
I'm
it
kit.
not.
with me?
I'm not. I'm
Stop
not
Dulcinea,
going to
talking
argue
like
with you,
that,
brother.
Sankofa.
Didn't I
That ain't
start off
cool.
my conversation by saying that you get half from your mom and half from your daddy? So what
Yes,
the fuck is he talking about?
that is
Quit
true.
talking like people. See, y'all problem is y'all be trying to belittle
What?
motherfuckers.
No, we're
But
not.
y'all,
Yeah,
you got
that's
the
what it
wrong
sounds like.
motherfucker,
No,
Stop
dog.
we're not trying
doing
to
I
that,
just
belittle.
said
dog.
We're
things
just
a
trying to
little
explain the
different.
science to
You
you.
want to sound so
Ron,
proper and
let
so
him speak. What
scientific and
is
shit.
this?
But listen, bruh, I'm asking you a simple goddamn question.
Just answered it.
If my mom is full blood Indian, my daddy is full blood African, can my test show that I'm more African than Indian? Yes or no?
No.
Okay,
It's
let
going to
that
show
be
that
it.
I'm half and half.
Yes.
That's what they
So it's going to
saying,
show
but
that
I
I'm
bet
half
it
and half.
don't.
That's all I'm asking. It's going to show that I'm half and half. That's
Yeah.
my question.
If your mother's full
Yes. Okay.
blown
Boom.
Native
All
American, your
right. I'm
daddy's full
fucking
blown
through.
African. Yes.
That's the
That's
only
all he
fucking
was trying
question
to
I'm
answer
asking.
in the beginning.
That's
That's
what
Well,
it.
we
let me
answered it.
ask this
Thank you,
one
Ron.
question. Oh my
Thank you,
God.
Ron. Thank you, Ron.
OTK.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay, let me ask a question.
He said
Okay.
yes, and I'm gonna quote him on that.
Okay.
He said yes.
Okay. Okay. Can I ask a question, please? Now, with me, right? I look at when you say that you got
On
this of your mom and this of your dad equally, right? I always find that to be really puzzling to me. If you see my mom, she 5 foot tall, 5 foot. There's my mom could be standing right beside me, and nobody would think that was my mother. I am 5'7".
The genes you get from her are not
Wait a
just about
minute.
your
Let me finish,
phenotypes.
please. Let me ask my question. I'm 5'6 3/4, close to 5'7", right? Me and my mom have absolutely not even my hands is like my mom's. I thought my mom would be lying. Like, I don't know who mom you is because I don't look nothing like her. But my dad genes are so strong that this man got 34 children. And the majority of all of us look exactly like my father.
It just depends on
Now,
which genes are dominant.
okay, let me finish my question.
I be
Go
the
ahead, Brother
Levi.
Hold
Bayou.
on, Sister Freedom. You said your father got 35 kids.
34.
Yeah.
And I lost 3. I lost 3. My brother Kenny was killed when we were younger, and my sister Orange just passed away 2 years ago. My brother Kevin just passed away a year ago.
Sister Freedom, when you take the test, you about to have so many siblings popping up left and right. You about to have
Word.
so many nieces
But
and
that wasn't
nephews.
that's not why
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
know
Go ahead.
most of
Yeah.
my brothers and sisters. But
Yeah. Go ahead and
what
answer the
I'm
question.
saying,
Pops is
and
putting that pain in.
but what I'm they even did an interview with him before
You're
too.
gonna
They had to
find.
do
I
an
bet
interview.
you're gonna find some new brothers and sisters probably too.
No, my dad already admitted that we have sisters and brothers from when he was in the service, and
Yeah,
that we don't know about. But
I found 3
what I'm
siblings.
trying to
So you
say
gonna find.
is my father's genes are so strong that I don't look anything, not even my mom's bone structure. Now, that's the crazy part. Not even her bone structure do I have. Now, I don't know whose stuff gonna come back more, but I think my dad's would
It's gonna
because
be
I have
50
so
to
much like
50.
my
It's gonna
Let
be
me
dad.
50
share my
50.
screen.
It's
Let
gonna be
me
50
share my
50.
screen, please.
It's gonna be 50
So I can
50.
pull up the damn test. Let
I
me share.
don't know why you keep doing that. I'm trying, baby. Let me just please say this.
Go ahead.
Y'all say what you say, but I don't know if I accept that to be true.
That's because
I
genes.
don't.
Some of your genes, like your father's genes, could be more dominant than your mother's genes, so you take more after him. And for
I
another
know that.
sibling,
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying.
but
He
you
just
still
had to
inherit
get it
50%
up.
of your mother's genes though.
He had to get it up there.
But you
I
still
don't know if that's true. I think the father makes the child.
no. There's some children that look like their mother.
Well, with me,
What?
with me.
What?
I mean, what?
I'm only saying with me. I didn't say what. That wasn't me.
I mean, somebody said
It
it.
was me.
What do you mean?
I
The
said that
reason
what
why
Sister Freedom just said.
I said I think that with me, I don't
You
know
think
about
the mother
somebody
make
else, but the
you think the father
resemblance.
make the child?
Well, my dad made me because I look so much like my dad's side of the family,
He just has the dominant genes. In that case,
even my body structure.
he has dominant genes. In that case, but you still have 50% of your mother's genes too, though.
I don't know if I think
Sister
that
Freedom.
might. I don't know. I don't
Sister
know.
Freedom. Sister Freedom.
Yes,
All right, take a look at the screen.
I'm
You
putting
see
my
how it
glasses on
says,
right now.
you see how it says, you see the two circles. You see the two circles
Yeah.
there? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now you see the one on the left, it says maternal and paternal. One side of the half of the circle says maternal. The other half of the circle says paternal. So what this test is smart enough, intelligent enough to do this test, ancestry.com, is they can split the DNA and show you where you get the DNA from, which side.
I definitely want to see that.
So as I scroll down, I hate this thing. Hold on. Let me scroll down. You will see it says maternal on one side, it says paternal, and then it says you. And you see all the regions there. You see it says regions, there's a total of 14
So let
regions.
me ask you who you look more like, your mom or your dad?
I can pull up a picture if you want to see.
No, I asked you a question. You don't know
Yeah, you
which
can
one
just
you
answer
look
it.
more
Yeah,
like?
you can just answer it. It's fine. We trust you.
I would say,
As long as you
I
don't say
would
you like
say,
a mailman.
I would say I probably look more like my father.
Okay,
Okay, so which one of those lines belong to dad and which one belong to mom? Okay, the maternal is mom, right?
that's right.
Okay, so you said you look like mom more?
I
You
would
said
say
dad,
that I would say dad personally.
but he still has some of his mother's genes.
Did it give you any Sudan or Arabia?
No, I didn't get any of that.
Yeah.
My
Have you
screen,
looked into the haplogroups that it gave you?
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and pull my screen back up.
Oh, you got beautiful parents.
Right. Maybe look like both of them.
Yeah, you do.
So there you go.
I think I like your smiles, your dad's and that's your dad's.
You know, some of your
I
Oh
features,
think
yeah,
dad won.
some of your features
they
like
are
your mother.
gorgeous.
Yes, I think dad won though. And
See
he
So
why
just got
he
mom's
had 35
complexion.
kids. So,
He got mom's complexion. Me,
His
on the
mama
other hand,
almost looks just like
ain't no
Shawnee.
way in the world. My mom even knows she don't look nothing like me. I said, Mom, how you feel that you carried a child for 9 months that got I know you was like, damn. And then to see my sisters and brothers, we are half, and we look like twins. Our voices are like body structure, everything. We half. We only got my dad. And nobody don't know we got the same mom.
but you can have some of your other
Wow.
mother's genes could be more dominant, like to deal with your organs and things like that.
can you
Your
share the
health
screen one more
status.
time,
What
please?
organs?
Share the screen one
They
more
all
time.
belong to Willie Radley.
Share the screen one more time, please.
Okay,
Here comes the pseudo judo.
that's not pseudo.
It is.
So this is the first one I showed you was from ancestry.com, and 23andMe, they have the same technology. They're able to do the same thing.
That's
So
right.
that's what this is going to be here. So let's go to the traits, view ancestry composition.
Did it also tell you were 2% Neanderthal genes? Also,
Yeah, the Neanderthals right here.
same thing, 2%.
Yeah, right there. You see that?
I think they involved with each other too somehow.
Boop, that's that there, right? But what I wanted to show you was the full report right here, my traits. Oh no, where's my ancestry stuff? There we go. Oh, composition.
This where your Neanderthal genes come from, out of Europe.
Yes.
Yeah, both tests have most of them.
Mine's from Germany.
I think it's 100%.
Okay, so Ancestry is actually the only company that does that. So we learning something here together tonight. So Ancestry can actually separate and tell you where you get specific genes from, which side, you know, which parent you're receiving which genes from. So that's why, once again, why I say we have to get both tests. It's good to get both tests because some will give you certain tools and certain things that you can use that the other one does not provide for you, you know?
It'll also tell you approximately when those genes enter your pool.
Let me show you my DNA matches right quick and how they are the same as ancestry.com. When people take both tests, they will show up.
Huey P.
Yeah, that's one of my cousins. So
Huey P. I like that.
So I had to use these tests to find my biological father. And this is my half brother at the top who you see there. Never knew him up until like basically 3 years ago. So some of these people I knew all my life. And then some of them, obviously, I have been making new connections with them, learning these people. So,
my mom's side of the family probably coming from me. My dad's side of the family ain't took no daggone DNA test.
So that's why a lot of us, we stand firm on the test because we see there's different aspects of it. We have the DNA relatives matches that pop up. And then, like, let's say I click on my brother, for example, right? I can see all the shared information that we have. So you see it's shared ancestry composition, right? My brother is half white. His mother's European. You see, my brother's mom is white. You see, so you'll see he's half white. That's why I said 56% European. Because my dad also has some European in him as well. So that edged my brother over 66%. So yes, perfect. This is perfect example for what we was just talking about. See, so my father, he has a little bit of white in him too, right? So my brother, Sean, he's 56% white. His mom is half white. So that gave him 50% European already.
But he still took 50% from each one of his parents.
His mother is full European. His mother is full Caucasian, right? So he got that majority of that 56% from his mother, half of her DNA, which made him 50% white. And then that small 6%, he pulled that from my father because my father has some European in him too, from coming out of slavery in Louisiana. You see,
but he still only got 50% from each one of his parents.
Yes. And that 50, when you see that 56%, when you see my brother says 56% European, that extra 6%, he edged that. He got that 6% from my dad. His mom gave him the 50% European. And that extra 6% came from my father who had some European in his DNA.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I know. I look at this stuff to know how to make it make sense. I've been looking at this stuff.
No, I'm in agreement with you. I'm not.
Yeah. I know. I can hear you. I can hear you, brother. I appreciate you. And then also when we go down, it gets into our haplogroups. You can see mine on the left, and then you can see my brother Sean's. My brother Sean, his maternal haplogroup is European. You can see that the J1C2, C2C, whatever. He gets that from his mom. But the test didn't know we were brothers. The test didn't know we were related, but we got the same paternal haplogroup. And this haplogroup, as I read the other day, only 2% of African-American men share this paternal haplogroup. So I honestly, I really feel like a God body original, man, just from the DNA itself. And it traced me all the way back to the Hazabe. That's why you guys see me thus, with them. And the Hazabe, they are the hell of a people. I mean, they communicate with birds. They clap and everything with the birds. They follow the birds and get honey out the tree. The white people are going to go study these people because they have certain biominerals in their stomach that allow them to eat certain things and survive in certain ways that we, I guess you want to say more evolved humans can't.
And where are the Hazabe from?
Tanzania. They're right in Tanzania.
But how much of their DNA do you have, though, percent wise?
All right, let's pull this up.
My cousin took his and he got 36% Nigeria, 20% Cameroon, Western Bantu people, England and northwestern Europe, 19%, Scotland, 7%, Benin, Togo, 6%, Mali, 6%. I can't see the rest. But
Dulcinea, can I steal your lovely voice again and have you read this off for me?
he has more of the European stuff. Well, no, he don't, because he got the camera running. That's gonna pop it up. And this is like my second cousin.
The stories of all our paternal groups trace back over 275,000 years ago to just one man, the common ancestor of haplogroup A. Current evidence suggests that he was one of thousands of men who lived in Eastern Africa at the time. However, while his male lineage descendants passed down their Y chromosomes generation after generation, the lineages from the other men died out. Over
Okay.
time, his lineage gave rise to the other haplogroups that exist today.
I'm gonna scroll down for you.
BM181. Origin and migrations of BM181 at between 90,000 and 106,000 years old. Haplogroup BM181 is one of the oldest branches in the world. Once thought to arisen in Central Africa rainforest, recent evidence suggests that B originated in Eastern Africa during a critical period of human prehistory. Our species was still confined to a relatively small range and had begun to assimilate the technological, cultural, and intellectual tools it would use to expand through the globe. Today, men who carry haplogroup BM181 are commonly found among hunter-gatherer groups in the Central African rainforest, including the Biaka and Mbutu. They are also found amongst the Habzabi, a tribe of hunter-gatherers from Tanzania that also appears to have deep roots in pre-agriculture Africa and in neighboring populations of Central and Western Africa, albeit at small frequencies. About 2% of African American men belong to BM181 lineages today. BM181 is relatively uncommon amongst 23andMe customers. Today, you share your haplogroup with all the men who are paternal line descendants of a common ancestor of BM181, including 23andMe customers. 1 in 608, 1 in 6,800 23andMe customers share your haplogroup assignment.
Okay, I want to share something else right quick if I can. Give me 1 second.
You went to visit everybody that was in your DNA.
Yeah, I took it
Think
serious.
about all the different parts of that made you up who you are.
That's my plan, and I started off by going to the oldest place first, which was Tanzania.
And that's not what anthropology is saying about BM181. When you actually look into the science of the haplogroup, it's not giving any of those destinations. But go ahead and continue.
Well, she could be spot on. Hey, I'm not gonna argue that. I'll leave that up for Ancestry and 23andMe and Dr. Rick Kittles to argue that. I won't.
No, I would if it came back wrong on my daggone information.
Well, I can tell you this: out of all the companies that I did, they all gave me the same haplogroups. That's one thing that was for sure.
I told you they deal with each other. What part you ain't here, baby?
It's not that they deal with each other; it's that they deal with the same science and math. That's what they're dealing with, and that's how they accumulate the information. What are you talking about? They're not in cahoots with one another.
No,
you think Dr. Rick Kittles is in cahoots with Ancestry.com and 23andMe?
Yes, money.
What I'm smoking right now.
Money talking
stronger than what I'm smoking.
The one that the man was talking about, the one that me and you listened to, Dulcinea, he said he was friends with him. And he said, okay, well, just tell her this because you making up everything in that little kitchen.
Right, it's the same genome they're comparing it to. But you can actually look up BM181 yourself, haplogroup, and just take a look, see what it says about what they're saying as far as the markers represent.
I'll be completely honest and transparent with you right now, and that's why I say that I won't argue, because when I look at the DNA through 23andMe, it traces it back as far as it can go, right? And then when I took African ancestry, what it does is it takes the same haplogroup, but it tries to find the most recent common ancestors for us African Americans leaving out of Africa, right? So that's basically how they try to place us with our tribes. They say, okay, this is your haplogroup, and these are the people in West Africa that have your matching similar haplogroups. That's basically how African ancestry is doing that.
Yeah, 23andMe, they only take you to a region,
right?
And they can talk about the tribes in the region, but they don't specifically try to put you into that tribe.
And what African ancestry has done is they specifically went to Africa and focused primarily in Africa and have gathered the most DNA. Somebody's feedback or something killing.
Is that it ain't mine because I did put my, I don't know.
Okay, so what African ancestry has done is they've went to Africa and they've collected the most DNA samples, and they have the largest database for African ancestry so that they can help us Africans in America try to retrace and reclaim some of the things that we have lost. So they're literally practicing Sankofa in itself by trying to just help us reconnect to some of these lost tribes in which we've come from. I have other relatives I'm related to. They take African ancestry. They're able to share their results to me, and they belong to me as well because they're tracing those X and Y chromosomes that are in the middle of mine that still belong to me. They still make up who I am, but I can't trace those certain lineages. If that makes any sense, it's probably going over some of y'all's heads because you haven't taken the DNA test. So you won't understand until you take the DNA test. Then you'll have a better understanding of what the hell I just said. You see? So I had a cousin who literally took the test. She's my second cousin, and she lives in California. She took the test, and we share the same second great grandmother, Aurora Russell, and her genes had came back from the Gabon, from I believe the Fawn. You see, so. But mine specifically, on my male line from African ancestry, they took me to Burkina Faso, to the Bisa. So literally every man that you're looking at on the screen that I have up here, we share the same male line. We share the same haplogroup. It has not been broken. You see? So all of us, from what African ancestry are saying, come from Bisa men who came from Burkina Faso, which is directly landlocked right behind Ghana. It's not like literally along the ocean. It's right behind Ghana. You see? So that's what African ancestry is telling me. And this is what 23andMe is telling me about the DNA. And I'll stop.
The two men at the bottom, are they related to you as well?
That's me, my father, my grandfather, and great-grandfather.
That's what I thought. Put it up there again, Sankofa. Please, one more little good one. I mean, I just wanted to see the resemblance. That's all. Where's that?
That's all on your father's side, right?
Now you got your dad. To me, you favor your dad a lot. I do see that. I was trying to see which one of the great grandfathers did you take a resemblance of. Maybe the great grandfather. Yeah. Maybe your great grandfather.
And these are on your father's side, right? Not
yeah, I think it is.
Not on your mother's side. Did he get off?
No, because that's his dad.
Okay, I see his dad at the top right.
So that's his dad's dad and his dad's dad.
These are on his mother's side. His grandmothers, great grandmothers.
Oh, he kind of look like grandma.
You saying them Africans?
They look like Indians to me.
I'm doing lookership. I'm just tripping. I'm doing lookership.
No, but for real, they look like
that
Indians.
Lady at the bottom right. That lady at the bottom right. They look mulatto. They look mulatto.
Yes,
they look mulatto.
DNA showed,
we know
Europeans.
And we know mulattoes are Europeans mixed with Indians too, man. It ain't just Africans mix and European mix is Europeans mixed with Indians too, because my grandmama is a mulatto, but they call them brass ankle people here in South Carolina.
Yeah, his DNA show European. He showed us that.
Yeah, right. But it's showing a little of that Indian. So that just go to show you that you can have it, but it doesn't show up on you. Because I know that wavy hair lady right there at the bottom, that beautiful woman down there at the bottom right, with that wavy hair, I know she got indigenous in her from the islands or somewhere. Look, she from somewhere or from America. I know that for sure. Am I right, Sankofa? Your people's at the bottom right. That beautiful lady at the bottom right. Look like the matriarch of the family.
Yeah, she does, doesn't she?
Okay, hold. Time out. Loved one. I had that. No, that's incorrect. That woman that you're looking at. See, this is the problem. This is perfect. I'm so glad you're doing this and saying what you're saying, because I've had all my relatives from these people take the test, and none of us have Native American. You know what this woman is? Her father is white. Hold on. Her father is white.
Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Okay.
What is her mother?
So that's mother? It. She's not Native American.
What is her mother? What is her mother?
Bamalike. Everyone from that line is Bamalike. Everyone that carries from her line, everyone from my maternal line. Okay. Everyone from my mom and her 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 mom come from this line. You see? From
well, no, I don't know. I don't know. Because
how you what is that?
I did.
Well, that is haplogroup BM181. And what they're saying as far as for BM181 is that is a haplogroup that is across South Asia as well as into parts of Ethiopia and Arabia and Sudan. So that's what it's giving for that haplogroup of BM181.
Yeah, the DNA is
that's what his picture is showing.
Yeah, I'm just saying as far as when it gave him Tanzania and Mandinka and all this other stuff, the haplogroup itself is saying that it's from South Asia and Sudan and Arabia.
Yeah. That's what he's showing. He showed that in his other chart.
Okay.
No, I don't think he showed any of those.
So she's white. So she could be white and Arabian. Is what you're saying, Ron? Since you co-signed.
Yeah, which it didn't show any of the regions. It says BM181 is from.
No, but he showed the African chart. And the African chart showed the regions that his DNA came from, his genes came from.
Yeah, but the haplogroup is giving the migration. So that would be that you guys accept where they're being found today, and you don't accept what the haplogroup says about its migrations?
Right, because the same tribes that's there today may not be the same tribes that was there back before the slave trade.
Why do we have such a hard time accepting just the simple facts? Why we got to refute everything? Why we got to refute everything? Why does everything have to be?
Oh no, I'm not refuting nothing, man. This is your genealogy, dog. I can't refute nothing that you're saying. You know what I mean? And I told you it before when I started.
I'm not refuting it. I'm going by your haplogroup.
Yeah.
It's what your haplogroup says. I don't necessarily believe that. I'm just going by what your haplogroup.
Let's leave it simple. Let's leave it simple at this. My father and my mother and all these people who I just showed you, they all came from the boot, from Louisiana, from Shreveport and from Jonesboro, Louisiana. So let's keep it at that. And how they got there is they came on slave ships. That's literally how my African ancestors got here. We wasn't already here or none of that.
They came on slave ships.
Yes, my ancestors got here.
Who brought them in?
Got here on boats.
Okay, who brought them in?
Their wheel. Europeans.
Who brought them in?
Europeans.
Europeans through Louisiana?
They ended up there somehow.
But do your research.
How am I supposed to tell you?
Bro.
You asking a question?
Do your research more on that, because your peoples that might have already been here, because your peoples look real Creole. Now that you say Louisiana, You
But
can
they
have
look
real that
Creole
first
because
blood
they're
Creole.
African and they're
Yeah.
half white. So of course you would
What?
think they look Creole.
Creole is not African and half white. What is you talking about? Creole is just a dialect.
Oh, this nigga's right.
And a mixture of people, man. But you can't really just say who exactly the Creole people is.
But Creole
All
is
we know
French,
is that
African,
Creole
and Native
got French
American.
in
That's
them.
what make Creole people.
What happened now? Hold up. What you say
What are
now?
you talk-
Say that again.
Creole is French, African,
Uh-huh.
and Native
And
American.
Native American.
So what
You
the
heard
hell
what
are
you
you
heard.
talking about?
Yeah, but he didn't say that the first. My bad. My bad.
Man,
My
get
bad,
the hell
brother.
out of
Lie.
here, bro.
OTK, come on now, bro.
My bad, man. You know, just acknowledge all sides. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not anti-African. I'm just saying acknowledge all sides. That's
Now,
I
it.
what
dig
I
it.
was saying before
I
I got
dig it.
rudely interrupted about this woman at the bottom of the right screen is her father was a white man who was a goddamn slave owner. He was he would have been my third great grandfather. His name was John Peyton Parker, and them motherfuckers came from England. You understand me?
Okay.
And
Yeah,
and all his shit is documented in newspapers and every goddamn thing that I have.
Oh, so you got all the bill of sale and everything when your people's
No, I
got
don't have
sold
no
and
bill of
everything.
sales. I don't have no bill of sales, but I got pictures of the goddamn plantation house and all that shit.
Oh shit, we got pictures of that. We still go to plantation houses nowadays in South Carolina. That ain't nothing. We can go literally and do that.
I feel you, brother, but I'm far from South Carolina. So I know that my people are not Native American, even though we
because of the test. I feel you.
And everybody else in my family that come from this line, even the young man that you're looking at sitting on my great granny's lap next to my mama, my uncle was a Seattle original Black Panther Party 1969. He took the damn test, and there was no Native American in him either, just African and European, man.
I'm saying ooh for the Black Panther Party, man. Shouts out to the Black Panther Party. You know what I mean?
Check.
Back. Yeah. Definitely, man. You have a beautiful family, brother. Let me say that first of all, man. You have a beautiful family now. I got and I would never tell a person that your grandmama lying or your people's them lying or anything like that. So I told you I was doing lookership. That's all. I was just saying, you know, and that's how we all got our phenotypes. But hold up, though. That's how we got our classifications. We got classifications from people doing lookership.
Yeah, we can't do that because you can have a brother that's as dark as you, that look as African as you with the African nose and lips, and have a European haplogroup. You could have the same situation as my great granny down here, where she's half white, because a lot of us neglect to remember that most of the women at a large, I would say out of 100% of the African women that came across, hold on, let me finish my thought. Let me finish my bill. I would say out of 100% of the women that came across the transatlantic slave trade that ended up in America, out of 100% of them, probably at least 30% of them got raped by white men at some point, if not 40% or larger.
By white men or mixed people?
Bro, any European, Spanish, Portugal, England, I don't give a fuck, any European. Okay. They was raping our women at an astronomical rate. They love that black woman. So what is you talking about? They was impregnating them. They didn't even want a black man to get a virgin. The white man would go bust down that before any black man could get that. So what is we talking on? We forget. That's why they don't want to take the DNA test, because they gonna know that they daddy is a goddamn cracker. So stop playing with me in this information with this DNA shit.
Well, ain't nobody playing with you for one, man. But I mean, just be honest with it, man. You're giving your subjective thought. You said you guarantee to think that 100% of the women that came across it was raped. You're going off of your.
He didn't say 100%.
I said,
hey, listen, man, he don't need no cosigner, man. God damn, man, you coming in.
I'm just trying to get it straight, brother.
You don't listen. You don't listen, so somebody got to cosign because you hearing things wrong.
Yeah, that's not right. What you said.
Okay, let's go ahead. We can move on. And good commercial for the haplogroups and DNA.
And that was fun.
Yeah, there you go, Dulcinea. Exactly. Okay.
Hey, I'm nice.
And then Brother Law gonna come in and just look it. Brother Law, you don't get up in there and stop the beat.
Sometimes you just gotta let brothers get off their chest whatever they gonna get off.
Hey, that's why we ain't said nothing. Why you think we ain't said nothing? Because you know we could easily jump in, but we did not.
Yeah, sometimes you just let it. I mean, seeing brother say cool. I mean, saying Coco already. I've seen this brother OTK. And they going back and forth. They building. I mean, it's testosterone
Yeah,
going back and forth. You know, so
yeah,
let it.
Hey, hey,
But you ain't gotta worry
Nisha.
about it. You ain't gotta worry
Face,
about me
bring
getting
face.
loud. Yeah, you ain't gotta worry about me getting loud talking from me though, because I done
Hey,
apologized. I got
Nisha.
out of my character earlier because I misunderstood my brother, and I got out of my character. So you ain't gotta worry about me getting loud no more. I'm just having a conversation, asking questions now. So you ain't gotta worry
OTK.
about that no
You
more.
my brother, bro. I love you, OTK.
Yep,
You my
yep.
brother, bro. It's all love, bro. But
OTK. Sankofa. I'm just glad that you ain't elaborate more OTK on that little thing you was about to do and jump out the window.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
glad you caught yourself and put yourself back in real quick.
Nah, but I'm saying though, man, I
I'm
got a
just
bunch of
it's the internet, brother.
I got you. I know.
If you
And I'm
get
glad you
jammed up, don't mention my name.
I got you, bro. Appreciate you,
I'm gonna
man.
call
I
you
ain't even gonna
2
lie
times.
to you, man. I rock with you the love way, man.
What
Appreciate
you
you.
gonna call him? What you say you
Like my
gonna call
boy
him,
said,
Sean?
no
2
shit, because
times.
I'm close to the edge. When dog caught me, I was like this right here and shit. When dog caught me by the back of the hoodie, like, whoa, hold up.
Oh,
Right?
come back here for a second. Let me out there too for a minute.
Mhm.
About to
Well,
jump out the
y'all let
building with no
Nisha come
parachute and
in.
shit.
Wayne, what's up,
What's
Nisha?
up?
Hey, Sister
What's
Nisha.
going on? Oh man,
Hey,
I'm just trying to see where I can fit in at. Primate number
Man,
oh, shoot.
Hey, Brother
Girl,
Ron,
you
man,
gonna take me
respect to
when we
you
fit in
too.
a minute, because I'm getting down.
gotta get in where
Brother
you fit
Ron, man.
in.
Brother Ron, respect to you too, brother. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I,
same, same.
I feel that we should be able to have these conversations like this. And I blew a lid earlier. That's why I had to apologize, man. But
No, no problem,
sometimes you got to
Ice.
go through things, and then you know each other. But I totally apologize, man. Y'all boys
Yeah,
kept it, with decorum the whole time. So, and I appreciate that, man. So
yeah, same here, brother. Like you and
I
I are from
appreciate
the
y'all,
same
brothers,
state, so
man.
we're an hour and a half away. So there's no point in us beefing.
Yeah,
We homeboys.
yeah. You
Now,
know
one
about the Chuck,
other
though.
thing, Sean,
You know
over
about the
there,
Chuck, though. You know how we go in the
that
Chuck. You know
one
we
brother
wild
told me,
Indians down here, though. Yeah, you already know.
hey,
My
that
wife is
one
from
brother,
Goose Creek, so yeah, I know.
that them,
Oh,
it's
she
two
from
of
Goose
them on
Creek?
the
What part
panel.
of
Yeah,
Goose Creek?
That
what's
one
that?
brother from HOK, he got a little spunk, a little spice with him. The one in the
Huh?
black
What?
hat. I ain't gonna say his name. He just
Sankofa?
put
Yeah,
his
that my dog.
what
What
happened?
part of Goose Creek, bro?
Wait,
I,
The
hold on.
last
For
name.
Sister Freedom, how you just gonna throw that out there and then retract it?
I said that one brother is kind of spicy
Hey,
from
brother Loud been
HOK.
listening like a motherfucker too. I heard it, but I didn't want to say nothing, brother Loud. Damn.
Yeah, how you just gonna throw that out there like that?
Hands out. Couple brothers on there kind of spicy.
Oh,
They
shit.
over there at HOK. They kind of spicy. Couple of them. I ain't gonna say no names. I'ma just glance.
Huh.
I'ma just
Yeah,
glance
but
at
brother,
it.
but
Wilding,
brother
yo.
Rondo, but
It's
brother
Yeah,
Rondo,
two.
you know what I
Wait
mean?
a minute.
You asked about
OTK,
me.
golly, OTK baby. I'm just trying to make a point so
We
you
didn't know you was
beware.
talking to us. We thought you was on the phone, sis. Sorry. We
I'm
thought you was on the phone.
sorry. No, I'm just saying, you gotta be careful because a couple of brothers from, they little spicy. They from over there, HOK, spice. I ain't gonna say no names. There's two of them on the panel that's real spicy. Look, when I'm smiling and the other one down the bottom, we ain't gonna say no names. But he in the middle, they two a little
But
spicy.
She
That's
ain't
a
from
Nisha,
that.
okay.
Nah,
Okay,
we
okay.
not
This
gonna
is
do
your
that.
topic. So
I'm not just saying. I'm just saying.
I rock with
Nisha
the
can
con.
definitely get
She
in on
about to say
this,
we
and
got habanero and jalapeno. We got it.
I'm
she
just
I
can
saying.
rock
show
with the
her
conscious community.
ancestry and show what her paternal
Without the
haplo,
conscious
or
community, I
what
would have
her
not have known
paternal
y'all, man.
region say, and what
Sankofa, you
her
see the sucker
maternal
stuff, right?
region
You see
say.
it, right?
Yeah.
So let Nisha get in. Let Nisha get in on this. It's her bag.
Get him, Nisha.
Come on,
Get him.
Nisha.
She just gonna spin the block and let one go.
Come on.
How you just gonna spin the block and let one go? And they're gonna keep
Lie,
pushing.
man.
You know, y'all just
Brother lie.
y'all too
Hey, brother
spicy
lie,
to
I ain't
be
gonna
with.
lie, man. I gotta jump in front of you, man. I gotta jump in front of you and take this one after you just catch me from going off the building, man. I gotta take this shot. Hey, the freedom, man. You know, I love HOK. I really do, man. Without HOK, I wouldn't have known none of y'all. You know what I mean? We got
I
to give
know that's
respect to
right. HOK in the
I
house.
thought
you
this
know
was
what
an
I mean?
HOK extension. Is this not an HOK
Well,
extension or what?
yes,
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
I thought this was the ladies' extension of the HOK. Hold up.
Okay, and it is.
I
We
wanna
all came together as HOK.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. This debate between Dulcinea and Nepal, Dulcinea, just the volume of followers and people that's gonna be watching this debate is gonna be epic.
Yes,
Yes.
Not just for yourself, also for Unscrambled Minds.
yes. And for wait a minute though, once she slays this, okay, because winner
Allegedly. Allegedly.
all the information, all the information on both of them. I'm saying, you know, it's so powerful that we can fight for a lot of things because of this debate. We can fight for several things because this means we can question what was there before. It can be questioned now. So that's powerful. And guess who's doing it? The goddesses. And that's what I love about it too. Mamas are doing it. So what I'm saying is because of this debate, it's educational, it's epic, like you said, and it opens the door for other situations to be questioned. If it can be questioned, then it ain't, what's that word we've been using? Incomprehensible, whatever word we've been.
Incontrovertible. It's not an
Or
incontrovertible.
how they say it on the HOK, you gotta source up or shut up.
Okay. Okay. So and the thing is, your sources just ain't gotta be right. What about these sources over here? Just because you presented that source, I ain't gotta accept your source because I got this source over here.
How they say it, that's real, how they say it before, that's real walkie talkie.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you
They're
All
heard?
the
probably
in
just
the
gonna call
soup.
you
You
My
pseudo.
heard?
God.
All the spices in the soup.
My God.
They're
Shout
probably
out
just say
to my
pseudo.
boy E Bizzle.
Sister
Talk
Freedom,
My
can I ask
about
God.
you a
real
question?
walkie talkie. You heard?
Yes.
Sister Freedom, and this for the panel. So, but when are we gonna come to conclusion on things? Like we can't always just be arguing things for the sake of argument. When are we gonna agree on
Say
things that are
that.
realistic?
Well,
Like
let
if
me
Say
ask
that.
you a
like
question.
how are we gonna make a decision? How
Because of our past, this is what I'm gonna say. Because of our past and knowing that we are descendants, the majority of us, I'm not gonna say all, on one part of our one part of our DNA, we are the descendants of slaves. Point blank. We are somehow, you know what I'm saying? I don't you know what I'm saying? I don't know what part of mine is, but I know that. So we need to question everything. Since we are still curious to our beginnings, then we need to question some because of who's giving us the information. I think we need to question it. I'm sorry. We do.
Just
We
because you
need to
African
question it.
don't mean you a slave either. Some people,
And
some
I'm agreeing
Africans
with
was
you.
born
I agree
free.
with you.
Yes,
I agree with you.
a lot of them
I'm
was
just
born
saying,
free.
I agree with you, OTK. I'm just saying, us as a people, with everything that we came from, we need to question everything. A liar is a liar is a liar. You ain't just wake up a liar. You ain't just waking me up, and I know you a liar. I'm questioning what you saying.
Now, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, babe.
All right. Now, my question is, if they saying that we're not 100% accurate, right? But our theory is this. Now, if you don't have to agree with it, but either you can prove otherwise by doing the work, right? Otherwise, you're asking me to do the work to show you I'm wrong?
Oh, I'm confused.
No, that's not,
Mm,
because that's
So
what you're
you want me
saying.
to go
You're
and get
saying, listen
this
to what I'm
question?
saying. You're
mm.
saying I made a theory based off of this work that I did. You're saying I don't believe you. Do the work and show me that that's not right. No, you do the work and show me
But
I'm
what work did
wrong.
he do?
But
What work did
So
he
that's what
do?
Dulcie
therefore,
is doing, though, right? That's what
okay,
Dulcie
and
is doing.
exactly, because otherwise, again, Babylon Don I asked him to show me because he said he did the work, so he seen he knows there's God. Because science does not prove that.
That's right.
Science does not prove that there is nor there is not. Just like the doctors have a HIPAA law that says they are not God. They're only gonna do X,
That's
Y,
what the
and
hip
Z.
hop say.
Okay, so now y'all asking science this with that. So get your tickets, y'all, because it's going down on the 18th.
But wait a minute,
Yeah.
wait.
Right,
There's
Well,
also
what I'll
Sankofa,
say
I
is that
appreciate what you're doing and all the stuff and the information that you've given because you have done the work, honestly, right? And so this is why I take interest in it because of what you've done, right? The breakdowns and all of that. See, because if you don't do it for yourself, then you will fall into what we call religions and all of that, go along to
We took
get
the DNA
along because you don't do the work,
test.
right? You'll be in the car with Thelma and be either Thelma or Louise jumping off cliffs. I
Well,
don't do
damn.
those rides. You see, so I do the work.
yeah.
Mm.
Otherwise, it
well,
wouldn't be
what
a
I'll
religion.
say is no. Hold on, it's my turn,
No,
Ron.
I know,
It's
Dulcinea, you got a good thing going on right here. I
Oh yeah,
support
yeah,
you
I
a
know, I
hundred.
know. I want to say this one
Yeah.
thing to back up what Sister Freedom says is about questioning. When it comes to questioning science, as far as it, first off, that's the basis of science. It's not science if you can't question it; it becomes a religion. Science is the based on questions that we've asked, and we've come with explanations for those questions that lead us further to the truth. But when it's saying, as far as when you're asking questions and you're saying you're waiting for science to disprove it to you. That's not what you're doing by asking questions. When you ask the questions, you do the research, you do the work, and then you open yourself up to what that work is telling you. But what happens is when science becomes a religion, all you're doing is seeing one side of the argument. You're not open to all science at that point. You're open only to your religion, and you're no different than the Hebrew Israelite that's only open
What
to
part of
reading the
religion is
Bible.
me saying that you showing me that it's
Uh-uh.
wrong?
She not talking about
What
you.
part of that? Because
Okay.
I'm
I'm
not
not in a
talking about you.
religion.
I'm talking about in general, and this point
Okay.
has to be said as far as
I don't
when it
take that
comes to
personal because I
these
don't
kind
think
of
she's talking about
sciences.
me either.
Because when you're going as far as that, you're not asking science to prove itself wrong. There's all this evidence as far as it that science is already going back and forth. You're either closed to reading the full science of things, or you're actually reading it to see, okay, this is where there's faults, this is where there's holes, this is where there's enough information to say we can definitively say this is true. So when someone is questioning, like Sister Freedom was saying, it's not waiting for science to say, okay, we're wrong. It's questioning to say, okay, now let me start researching my questions and see what answers come on it and how does it base what I've been told so far.
And I
And people think you can't do that with science, but you absolutely can.
Okay,
agree.
now
I agree with
Sankofa, let me ask you a question right
I agree
quick.
with her, and I want to
Because
respond to that.
my question to you, Sankofa, is I thought science bases the answers of the test on the rights and not the wrongs, on the probabilities of the rights, meaning the correct, all of the positivity, absolutes, right? When they run the test, right? Otherwise, if they get the
Everybody else mute
negatives,
their mic because um,
Right,
it's a bad feedback while she's speaking.
Thank you.
OTK, you gotta mute up, baby.
OTK,
OTK,
please mute your mic.
we can see
Yes,
that it's
yes. I just had
Definitely.
unmute, so I couldn't. I was about to jump in, but I didn't want to cut Sakina off and tell everybody else to mute up. I was already muted though, but I hear echo and somebody else background, like they watching this in the background too.
That is definitely got to be muted.
okay.
Whew, that was
Okay, but anyway, I was saying that when they do the test based off of the theory and they sign do the test for the either way, when they doing y'all tests on they doing them off of the absolutes, right? And that's what they basing the numbers off of, and they continue to do tests to make sure they get more positive numbers than negative numbers to collect them.
This is how I respond to both. Is that when it comes to, they're basically using a computer system. They have all the DNA samples that they have, and the more that they get, the results do become more accurate. That much is true. Yes. So they're using math and they're using science. They're not using nothing else, because when you send it in, they don't know who you are. You could be any goddamn body in the world. Right. So when they start matching you to your relatives, how the hell they know you're related to these people? So they're not just giving you information, that they're giving it to you because they know something about you already. So it doesn't work that way, right? So it's all math, it's all science. That's how they're doing this, man. They're using science, like 2 + 2 = 4. That's what they're doing.
You don't put your name on you just send it in with no name.
Of course, you have your email and everything registered to your kit so you can get your results and everything. But just because you give them, they have your email, your name. What do you think? Like, come on. Okay, this is also what I was going to say to what Dulcinea, I think, was saying.
Why wouldn't it have a name though?
You said they don't know who you are, so that means
as in they don't know his gender, his race, stuff like that. I mean, those kind of things.
Yeah, it's like they're just receiving random mail, just like I'm sending in a bill to somewhere. So okay, so to what Dulcinea was saying, I'll be losing my train of thought. I'm smoking that good weed too. What were you?
At least you're willing to tell the truth, goddamn it. Tell the truth and shame the devil.
I'll be losing my question too.
Oh, I got it. Let's go. So basically what I was gonna say is very simple. The information that they gave me, all these tests, only thing they did was confirm what I already knew. You understand me? They told me that I came from West Africa. I know that I come from West Africa. I already knew that I came from West Africa. Why did I know that? Because of the history that I've been taught from my relatives and my family and our history. We know where we come from. We know we come from West Africa. We know we came from slavery. That's just, we know where the slave ports were at. We can do the research and see where they were all located across West Africa, from Senegal down to, what is that, Namibia. That's why if any one of us take a DNA test, all of us will have a little bit of those regions in us, give or take. The percentages will differ and vary depending on the individual.
But Brother Sankofa, it wouldn't have mattered if you knew this or not. The results are the results. It wouldn't have mattered, right?
Check. But they did confirm. But they did confirm to me. That's what I mean.
Yeah, it
didn't even shock me. When they tell me I come from West Africa, it wasn't a shock to me, but it will be a shock to them Hebrew Israelites and them want to be Aboriginal.
Yeah, for sure. But it doesn't. I mean, most Black people in this country don't know where they came from because the records were either not taken or they were lost. So when you do your ancestry, your DNA, it's gonna tell you where you came from, and it's just gonna be. I mean, it's just like you said, science and math.
Them asking us, brother, oh, what tribe did you come from? Asking that's like asking us what type of food do we used to eat, what type of
nobody knows
did we used to have, nigga. We don't know.
Yeah, nobody knows
the names of none of these things.
Right.
We were stripped from all of that. That's our goddamn problem now. While we walking around being every goddamn thing under the sun.
Yep.
I can't speak about nobody else. I mean, me personally, I love jollof rice. So
Yeah. So
Okay.
there you go. That's that jollof rice gene coming
Yeah,
through.
yeah. I love jollof rice.
But
It's
seriously,
just your taste buds. You just like a certain amount of food. It's not me.
Ain't
But
nothing.
what the
Tasty.
basis of it, well, the point is
So
that
cool.
um
I don't think
this
so.
is
Never
kind
good
of
activity.
dangerous for people to just be like, oh, it's math, it's science. An authority told me it, so it's this. You should
But
know
why is it
what
so
the DNA,
extreme?
Senko, not done talking. You should know what the DNA test that they use. You should know how they used it. You should know exactly what kind of science that it is. You should know exactly what genomes that they're coming up with.
You're right.
You need to be able to ask questions and look for the results. And too
Yeah.
many people just go by the authority of science, say this is science, so
No
we have to
argument.
take it as it's true, but
No
they're not
argument.
Whose
actually
authority is
researching.
it?
They're not
No
actually
argument for me.
researching what it even is. So you need
No
to know
argument
what
for
type
me.
of DNA test. When you keep
What
saying,
other
oh, how did
authority could
find my
there be?
family? You need to know that that's a different DNA test that found your family versus what is regional. And you need to understand how haplogroup migration patterns work.
No, if
So it's
science can't
important.
be the authority, who else would be the authority?
No, it's
I'm not
not saying.
understanding.
I didn't say they can't be the authority. You prove they're the authority by understanding. You don't prove they're the authority by just saying it's science and they're the authority. Go ahead and research it and understand it first.
Okay, but my thing is that I agree with you, but I don't really need to research that I come from West Africa because I already knew that before the test told me that. So why would I go do all that extra stuff? That's like just like I feel you, and I want you to do all those things. That's great. Like do all that if you need to do that. You know what I mean? Everyone has a reason why they do what they do, and I had a reason why I did what I did, and it empowered me, and I'm glad that I did it. And whatever they are so-called doing with the information, if my DNA was that special, they would have been done something with my DNA when I was born, or when I went to the doctor and got a blood draw, or when I peed in a cup, or when I did whatever the hell it is that I done did at the doctor for 36 years of my life.
Well, that's a partial truth. That's a partial truth because HIPAA these days, do not allow for the cross DNA of companies. They do not. So if you go to the doctor and get your blood drawn, that's one thing. You have to sit here and literally sign, and you're signing HIPAA laws to prevent them from third partying because that has become such a problem in the past. So you
I
can't
agree.
do that
We can't
any
trust
longer.
anything.
You need
But we can't trust anything.
separate
I agree with
tests.
you, Jim, and I agree with you. But from the sounds of it, we can't trust anybody or anything about anything. So we got to question all things. So that's what I'm getting from Dulcinea, at least. So we got to question him
Is
too.
there a problem with questioning
Right?
all things,
Hell no,
Sankofa?
you're supposed to.
no, there's no problem with that.
You're supposed to, and that's why I said I appreciate a sister like that. That's the type of woman I would want to have around me.
But
Check.
I think there is
Nah, you reaching now, bro.
if you think about it,
You reaching that.
I mean, if you think about it, there's a scientific consensus, right, on some things. I mean, there's an overwhelming consensus about evolution versus the alternative view. And I think that's when you get to some of these other platforms, they try to shut down the alternative view, and they only want to talk about the consensus as if the consensus is totally right. And for the most part, even the consensus has a lot of gaps in it. And I think that's what Dulcinea exploits are those gaps. And if your theory can't explain everything, then maybe your theory isn't right. So I agree with her in that point. I think you have to. I think you have to ask questions. I mean, in other words, how did these guys come up with theories if they weren't asking questions? So
That's partially true too, Ron. That's a partial because here's the thing: we have a dictionary already, encyclopedias already that have information and it's not changing. So there's one thing to question, but if you're questioning with the notion that, oh, you know what, this is already definitive. This is already concrete, put in stone. I know once I look at this definition, I know that anything that's changed about it, I'm changing it. The definition is not changing. No matter who looks at this definition stays the same. Right? So that's one thing. But then just to be like, well, we can just question, just to be sitting here questioning and question all things. Okay, that's fun and all until you have to definitively put something in place.
Right. I agree. I think that's what this whole debate is about. Dulcinea is not going to come in there just coming off the dome, right? She's going to have all of her research, same as Sister Nepal.
Oh,
They
so
both
no,
going to
no,
have
no,
the research.
no, 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 no. Oopsie, no,
They're
you
not.
are biased
I'm
completely. So
I'm not biased.
you're completely biased with that statement, and I'm just gonna have to shut the rest of that down because that's your opinion. It's not it's not everybody's opinion. That's subjective, and you are out of line right now. So wait.
Tell me why though. Tell me why I'm out of line.
Back to what we were sitting here saying, because see, Ron, you had an ulterior motive. I didn't know that when
No,
I let you up on this panel.
I don't have an
I,
I
I
don't have an
see you
ulterior motive.
now, though. I see you. I am all the way open.
What's my ulterior motive? What is my ulterior
Thank you,
motive?
brother Locke.
For more
See that
information,
closer, they see it.
$30 to get your tickets. It's going down November 18th.
Oh yeah, let me put that in the chat.
Dulcinea the Dragon Slayer versus
I don't know.
another
I don't know my
five.
ulterior. I'm still trying to understand my
Shada
ulterior motive.
HOK Championship. It's going
I'm
down.
definitely
Get
gonna
your
be in the building for
But
that.
Domo,
Don't
you're
miss it.
absolutely correct. You can
It
say
is
the
going
encyclopedia
down.
and the dictionary and everything, but that first edition doesn't match that 14th edition.
No,
We're
that's correct.
always questioning, we're always learning, and we're always changing.
You have to.
We're
You have
always
to.
saying to get more accurate, and what you are gonna see is that even science is
Dulcinea,
doing that. So
say your
that's why no
voice.
one has to wait for science to tell on themselves or anything like that, because there's always going to be researchers, there's always going to be science asking questions. If
That's
you
correct.
didn't know that those questions were being asked, it's just that you're in a religion and you're no longer in science, because
No,
No,
we
you're
have
right.
I'm not the
GPT
first one to
chat.
ask any of these questions.
I
I'm
We
think you're
have
right.
far from the
GPT
first
chat.
one.
It will answer all the questions for us, dear. This is
Please
20.
don't,
We're
Mel.
going to we're going into the space age, hunty. So we're gonna get more definitive. You know what? Here's the thing.
I have a
It
question.
may not have we may have a first edition and a 14th edition, but the edition we need is your edition. Where y'all edition at?
We
Is there
need
the
new
people's
edition.
definition? What's the edition? What's going on here?
Can we ask y'all a
But
question?
that's the greatest thing about science, because they're all
You
the
don't
same
know.
addition. So the way that phrenology was something that was accepted before and they all believed it, once it was debunked, the next
Right.
edition took it out. And that was from people questioning phrenology, people saying, can you say that someone's
Well,
smarter
why
just
y'all
because
not
the
the people?
cranium
That's the
is a
part I'm trying to
larger
get at.
size? So there's always, those people are scientists. There's always
No, why they
scientists.
okay, so only scientists can get in there and influence a large group of people, or we saying what
Oh,
can
no, no, no.
scientists
I mean,
influence exactly?
this is in any study. This is in any
Sankofa got
field
a
of study that
question.
this happens, where
Brother, I
people
got a
ask
question.
questions, they research, and sometimes that research takes out what they previously known. And by that 14th edition, what they previously known is going to be disowned and say, yeah, we know this isn't true anymore.
Yeah, there's
And it
research on
goes
both
on.
sides.
So even the people that are on different scientific side, it doesn't
But
come
whose
in
side am
another
I
book.
supposed to
It
believe?
doesn't
Your
come in
side
another. I'm saying it doesn't
or the
come in
side
another
that
book.
actually got into
It
the
doesn't
book?
come in another encyclopedia, because what will happen is once it advances, it will just be in that encyclopedia that's the 21st edition. It
Okay,
doesn't
but
need a
here's
new
the thing,
separate edition.
right?
It's
Here's
going to
the
be in
thing.
the
Here's the thing.
same
Hypothetically,
encyclopedias
I'm
as it should.
shallow. I don't know much. Who am I supposed to believe? And how I'm supposed to come on this platform and believe y'all, or am I supposed to believe the book?
No,
Who
you
got to
believe
be
Well,
more
once
convincing
you do
then? If you don't
the
want me to believe
research,
the book,
but
then you got to be more convincing on convincing me.
you
what
got
you
to
need
believe
to
the one.
look into is the book itself. What year is that book published? Who are the
Well,
publishers? What was the reason for that book? And now then, when you're looking at that book, make sure that you're looking into the research in the field that's happening in 2019, 2020, 2021, because a lot of this stuff is research from 1780, and you have to understand science has updated. So update with science, research it for yourself. I'm not saying
yeah,
don't believe either side,
yeah.
but
I think the
exactly,
one.
I'm saying you have to
Another beautiful thing that is this.
cross-reference with recent studies, not just with studies from 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think
If
that's a very good answer. But Like for instance, like flat Earth versus round Earth. Which one of the competing theories answers most of the questions or all of the questions from from the world as you know it today about weather patterns, about eclipses, about the Earth rotation, the ones that line up with what we know about the world today? That's the one you go with. The one that doesn't line up, you got to say, hey, that's not right. That's not, and that's the whole point of becoming like scientifically literate, right? Because then you can use that literacy to be able to judge which one is right, which one is not right.
Data sheets.
I'm sorry.
You speaking about in regards to data sheets?
Yeah, the data. Which one, which one has the data, and then how does that data line up with the world as you know it today?
Yeah, and experiments, because you can see as far as
Yeah,
the
if you can turn it
experiments
if you can
done
turn
and
it
the
on or off.
data and different things. But to his point, that helps with my point. When you look into globe Earth, that exact same thing happened, and it's called geodesy. And the best explanation for the Earth is not a globe. It's not flat. It's a geoid shape. So
It's
that's why
called
you need to stay up. You have to stay up with what's happening. You
it's
have
called the
to stay.
obloid spheroid.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have
I
to
mean,
stay up what's happening. You have to understand these things, and it really does you a disservice to just say, okay, whatever someone's saying, because then you might be in that fourth edition still and not in that 14th edition.
We say the
Right.
Earth is
And I
round.
100%, hold on, let me say something.
Go ahead.
I agree with that, because if we stay stuck on something old, then we would still be thinking that Columbus discovered America.
Come on.
So we got to keep moving and questioning. I don't understand just because something is wrote in a book that we just go with it 100%. I could write a book. I could put doctor in front of my name if I want to.
I don't
Self
mean you're a
publishing.
doctor.
Self
Well,
publishing. No,
that's how
no.
you get the influence, though. Put it in the book, because I'm gonna read it. I'm one of them people that
Yeah, you
she's
gotta
talking
have
about.
the
How can you just put it in the book because you can? And I'm gonna go straight with it.
yeah you
I'm
gotta have
like,
the you gotta have the back,
yep, that person, that other person don't know
but
nothing.
you gotta
This
have the
person
background.
took the
You gotta have the
time
research.
to
Right.
publish
That
it,
don't mean
find a
you're a doctor,
publisher,
but that,
source it. They had somebody typed it. Somebody put in mad work chapters. Man, I'm gonna believe all that before I believe you anytime.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
so I
got
have a question for you, Gemini. Hold on one second.
Wow.
So when they take the textbooks and Emerson textbooks start taking out slave and putting in migrant worker, are you going to believe that book? And when they say that slavery was a pleasant
I don't
time
know
for
nothing.
most of the
I
slaves?
didn't say. Not to say
Well,
I
I'm
would
saying
believe
they
that the
just
book was
approved that in
true.
Florida, so that stuff is going to be, that's already in some books that they put
No,
migrant
no, no,
workers
no. Listen
in
to what
some
I'm saying,
textbooks.
Dulcinea. Listen to what I'm saying, boo. Listen, I'm not saying that the book is true. I'm saying I believe the book over you. Two different things.
Yeah, and all
well,
I'm saying is don't believe me, but
No, not
understand.
you,
I know. I'm not saying
but
me
you.
like in me.
Yeah.
I'm saying like
You know what I
in
mean?
general. I'm saying don't believe anybody.
but
Like
that book.
go into the book, see who the publishers are, see who their affiliates are, who's paying them, understand where these even textbooks are even coming from, because it's always important to not just say, oh, someone took out the time to get their book published. Like Nisha is saying, you got to look into it to be like,
No,
okay,
no,
well,
no, no.
who
To me, let
published
me tell
that
you
book?
something. I'm already
Who's
starting with
calling
when
them a
you said
doctor?
you already lose me when you said say anybody can do it. Because if that's the case, all of us would have it. Anybody can't just do it. A person who has some perseverance can do it. But anybody just cannot just get up and just say, "Hey, I'm writing this book today. Let me just write. I got the notion to write a book." And
No, I agree with
we're
that.
not doing that. People are
I
not
agree with
doing
you.
that. So to
I
me,
agree with
that's
you.
the equivalent of people who don't respect other people's credentials. Oh, your research this. Oh, that's not good enough this week. Oh, so what? You got a degree in that? That's not nothing. No, it's all
Yeah.
But that's
something.
no, but I'm not saying that because that's why I
Book
brought up
writing is
Florida.
something. So
That's
you can't
why I
tell
brought up
me
Florida for an
anybody can
exact
do it.
reason as far as for that. because a whole conglomerate, if you didn't do the research, a whole conglomerate of a school board was able to come in and say, hey, because of CRT relations, because of relations between these children and in school, we need to change the narrative of this, to change it to a different view. And instead of using slave, because that word is harsh, we're going to call them migrant workers. And then we're going to talk about the good times they had on the plantation. Now, if
Right,
you're
but you
not
still
actually
just
going
but
don't
you
in
would,
give
to
my
know
but
point of
who
how much
made
information
those
that a person
changes,
took to
you're
put
just going to
inside the
restrict
book.
the
That's my
author and say,
point.
well, the author has
You're proving that eloquently.
credentials, instead of understanding that the school board went to that author and was like, hey, we need these type of books for the children now,
but
because
sister
we
sister
need to
Dulcinea,
focus on CRT. So you always have to understand where those books are coming from.
but
Yeah,
sister,
but
you're saying that that's
go
what
ahead, brother La.
you would be arguing that it's okay to put or take out slavery from those books. That's basically your argument.
No,
You're
I'm
saying it'd be
not.
okay.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not saying
no, yeah,
that.
but
There's nothing in
it's
my
an alternative
argument that
view.
has ever said that.
No, it's an alternative view though. I mean, you're saying you have an alternative view to evolution, right? The mainstream view says that the slaves came over here under horrific conditions. That's the
Yeah, so
mainstream view.
my viewpoint is to do the research,
Yeah, that's what these people are
understand the
doing.
data, understand what it's saying. Their point of view is, because we have these race relations and CRT to distinguish from, let's go ahead and take out this derogatory term and put in a better term in its place. That's nowhere near what I'm
No,
saying.
no, but
There's
what
nowhere
I'm saying.
near like my
No,
argument.
no, what I'm
And
saying
just
is that
because someone
they're
has an
saying.
opposing view, you need to know the source of that opposing
I know,
view.
but
You
exactly
need to
right. But
know if the school board is
that's the opposing
allowing that and for what reasons that they are.
that's
And
the
you
opposing
can't
view they're
just go
using.
by and just say, oh, well, anyone in an opposing view is doing that.
That
That's not true.
you don't
There's
think they have PhDs and
agenda-based,
stuff
there's
researching this stuff?
agenda-based books, there's agenda-based research, there's agenda-based science.
But you don't think they're
How
using
you get
PhDs?
across from that is not believing what someone tells you on YouTube
But they're
or
using
what
PhDs.
someone
They're using
ever tells
PhDs
you,
to do this
but
stuff.
doing the research.
But that's the argument you're making, though. You're making the argument. You're making the same argument for yourself to have the opposite view of mainstream science. You're saying I'm going out, I'm doing the research. However, we know mainstream science is opposite of what you're saying. You're saying exactly the same
So
thing
do
about
the
these books.
research and understand it for yourself.
But that's what I'm
Do the
saying. That's what they're
research.
doing.
That's not the same thing as a school board telling you what
They're
to
doing the same thing you're
believe.
saying, though.
You do the research. It's not the same thing.
What if you do
It's
the
not the
research and
same
it ends
thing.
up to the same results?
Exactly.
If you do the research and then it ends up that they were migrant workers, then you would have to tell the truth and say the truth is they were migrant workers. But if you do the research and understand that they're doing migrant workers because of CRT and they want race relations to be better in school, so they're going to pacify you with an easier term, you find that out by doing the research.
But that's what they're doing. I'm just saying that that's the same argument you're making for doing your alternative research. Your
It's not
alternative.
the same argument. It's nowhere near the same
It
argument.
absolutely is. But you have
You
you're more
can't
sensitive
say just
to
because
that issue.
someone has the opposing view, that's the same thing as doing the research and finding the truth.
But
If
they're
someone
doing the
wants,
You
research.
do the
hey,
research and find
Ron,
where the
if
truth
someone
lies.
wants to
You
beat a
can't
dead
say, hold
horse,
on,
Ron,
Sankofa.
if
Hold on,
someone wants, go
Sankofa.
ahead.
1 second, and then I'll let you go right after me. So you can't say doing the research and finding out the truth for yourself is the same thing as letting a group or conglomerate come in and tell you what the truth is. It's not the same thing. You have to do the research yourself and find out what the answers are. When you do the research, you don't just look into one side. You have to look into the opposing side. So that's the difference between indoctrination and when someone is trying to actually teach you or learn something. You always should go through the opposing side. Always.
But
That's how you understand in either side. But if
go
you're
ahead, brother
just doing
Sankofa.
the indoctrination,
Go
then
ahead,
you
brother
only
Sankofa.
go through one side, and it's usually agenda based.
Go ahead,
You will
brother
only know
Sankofa.
that by researching who you're getting the information
It's
from.
exactly the same thing you're saying
And
about your.
after, Ron, hold on.
Go
We
ahead.
don't always have to agree because I have million percent agree with her. And after baby girl handles doing all that, and we exhaust that energy, and that's great that we do that to figure it all out, to make sure we add it all up and it's all the same, because we do the same thing anywhere else, even in the streets. We're gonna add this shit up, make sure what we got going on is right. We're not gonna trust the next person. I get it. So after we do all that, and we come to the same conclusion, can we stop beating a dead horse at some point in time once we figure this out? That's why everybody needs to submit a goddamn DNA test so we can start figuring some things out, stop having the same old goddamn arguments. We can't keep beating the same dead horse. And that's what Ron's trying to get to, I think. And I agree with Ned. She's a million% correct. I want her to do all that research, come back and let you know. And exactly. That's going to be great. It's just going to be more that I get to know on top of everything else.
I'm just saying there are going to be other people who are going to be doing opposite research in terms of history, looking at slavery versus the reality versus some alternative view. That's kind of the same argument that you're making. That's all I'm saying. I mean, but we get vested. We get so emotionally vested when we talk about African-American history. And I understand why, because I'm African-American too. We get vested, but we have to step back and take an objective view of it and say, hey, if people want to come out and research this stuff and come up with these alternative views, I'm not going for it. I'm just not going for it. But
you have to know why you're not going for it, and not just
I'm
not going for it for what Brother Sankofa showed from his DNA. I'm not going for it for those reasons.
You need to not go for it when the research tells you that it's not true. And that's it.
Absolutely.
That's the only reason you can go for it or not go for it is because your research showed it's true or not true.
Of course.
Once it's true, once your research shows it's true, you do have to update what you thought was true because now your research is saying that it's true. But if you sit back and just say, I'm not going to go through that because you're just going from the opposing side, that's not how you do it. You have to go through the research. Even if it's something that you believe, even if it's something that you were always taught, you have to go into the research of what they say. The only way you can disprove them is wrong and say they're wrong, definitively wrong. And
but
the only way you do is by
your opponent is doing the research just like you're doing the research. You both are doing the research. So there's
exactly now you have to do it too.
Yeah, of course.
Well, Ron, you have to realize that some people live to defute something. They want to argue something for no reason, even though it is what it is.
Yeah.
That's okay. Let them figure that out.
That's fine. I mean, that's fine.
Be a great lawyer. I want her as my lawyer right now. If I ever needed to go to court, I would hire her ass.
Especially if you're guilty, right?
Check. Hire her in a heartbeat. Tell me I'm lying.
You're right. She's the type of motherfucker to be like, yeah, I did this. She'd be like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I'm not in the business of arguing stuff.
And here's the reason why. You were over on the moon before this thing was created. When this crime happened, you weren't even on the planet. So anyway.
I don't know, man. I just think that
either somebody's snoring, I'm hearing a snoring, a breathing, heavy breathing, or something in the background. And I heard that when I was there. I thought it was wrong. Go ahead, Nisha. Sorry, that was part of this.
I guess for me, I just hope my sister Dulcinea tear her ass up with this information. I really do. Because just like on our show yesterday, I think that was yesterday, they said no one could say who the what the common ancestor looks like. No one could say that. But you could give me all this other information about it, but you can't say that. And then we talked about carbon dating. For me, it just don't make sense. And I just don't go along to get along just because everybody else do. For me, it doesn't make sense. And you got to also understand, and that goes back to just because you're a scientist, you're still a person. And everybody doesn't go into things being honest and accurate all the time. You also got to understand that these people get paid. There are agendas involved with that. They're not void of that. Everything could happen. So with DNA changes, right? My results just updated. So a percentage that I had for about a year changed. Now it's lower, and something else became more. So things do change over time. So instead of just saying, "Oh, this is what this says, and this is what that says, and that's what it is," and your brain can't think farther than that, and that's just it. So I'm gonna take whatever somebody say, and I'm gonna just run with it. I come on, why not challenge everything? I don't give a damn who they are. Challenge it, test it, and see. And who are we getting all of this information from? For real, if you can't concretely tell me what the common ancestor looked like, but you're gonna give me all of these different Homo species, you're gonna give me all of this. You know all of that. You're getting a whole species from one fossil.
Girl, the common ancestor was over 9 million years ago. Nobody don't care
But you
what
can
it looked
get,
like from 9 million years
but
ago.
that's not
It
the
can
Okay,
look
but
like
point.
a pancake on your plate, or it can look
That's
let
like a
me
not
tell you
the
star
something.
in
point.
the sky. Nobody don't care
Listen,
though. That's
I've
like
been
Shit.
waiting to
way
say
That's
too
something
not
for
the
a
far
minute.
point.
Yeah.
to be like, give me your ID. Who says,
No,
Yeah.
oh, it's 9 million years? Somebody write me up what it looked
but
like. And if you
that's
can't,
not the
if
point.
you can't tell me what
That
it looked
shit
like,
would have
then
been
it's
in.
not the truth and it don't exist. Who
Yeah,
It
does
would
nobody
have
that?
can
been in
tell
the
you.
Nobody.
water.
No, nobody
It
can.
would have
Nobody
been
can
in the
tell you.
water. So they
Nobody
say it
No,
would
does
have been
that's
that.
in the
not.
9 million
water.
years old.
That's
What,
not the point, though.
And you
what's
need
the
a
That
point?
is not the
composite.
point.
Oh my God.
What's the point? What's
Really?
the point then?
Yeah, really. And that's not the point. The point is, if you giving me concrete on this, give me concrete on that.
Oh my God. You can't have your cake and eat it too. That's just
Why
being
not?
greedy. That's just being plain
Okay,
flat out greedy.
No,
Who
it's
let
does
me
not.
that?
say this.
I
Who
agree
does
with
that?
Nisha
Oh
a
my
hundred
God.
Now
percent
you
because then
make the
it's just
motherfucker.
it's showing
You
it
just
makes
make a
no,
cake and you
it's
just
showing
eat
it
it
makes no
too.
difference. It's
Let
showing
me,
it makes
can I
no
say
difference,
Oh
and you
my
something?
don't
goodness.
really need definitive proof about 9 million years ago. They can
Am
just be
I
like, oh, tell you that 9 million years ago this is what it was. Then just go on believing that. But that means nothing to our actual day, and it doesn't mean anything when it comes to
That's
science.
ridiculous. I
Doesn't
don't need
mean
to
a
see a
thing when
picture
it
of
comes to
Dulcinea to
science
know she
because
exists.
because it doesn't mean a thing when it comes to
That's
science because
unbelievable to me. I need to
anything
see
that we're
your
going
photo
from,
in
we're
order for
not
you to
going to
exist.
that 9 million year mark. We're
okay?
not
But can
even
I ask a question?
questioning or getting into that 9 million year mark. So
You
why
do
does
not
that
need a
9
you
million
don't need
year
a
mark
photograph of
matter if
nobody
you
to
can't
know that
tell me
these
who my
people,
common
a person
ancestor is?
exists.
If you can't
If
tell me who
you
my
never
common
saw a
ancestor
photograph of
is,
some of us,
why
we
does it
exist.
even matter? What
Okay,
does
can
it
I
even
ask a
matter if you can't tell
question?
me who my common ancestor
Can
is?
can I ask a question or eight? Seeing that I ain't said none in a minute. All right, thank you. My question is, seeing that we taking a DNA test and the DNA test can't um uh we not showing
Don't come with
ancestries
no photos.
and we can't collect this and that with the ancestry DNA testing. But at the same time, um, cause y'all was talking so long, I gotta get my train of thought back. So we taking DNA tests, and then we saying that science don't do this and that, but yet I could have swore somewhere along the line that when my doctor tell me I got it, damn it, I got it.
Ooh.
And
Mm.
so sometimes if
Ain't
some
that some shit?
sometimes when other people got it, whatever the fuck it might be, they
Mm.
got they doctor tell them that they might need to go get a second opinion
The
just
doctor know.
because
Brother
they
Long, like, what
you know.
is going on?
You see what I'm saying? So I ain't talking about no special pack. I'm like high blood pressure, stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? That's based off statistics and things. So when you got it, you got it. And then you get medication for it. So I'm just saying. So now we talking about science this and science that, but I could have swore, you know, that when they say
Mm-hmm.
science ain't accurate, and they said that, you know,
Yo, what
when
the
when
yo,
they
what the
told you you was pregnant and they tried to estimate, not being accurate. Because see, when they ask you when the last time you got your period, you wasn't accurate, but you should have been. You didn't remember the last day, and you should have knew because it's your period. But you was like, I think it was on you know, but we want science to do what you can't do. I'm just saying, I ain't had nothing to say in a
I
minute.
understand you. If
You're not a
anybody know, the doctor
scientist,
know, and the doctor is science, brother.
So the
Lot,
doctor had the scientists had to help you out, and they made a birth chart so they could go back and help you figure out when your baby expected to come based off of what you came up with. And that was science, but then that's what we're gonna call not the plier. Because it don't really apply, but we're gonna use it some kind of way. But Sankofa, I thank you so much again for coming in and helping us out to help us understand this. And brother La, I see, I see you, Coach. I thank y'all so much for helping us out tonight. And
that's almost three.
I just wanted to come in and just holler
Your
a
ass
little
to
bit.
stay up for 2 nights.
OTK,
We don't even know.
Chocolate Bay, OTK.
I'm about to go to bed.
Roll it up.
But yeah, I
right.
think definitely what Nisha was saying, it doesn't really apply because you have to know what those different things are. If you are comparing a pregnancy test to an ancestry test, then you don't know science. You're just saying it's all science, so it's all true. That's not how that works. You need to know what they're testing with the pregnancy test, how they're able to get the accurate data of the possible conception, and know that, like you said, the conception is an estimate, but that conception date is way more accurate than what Nisha's saying. It's not gonna come back and say you was pregnant 1 minute, and then the
That
next
is a
minute,
method
a
of
week, it
science.
updates,
That
and
is a
Nisha's
method
getting
of
the
science.
exact
Why are
same.
you
You
comparing
weren't
pregnancy
pregnant.
test?
You weren't really
That
pregnant.
is a
That was
method
Dad.
of
Hold
My
science.
on,
bad.
look.
My
You're
bad. I thought
comparing
you
the
was
pregnancy
pregnant.
test
So
to
Marcus was
the
saying you was
ancestry
pregnant,
test.
but you're not pregnant no
That's two
more.
different things.
That's not how that works.
Calm down.
That's two different things.
That's the point. That's the point. So what Nisha's point was
That's
making
a
had nothing
method
to
of
do with the
science.
pregnancy
Stop
test.
playing.
That's the
That is a
point.
method of science. That is a
No
method of
one's
science.
debating that method of science. No one's
No,
debating
but
it.
it's
You see
still
all
a
this stiff
method of
that they're going to
science.
be able to tell if you're pregnant or not.
It's still a
No one's
method of
debating that.
science.
And that's not the same
It's
science.
still a
It's not the
method
same
of
science.
science.
Sister Freedom.
You
Sister
trying to
Freedom
be
is there.
technical.
You remember yesterday or Wednesday? You remember that argument that this one was? What is this argument called?
What you mean? I'm sorry.
Well, she said, Nisha said something about the ancestry test not being accurate, that it's updated for her last time, and one of her percentages have been lowered. And
Ain't nothing wrong with it being
brought
updated.
up a pregnancy test
You
as far as
guys,
the accuracy of the pregnancy
you
test
guys,
and how
time
that
out.
science,
You
You
guys,
how
can't,
they
time
you
took one
can't
test
ask me a
over the
question,
other. Do
everybody.
you remember what kind of
out.
argument that
No,
is from Wednesday?
because I never heard the argument, babe. I didn't hear it.
Time out.
Come
Since
on.
none of you have taken the test, I'm gonna explain to you why it updates. So I've taken 4 of them. So
No, you don't have to.
No, I understand. No. I understand why it updates.
Exactly.
So then
I know why it
But the
updates.
point of the matter is a pregnancy test is not an ancestry test.
No,
It's not
of
the same
course,
test
whoever
at
said,
all.
that it
It's
was,
not the same test at all.
whoever said that it
Excuse
was.
me. Whoa. Hold up now. You mean to tell me that new addition to that family is not going to be added on to that ancestry test as data?
What are you talking about?
So
But
if
the
I have a
pregnancy
baby,
test in
so
itself,
so
you
if I
can't
have a
say that
baby,
it's a method of
excuse me, can
science
I
just
talk?
because of the
They will have to
pregnancy.
write
So
them
if I
in.
have a baby, it don't
They
tell
will
me
have to
that the
write them in.
baby exactly. So that baby is going to be part of that ancestry test.
Right.
So all I
But they
am
have to
saying
write
is
them
the
in.
scientific. No, excuse me. Let me finish. All I'm talking about, Sankofa, is the scientific process. When they say how is science.
No,
Listen
what
to
you're
me.
saying is not right. How would if you have a baby
How the hell would Ancestry.com know unless
No,
you
I'm
went to
not
this and
talking
did
about
the
He's talking
Ancestry.com.
about
I am
genetics,
talking about
the genes.
genetics. Thank you. That's all I was talking about. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how we talking about how scientists don't do this, that, and the other. And I am talking about don't we go to see scientists or doctors? If your doctor say you got this and that, don't doctors use science
But
to
Nisha
be
never
able
said
to
scientists don't do this, that, and the other. No one said that. So what you're doing right now, since you don't remember, I educated everybody of what it's called, and Doc said it's called
we
in
like this is
layman's
what we like
terms,
to
it's
do.
called
We like
moving
to
the
go back and forth.
goalpost.
That's what
It's
we like
called
to do.
moving the
When we cannot
goalpost
answer
because
things, we like
Nisha
to move
never
the
said
goalposts and
anything
go
about
back and
don't
forth
believe
when we
scientists.
can't answer the question.
Nisha,
And
did
so
you say
therefore
don't
I
believe
am
any
going to leave it
science?
alone
Nisha,
and
did you
go back
say,
and
did
shut up
anything that
because
you
this
just
is
said
what we
right now
do.
You
say,
see what y'all
don't
doing right
believe
now?
any science?
Yeah. And I'm gonna be
See,
Nisha,
quiet.
you see
Nisha,
what
did
y'all
you just
doing right now? How y'all nitpicking and going at each other? Y'all need the Voltron. I
No, I'm gonna
promise
be
you.
quiet. I'm gonna be quiet because
Listen to what I'm saying to y'all. That cat fighting and bickering amongst yourselves. Y'all need to
It's
tighten
not
up.
cat
Those,
fighting, y'all. It's not cat fighting. It's not cat fighting. Like, hold on, let me say this. It's not cat fighting. We do this, and in the challenge each other's mind. Yeah, we agree. We don't agree, but we still come together as one
true,
and to challenge each
true,
other's thinking
Yeah, that's
and to
okay. That's
challenge
good.
each other's mind. That's what we
true,
do, and it's
That's
nothing
fine.
wrong with that. And I could
true.
go and say something to Sakina Ra today or tomorrow, and we be
and know
fine
her too.
later on and laughing about something else, and that's just
True.
what we do. So it's
Yeah,
not about cat fighting. And law, don't throw that in there like that, because we all
no,
no,
that's
right.
fine.
no,
We
I
all right.
wasn't.
And
Listen to what I'm
same.
saying to you, Nisha. I know exactly what
You
you're
talking about
saying.
me and
What I
Dulcinea.
was speaking about in
Ooh,
regards to Nisha is
Nisha
this:
got gullerness now. Don't throw that in
letting one person speak, listening to him, and be able to hear it. Because the chat, they can just see the chat, but they can't hear if everybody talking. Somebody got to be still. That's all I'm saying.
I
I
understand. You
get
talking
it.
about me and Dulcinea.
Yeah, that's
I
all I'm
get it.
saying. The back and forth, back and forth. Somebody got to show forth some decorum. Be quiet. Be still. And listen. That's
Okay.
it. Mm.
Okay.
ain't no
It's not a
fucking
cat
way,
fight
David.
though.
Ain't no way that motherfucker survive
Nisha,
inside
why
that
you?
den with all
Nisha,
them
I
lions.
thought I had to throw my hands like, Nisha, why you? What you trying to do, Nisha?
No,
Hold up.
no, no. Dulcinea, I apologize.
Oh, Lord.
52 blocks, brother. Lie.
But
Dulcin,
no,
She was
I
doing
take
it
it like
52
Nisha as
blocks.
far as that we
no.
just challenge each other on those points. But
No, but I know
I
you
just
got
want
a
to make
debate
it
coming up
clear as
too, so
far
I
as that
cannot,
when
you know,
someone's questioning someone, you can't say that they're questioning all science. You gotta
no,
listen to
I'm
what
still
Nisha
gonna
is
push
saying.
that. Don't, no, no, don't twist it. I'm gonna push that, but I'm not gonna push it now because you got a debate coming up, and I rock with you, not against you. So I'm just not gonna push it now. I respect you on that. So yeah,
But your
so
point is
what?
well made, Sister Ra, Sakina Ra. I understand your
thank
point
you,
perfectly well. It's well made. So I
thank
appreciate it.
you. You
But
know.
also there are a lot of malpractice suits, right?
Okay, but everything is
So
not positive, and I understand you, Nisha. Don't get it twisted. I understand you, but I'm only saying that it's not absolute. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
right, right. I agree. There's no absolutes. So by that, that's the point, right there.
Exactly.
There's
No, no,
no
I was only pulling
absolute.
exactly, and I was pulling out that out of that, even that's your doctor. You see what I'm saying? That's why I use that doctor, and I use that bad source. I guess I'm gonna call it. Okay, the
It was a good
test was a
example.
bad, you know.
I think the example was good.
Look,
I mean,
brother Lie said, yeah, I
Yeah,
use that
and I
no,
understood
no.
the
I think the
examples, but
example. I think the
I
example
understood
was
what
really good.
Nisha was saying when she's saying 9 million years ago. It's different saying I can go to the doctor and find out if I have something. I can go to the doctor and find out if I'm pregnant. They're testing me right now, but when they're coming in saying 900 9 million years ago, And I know as far as now the testing's not as accurate, I had to believe them. It's not even the same doctor that gave me the pregnancy test for me to say, oh, well, because I believe this pregnancy test, I got to believe what they said about 9 million years ago. She has
Okay.
every right to be like, I question that, because how accurate can you be 9 million years ago? I get you can be accurate right now with me being pregnant, and I've definitely had sex, and they definitely shot up the club. That's accuracy. But just being like, I know 9 million years ago, if you're saying, I know Lucy got the club shot up, I'm going to question it now. Okay, well, now you got to show me more evidence of how you're coming to this conclusion, because you can't just say you had Lucy pee on a stick. So we
Okay, now
have to
let me
question the time frame and what they're saying and how they're saying and go about doing it. And you can't say carbon dating is the same test as the pregnancy test.
okay, now let me ask you this, because you made some comment about moving or to the point where you was debunking
Oh
history.
yeah, saying moving the
Okay.
goalposts you're talking
Okay,
about.
so now with them debunking history and saying that slavery to a point didn't exist, so that's gonna say that we to a point didn't exist, right? And so that's going to remove us from history, because they already moving the books, they already removing history to a point to where we don't exist. So who are we once they remove all, if everything gets debunked and they remove us as a people, and
Good night, Gemini.
we have no beginning, then who do we stand and say who we are?
and that's and
That was
that's
the
my
point.
point exactly, because now when you see
Point I
the
was making.
figure that's trying to remove it, and you see DeSantis, and then you say, okay, now let me research who DeSantis is, let me research DeSantis agendas that he has going, let me see his affiliation, who is putting money in this man's pockets, and then you go about yourself and say, okay, now I see if this person is credible or not credible. Now I can say, okay, based on who DeSantis is, and he's trying to erase the whole slavery out of history, I already see this person is funding that I don't trust. I see that he's doing this for this kind of elevation in his career. He got this kind of payoff for it. Blase, blase, blah. Now I can be like, okay, well, now I'm not just going to take DeSantis' word for it. There's enough variables in this where I don't have to strictly believe DeSantis and what he says.
But that's
Now
the
that means
argument.
I'm going to go ahead, Ron, I'm not finished talking.
Go ahead.
Now that
Sorry.
means I'm going to go ahead and go and research this into myself. I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, maybe DeSantis isn't right. What years is he saying? Let me go see what primary sources were saying for those years. Let me see what other sources are saying for those years. Let me see what other books are saying. And then I can compare and contrast the information and either say DeSantis is full of shit, or I could say, okay, my origin is not slavery like I thought. But you would have to go and do the work as far as to be like, why is this DeSantis character doing this in the first place?
But that's the argument. That's exactly the argument you're making from talking about evolution. That's the argument you're making. You're making exactly that same argument. You see what I'm saying?
No, I
Yeah,
don't.
because from a historical perspective, somebody's out there doing research saying that, oh, we need to pull this part out history for Black people out of the books, and we have all of this. We're doing all of this research. We have these researchers with all these credentials, and they're coming up with this and that. We're putting all these in these books, and that's an alternative view to what the mainstream history would say about us and how we got here, and our history in this country. That's the mainstream would overwhelmingly agree with what we believe, what we know.
Okay, and did I say that you go by mainstream? No. I said now you research
You're saying going with
those
alternatives.
things. Now you research those things to see if they're true or not. First
I,
off, you're saying that the other people are trying to write out of history. Have you done the research to say that definitively? That's a rhetorical question. I know I can say
of course,
no, because when you're saying that every scientist that is going on the opposing view of primate evolution is just trying to write Africans or black people out of history, that makes me know that you haven't done any
I'm
of the
not.
research.
I'm not saying.
You
I'm not
haven't
saying that
done
at
any of
all.
the research of
I'm not
why
saying that
they're
at all.
doing
You
things.
just
You're not
you just
looking
made that
into
up.
the agendas at all.
You
You're
just made
just
that up. I
coming
didn't say
into the
that at
point
all.
to argue
I'm
and
saying
say that you know from your non-research that the reason why they're coming against primate evolution is to write someone out of history. You
no.
won't
We're
be
talking
able
about.
to say that until you actually go upon doing the
We're talking
research.
about history. Are we talking about history or are we talking about evolution? Which one are we talking about?
We can say write them out of evolution. Either one, you're wrong, and you
But it's
haven't
not.
done the
I didn't say
research.
that. I didn't
You
say about
haven't done
writing.
the research, and
Nobody's
you're
trying to write
saying
Africa
that
out
the
of
goal
evolution.
of the opposing side is to write someone out of the evolution. You haven't done the research.
They're not trying to write anybody. I've never heard somebody trying to write somebody out of evolution. I'm just saying that you brought up the example. You brought up the example of history, not me. You're saying you start
Yes,
talking
I
about
brought up
CRT.
DeSantis. Are you familiar with who DeSantis
Yeah,
is?
DeSantis is the governor of Florida running for president. Yeah, of course. But what I'm saying
Yeah,
is,
so when you're looking into DeSantis and what he's doing, now you're saying what he's doing is exactly what the scientists on the opposing side are doing. No, they're not. If you haven't done any research on the opposing side, if you think they're just trying to write someone out evolution, if you think they're trying to write
evolution.
primates out
You're talking about
evolution,
history.
then you're
You keep
not
bringing up
doing any research on
again.
the opposing side.
Are we
There's
talking
no
history?
arguments being made that evolution should write someone out of it. When they're
Are we talking
saying
history
that
or are we talking
primate
evolution?
evolution doesn't have enough data, doesn't have enough research, it doesn't have
Are,
enough backup to
are we
be
talking
true.
history or
Now you
evolution?
have to research why they say it doesn't have enough data, why they're saying it doesn't have enough research, and why they're saying there's too many holes for it to be true.
No, but are
And
you talking
their
history?
agenda is not just to write anybody off of it, is
But you
to
brought up that.
actually look
You brought up
into
that
the
argument.
information,
You brought up the
is to look
argument.
into the
I'm just saying it's the same
information
argument you're
and
using.
to see what is actually true or what is not true, what we can actually know of evolution and what we can't know.
I know, but you brought up the history. You brought up the example of history. I'm just saying the people who are trying to create this alternative is the same argument you're using. You're saying that it's okay to have that alternative argument. It's okay to have it. You're saying that from an evolutionary perspective, but it's not okay to do it from a historical perspective for African Americans. I'm just saying that they would use your same argument. They would do the same
Nisha,
exact same thing you're doing.
Nisha, since you haven't talked in a while, and you just coming in as far, do you hear the disconnect? Can you help us?
Hey, Ron, mute your mic up, Ron. Mute
Yeah.
your mic up. You got something else playing in the background. We can hear you talking, man. Everybody think it's me, but it's you.
Okay. I understand where the disconnect is at, but I mean, even so, I just don't agree with it. I have my own way of looking at it, and I don't know. It just seems like we take everything as law. And just because, I mean, you got to understand, yeah, it's science. Fine. But science also change. And everybody, you could do the test. My whole thing is, so about 9 million billion years ago, whatever, it was a common ancestor. Whatever. We don't even know if that's 100% right. But it was a common ancestor. And then they created these Homo species, okay, off of a fossil, one, maybe two fossils, a whole species off of one or two fossils. That's it. And then group us, the Homo sapiens sapiens, into one of those groups. But if we know all of that we're Homo sapiens sapiens, we know that, right? So if we know that, why we can't know everything else? It's like just, forget all of these million years ago, but another 300-400 million years ago, it was that. You should know that too. If you know that, I don't get
Yeah.
it.
They
And
don't. They don't.
before Brian, no, hold on, before you get into it. So now I know you're familiar with DeSantis is doing. You're there. So
Yeah.
is what DeSantis is doing the same
Ron,
thing
mute
as
up,
your
man.
argument right
Ron,
now?
mute back up.
Okay.
Damn, you got a badass fucking echo, man. You watching this shit in your background, man. Mute back up every time you please. Thank you.
I think it's his mic, but would you say the argument that you're making as far as to say why it doesn't make sense to you is the same thing as far as what DeSantis is doing to education in Florida?
I'm sorry, I missed that question. Say it again.
That was to Nisha. She's in
Oh, okay.
Florida.
Yeah, I mean, Ron DeSantis is on some BS. And if you look at everything that he got going on here, it's really nasty. And that's his purpose, and that's who he is. And he play games like that. So if he can do it, then other people been doing it. And you have to look at it like that. I mean, he's trying to the critical race theory is basically he want to put two smiley faces on slavery, right? He wanna take out all of the real and basically whitewash it. And that's what he's doing. So where did you think he the only one in history ever done that? No.
Facts. Facts. And
It's
I think
always
that's, and
people
I didn't want to
playing
get
games.
into it as far as these people and just believing what someone says and then saying that it doesn't matter who they were as a person. It doesn't matter what their agendas were. Their science is proven and their science is genuine. Well, I ain't even going to get into that point. My point is, as far as it, Ron, and then you can speak after this, is that just go and find out for yourself. If you found out for yourself, then yes, there's no reason for you to question the opposing side. You found out for yourself. It's enough information for you, all this other stuff. But just having an opposing side isn't the same as trying to do an erasure of a side or not, so people don't even know what the truth is. Having opposing side means that now you have all this information for you to review for yourself, and you can come to your own conclusions. So you can't even summarize the two actions as the same.
Well, yeah, I certainly appreciate the argument and the examples. I'm just saying that anytime you and anything, if you have opposing sides, especially around science or history or those types of things, there's going to be a consensus view, and then there's going to be an opposing view, an alternative view. And anytime there's an alternative view, the argument will be, well, there's gaps in the consensus. There are gaps, I'm going to exploit those gaps. Or in the case of history, this is all done for political reasons. I mean, clearly, it's all done for political reasons. But they're trying to cloak it in some type of rational view of history. Basically, it's saying that, hey, we don't want these little white kids to be feel bad about themselves, have low self-esteem. We don't want that to happen. So therefore, we need to change the history such that it's not showing the slave owners, the slave masters in such a harsh term. And for us, that's an alternative view, because after all, don't we want everybody to get along? Well, I mean, that's not good enough, because the real history is the real history. And that all I'm saying to you, Dulcinea, is that that's a similar argument, the same argument that you're using. You're saying that there's an alternative view, there's gaps in the mainstream, so therefore, I'm going in and do some research to try to exploit those gaps. That's in my mind exactly what you're doing.
And was the mainstream view that you're attesting to of evolution ever used politically?
Yes, of course it has been.
Drop a
Case
bomb.
closed.
Drop a bomb.
Case closed. All right, y'all.
No,
It's time
why
to
is that?
close out.
I'm not saying that you don't
Yeah.
have I'm not saying you don't have a point of view to have a debate on. I'm just saying it's the same argument. You're making the same argument that they would use. It's no case closed. I mean, I'm just saying that you have it's almost identical in terms of the analogy.
It
He's trying to make a comparison, and I see what
It's
he's trying
case
to make.
closed because I just did my closing argument and it was a bomb drop. I just hit you with the if the glove doesn't fit, you must quit.
Well, I mean, that's what you're saying, but that's not true. That's not true. You may feel good about that, but I'm just saying your argument is the same argument they're having.
Sure it is.
So you saying that? So are you saying that in preparation to saying that Nepal can be coming on that angle? So are you telling Dulcinea that? So are you telling her that she needs to
Yeah.
be aware of that angle?
Well, yeah, but I think it would be a weak point for Nepal if she came in from that point, because it's really not about uh, uh, politics or things like that. It's really about the science, right? Which view of science is the strongest. And I think that if you stick to that, then that's when you have your best argument.
Do you believe science is based on racism?
I believe science, racists have used science to further their agendas. Yeah, of course.
Hold up. Quit moving the football, man.
I'm not moving this football.
Do you believe that science was started on racism? Was it racist people who started science? Point blank.
Yeah, the racist people who have been involved in science. Not all scientists are racist, though. I mean, there are a lot of black scientists and other types of scientists.
What about the one that defined primates? Is he racist?
You mean Darwin?
No, he's not the one that defined primates. Do you know the scientists that define primates then?
No, I don't know.
Do you know the father of taxonomy?
Linnaeus. Yes.
Yes, he's the one that defined primates. Is Linnaeus racist?
Yeah, I've read some stuff that he had racist views of different groups of people. Yeah.
So how do you view the racists when they give you the science? I know you're saying they have used science in it. He's the one that gave us the science. So how then do you extract his racism from the science that he gave us?
Yeah, you see what part of what he was trying to use the data for, and then we obviously know that
I didn't see it, D-Mac. I'll scroll back up. Sorry.
We obviously know that to say that blacks or Africans are inferior to Europeans is obviously wrong. I mean, that's been debunked, hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Actually, go back thousands of years ago. You go to Egypt. I mean, they had no pyramids. There are no pyramids in Europe. So, of course, black people, Africans, our ancestors are equally intelligent, equally civilized, if you use that word in air quotes, as any other group of people on the planet. So these guys were trying to further their own racist views. And a lot of times it was in accord with their religious views, which is why religion is so dangerous.
So knowing that, and he defined primates, how do you then take his primate definition, knowing his goal when he defined primates?
What was his definition of primates? I don't know what his definition of a primate was. If he said a primate is an African, then yeah, I throw that out. With the baby. if that's his definition.
But if he says his primate is all the human race, and just that certain people of the human race are more superior primates than the others, then that's better.
No, you got to throw it off. He says because if let's, for sake of argument, if we're all primates, right? If every one of us is a primate, for the sake of argument, and he says that one group of primates or one section of primates is more intelligent than the other, then you got to throw that out. That doesn't make any sense because we're all primates. We all have the same intellectual capacity.
So you throw out the part that one primate can be superior of the other, but you don't throw out the whole primate science altogether.
Right. I mean, you throw out the stuff that makes sense based on science, but the rest of it is just racism. Throw that out. Throw out the racism.
Okay, so let me answer D-Mac's question because he was saying I was going in. Like I said before, I explained this before. I think you just don't want to. And can you mute up, Ron? Mute up for a second. I explained this before. I think you just don't want to accept my answer for it because you can't compare the characteristics and the classification of mammals to the classification of primates. Why you can't do that is because the primates, they're trying to directly link you through common ancestry and fossils and DNA, while mammals is just a classification characteristic that they're saying, hey, mammals do these certain things. And that's what makes all these groups in the animal kingdom mammals. Now, as far as when it comes to it, the classification, I don't necessarily think that classification helps outside of a primary school, because once you're getting into the mammals in themselves and when you're in the actual fields in itself, you have to understand that particular species. You can't just lump them in and test and say, oh, well, if I test a mammal and we're all mammals, I'm going to get the proper vaccine I would need for COVID. That's never worked for people, because you can't just go by the basic classification and say what works for this mammal is going to work for another mammal, etc., etc. But it's enough to say, okay, these characteristics will go into a mammal. Again, primate theory is not just based on, oh, it's these characteristics why you're a primate. It's characteristics as well as common ancestor, as well as genome, and as well as brain capacity. So when we're looking at primates, now we have to question all those four aspects to see if it matches up.
I think that's a reasonable answer. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that. But again, I do think that you're going to the consensus, the overwhelming consensus is going to be against your presentation. But I think your presentation is going to, I mean, I'm talking about the scientific consensus, but your presentation is probably going to resonate more with the consensus of the people, because most people don't believe that we had a common ancestry with primates. They just don't believe that. So, I mean, it really just comes down to how you make your presentation. How are you going to make your presentation? Maybe everybody's off now.
No.
No. I was looking for
I'm
what.
sorry. I said truly you're right about that, because it's gonna be about the sources and the numbers, and contrary to belief, it's just as many people that don't believe that we come from monkeys as it is that we do. So um, she's judged among her peers, and it's not really, it's sad to say it that way, but it is the truth. And so if she can get them to understand it, I'm not gonna say believe, I'm gonna say understand her view, and get it on a to be able to see it her way, um and be able to understand it just on that basis, and prove it, then I'ma rock with you on that shit, because you stand your grounds. You my sister, land your plan, do your job like I know you do.
Yeah,
That
it's going to be. I think
it's gonna
it's
be
going to be a difficult.
oh, it's gonna be difficult, but it's not gonna be um it wouldn't be if it wasn't Dulcinea. She wouldn't take it if it wasn't.
No, I think she's up to the task for
Yeah.
sure. It's just that the the amount of research on the opposing side, I think, is much more prevalent in this day and time. versus when we start talking about primates and did we descend from, do we have a common ancestry and those types of things. I think the research is more prevalent on the opposing side, and I, for sure, maybe not during the debate, but once you get into the after review, that's when you're going to start hearing stuff about pseudo and all this other stuff. So you just got to be able to keep your cool and stick with the data and your research.
Oh well, turning up is turning up. Turning up is turning up. The real part is never letting them see you sweat, and that long as she hold her ground and take care of her business, that's sportsmanship, one way or another. And that's our sister. You know, good, bad, and difference. So one way or another, whether she win or lose, long as she gotta do is stand her ground, prove her source, and do her thing. And she's still gonna be a winner in our eyes. We don't give a damn.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think it's all about uh, information, right? And then
Yeah,
let people make up their own minds based on the strength or the
yeah,
weakness of the information. They make up their own minds, but unfortunately, everybody's going to be already biased
yeah. I
one way or
think that was
another.
you that made that point, right? That it was just as many. You was the same one, Ron.
Yeah,
Yeah, you was the one that made that point. It's just as many people that's gonna be. So all she got to do, she low on the pole, but she got the best advantage because it's just as many people that don't believe as it is that do.
yes,
So
probably
yeah, she
more.
got the disadvantage, and yeah, all she got to do is play on it and come on and do her convincing. I'm not gonna say persuade or none of that because that's a bunch of foolery. Just come on and do you, Dulcinea Dragon Slay.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, it's just present the data, your research in as strong as manner as you can, because that's what the opponent's going to do. That's what Nepal's going to do.
You
Do
know,
that, and then let the chips fall where they may.
right? Dragon Slay. Keep sourcing up, keep studying, keep doing your research. I think don't overexert yourself.
What happened to the other chromosomes? Hold on. I think I'm reading it now. Oh, subsequent inactivation of one of the two original centromeres.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
so since no, I was just trying to understand because I was reading what who put that in the chat? Because I still be trying to damn understand this craziness. Nobody can get around why these primates don't have 46 chromosomes. So I had to throw that in.
Right. See, because I don't want to get too deep into what is and what is not untouchable for the debate. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right,
So
right.
that's why when it get too deep, I just say, listen here, for $30, it's going down on November 18th. And make sure you get your tickets because Nepal's and Dulcinea, the Dragon Slayer, and Nepal should die. House of Conscious Queen is going down, and y'all don't want to miss it. So if you want to see the evidence and everything, come on. This is where you need to be. Get your tickets. Get your tickets. Because Dulcinea is not playing. She's slaying.
Yeah, no, but I agree with that comment. If we have 46 and our aunts, our cousins have 48, then that.
We dropped two along the way,
Oh yeah,
That was the tail.
oh okay,
We ain't got no tail.
Yeah, they
oh
always gotta say, "Oh, it dropped," or something happened along the
yeah,
way.
I
But
don't know.
the main thing about it is, as far as is the percentages of DNA that they're actually comparing, And what's wonderful about DNA right now is DNA is changing. What we know about DNA right now is changing. And we're in a great time for that because now we're really gonna see as time progresses what's the actual truth in all these things because DNA has only been understood to like 5%. It's kind of like the brain, how they're like, oh, the brain activity capacity can only go to 10%. Then they started learning, okay, maybe it can go more and different things like that. They thought at a certain time, if someone lost one side of their brain, then they would lose all the functionality that side of the brain did. Lo and behold, as time progressed, they learned that the other side of the brain will start taking over the functionality that the side that it lost. So there's many things as far as that we're learning as time progresses, and DNA is one of those right now. Is that is going to be revitalized in the next 10 years. So everything that we thought about DNA is about to change.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the discovery of DNA was what, 1950 something, 52, 53. And
Yeah.
so obviously there was not a lot known about it, but now with better tools and with, computers and things like this, we're finding out more about DNA. I mean, initially they didn't know what the DNA strand was. And then a few years later, one of the guys who found it, those guys I think they got a Nobel Prize for it, Crick and some other guy, Watson or whoever. Those two guys they got a Nobel Prize for it. Anyway, a couple of years later, they found out that actually there's information in the DNA. And I think that's really the exciting part about it because, if there's information in the DNA, if it's truly information, like a computer code in the DNA, then that kind of opens up a whole can of worms for people that people don't want to go down that road. That
Right.
because information, where does information come from?
Yeah,
I was gonna
Darwin
ask real
didn't
quick.
use DNA or cells. You're completely right. And
Right.
I think it's
So
Armour. I don't know. I don't want to mess up your name right now. It's late. But he
yeah,
didn't know anything about DNA or cells. He just went by lookership, which that's another thing that's coming up as far as if those observations can be said accurate now that we do have much more of cells and DNA that's working. And of course, there's gonna be the people that are still going by the DNA that we knew before. But the question is now bringing in the DNA that we know now, not just going by the 2% that we've always known once it was discovered. As we learn more about DNA, we're gonna have to be evaluating more than that 2%.
yeah. I mean, I agree. What we know now about DNA and its formation. I mean, I think what we do know is that life didn't. If you take all the chemistry out of your body and put it in a test tube and put water in it and shake it up, it won't create life. So how is life created? Evolution can never tell you that, and that's why people a little bit squirrely. They'll try to hide that fact that life didn't just spring up from no life. It was just impossible. So now that we know more about DNA, it's sort of pointing to that. Maybe there was some type of intelligence or something behind it. People, they get scared. That's sort of an alternative view. We don't want to discuss that. The scientific literate people say, no, you can't touch that. That's talking about maybe some type of creator, some type of God or something. I'm saying no. It just says that maybe it was just the creator. You didn't have to call him God, or call her God, or call it God. But information certainly comes from the mind. It doesn't come from randomness. So,
And I don't know if you're here or she, but retract that last comment, please. No, you're absolutely correct, man. You're so correct. And yeah, I'm kind of not joking. Retract that comment.
retract what comment about he or she or it?
Oh, they're just going too far into my debate, okay?
Oh, sorry.
They're putting too much information for
Yeah,
the people.
my bad.
So go ahead and retract those comments you got
Okay,
about the
maybe
human brain. Go
you're,
ahead and retract those comments about human brain development.
yeah,
Please just retract that now or whatever. Don't be
you may
giving
be
the
on the.
other side
I see a
too
win for
much
you now. Then
information.
I see a big win for you now. Then, so I'm predicting that without using calculus. I'm predicting. I'm sorry, I had to get that one in.
Oh
But
no. that's what people have tried to make your arguments for a long time about of having math being anthropology, but there's no way you can exclude math from anthropology.
Yeah, you
So
can't. Yeah, it's
yeah,
impossible. Yeah.
they're big mad at mathematicians because mathematicians are overwhelmingly coming out right now and saying that everything about the evolution and primate evolution can't be true. So
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the probability, what's the probabilities? If you talk about statistics, what would be the probability of all of these things coming together? I frankly just think that I personally don't think there would have been enough time for all of these things to have happened, and even given 1 million years or 5 million years or 10 million years, pick a number, wouldn't have been enough time for all of these all of this these
Right.
evolutionary things to have
Right.
happened.
That's what I said the other night. That's what I said the other night. The math ain't mathing for me. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't think that it's just enough
and
time.
I
And
was definitely thinking that too when I was naming that slide, and I was like, should I just see this colloquialism? And I'm like, I am definitely using it because the math just ain't mathing. It sure ain't mathing at all.
yeah, I mean, I know that some people will come back and say, oh yeah, it does add up, and it's just, but there's no proof of that, because if it would add up, you have to tell me that you can put chemicals in a test tube and put a battery leads in it, shake it up, put some heat to it, and then life will happen. If you can't show me that, or if that, and nobody's ever been able to do that, then there's just not enough time. So it had to have come from someplace, and it didn't just come from just a random mix of chemicals. It just couldn't have happened. It's just impossible.
So do y'all think uh when the fusion happened that made us only have 46, was that, do y'all think is that's the time that we started talking?
That's a great question. I mean, I think
For
it's a great
real.
question. I think it's certainly would be, at least in my estimation, plausible. There's certain things about our DNA that are different than other DNA, other animals, and those differences, those minor differences, are the things that make us who we are. So, but the question is, why do we have them and they don't? And uh, that's when you get into all these, you know, theological discussions, religious discussions about life. And when you get into a science debate, you can't really bring those type of things up. You have to really talk about the science, the biology, the evolution, the statistics, the probabilities, those type of things. You have to really kind of keep it on that level, because otherwise people will say, "Oh, you talking about God and God of the gaps and all this other stuff." When really, I don't think about those types of things. Whether there's a creator, I mean, I think there was a creator, but really has no bearings in my life, or I think in the lives of most people. But um,
Yeah,
certainly,
it's really mainstream science that would like to take Nisha's question and say that now you're
you're
going
talking
into
about, yeah,
religion
God, right?
because it's easier for them to deal with it because they don't have the answer, like it's being said in the chat right now. So when they don't have the answer, they tend to go and say, "Oh, well, you're trying to have a religious aspect to try
Yeah,
to have that answer." But no, the question that she's asking, it has nothing to do with religion. It has to do with mathematics, and it has to
yeah,
do with
probabilities.
science, and
Yeah,
it has to do with that molecular clock. And
yeah,
the fact of the matter is the molecular clock has to add up, or then now you have to revise some of those assertions you're making because the molecular clock doesn't add up.
no, I agree
But
with you.
instead of us actually going into that molecular clock, what a lot of mainstream scientists are going to do is saying the fact that you want to go into the molecular clock shows you want to prove that there's a God in existence instead,
Yeah,
which is just a red herring argument.
I
That's
agree.
why I went in through those arguments the other day, just to show what a lot of mainstream arguments are going to be either a straw man or red herring arguments, because when they don't have the answer, they have to divert the actual question in entirety of why they don't have the answer instead
Yeah.
of being truthful. So when we go into that timeline, there's nothing about it that's questioning God. There's nothing about it that's
Right.
going into religion. It's questioning that timeline.
It's time.
And
It's
a lot
time.
of scientists and mathematicians have questioned it and said that that timeline isn't adding up.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with it, but I mean, the good news is that you don't have to contend with a lot of people, asking you a bunch of questions at once, because that's what I find most difficult sometimes when I'm on other chats, other platforms. If you try to have this argument, which I think you can have this type of discussion, but typically, when I get on other platforms, most of the people they take just a very strong view of evolution. Anything else they say, oh, it's just the God argument, God of the gaps, etc. And then you get 4 or 5 people asking you different questions at once, so it's hard to maintain your train of thought. And that's the good thing about a debate is it's one on one, so you won't have that problem until you get into the after party. They might have that problem, but one on one, you got your time and she's got her time. You don't have that issue, so you can stick to your main points. You really can't have those type of discussions in a on a platform when you start talking about, well, what does information in the cell mean, and what about the timeline? Is there enough time, probabilistic? Is there enough time statistically for these things to happen? Because then somebody's just going to call you pseudo, or call you, you're just a religious person. You believe in God, when really you're talking science. You're talking mathematics and statistics, probability, evolutionary biology, evolutionary timelines. And they'll say, no, you don't. No, you don't know what you're talking about. So that's why I try to avoid those discussions, just like I try to avoid discussions about cosmology for the same reasons. Because people will say, oh, you think there's a God of the gaps or something. No, I don't think there's a God of the gaps, period. But I don't think that something comes from nothing. So there had to have been something there. And you can call that something whatever you want. It basically, consciousness, call it what you want. But it couldn't have just sprang from nothing. It's just because you don't see that in nature. You don't see something coming from nothing anywhere on this planet. You just don't. Even in the universe, even in the cosmos, you don't see it. So that for me is, I mean, that's the discussion. That's, until somebody can prove that, then yeah, you have to say that something comes from something. We all came from something. All the mammals came from something. All the mountains, the rivers, everything came from something, from some process. But when it comes to the universe, they say, "Oh no, it popped up out of nowhere." I mean, that just doesn't make sense. It doesn't follow it doesn't follow the natural world. Anyway, I wish you good luck though.
Appreciate your
Thank
wisdom.
you, Ron. I appreciate it.
So you'll do fine.
She won. She don't need. She got it. In my
Well,
No,
mind,
I'm
she
I'm
got it.
kind of mad at Marvelous right now. I'm like, man, like, can you stop? Can you email that and stop just putting it in the chat? But no, like for real, this is that's why the debate is going to be good. I think that's why Sister Freedom was emphasizing that point, because it could have been very religious. It could have been, oh, we come from the dirt and the Bible and
yeah,
Islam and everything. That's what it always is. But
yeah,
what tends to happen is that people pose that science can't be put against science when that's what the foundation of science is.
yeah. I mean, it's always competing ideas. It's always about competing ideas and research, and it's never ending. And asking questions, even about the consensus, even asking questions about it is by the very nature science, by asking questions. So I don't understand that people say, you shouldn't question it, or when should you stop? We should never stop asking questions. I mean,
Right.
that's who we are as people, as human beings. We ask questions. So we shouldn't stop. And I can tell you that the leading scientists, people who do this research is done on both sides. I mean, there may be more on one side than the other side, but research is done on both sides, and they have debates, and they write papers, and they critique each other's papers, and they have debates. But one thing you never hear them say, though, they never call their opponent pseudos and stuff like that. This never happens. But as we go down the ladder, that's when you start hearing those type of words about, you're just pseudo, or you don't believe this, or you don't understand this, or you don't know that. It only happens on these types of platforms. But you can go find, Richard Krauss debating other scientists about the beginning of the universe, and he'll never call that other guy a pseudo. The other guy will never say that he's going to hell. It's just and we have to get to that mindset also, saying that, hey, these are just discussions, and the data, the information will speak for itself. We're not trying to proselytize anybody to convert anybody. It's just information, and then you make up your own mind. It's like reading a book, any book. Read it and digest it, and you decide what's good and what's bad, what you believe and what you don't believe. But we shouldn't be afraid of the conversation, and we shouldn't try to denigrate people because they have opposing views. That's just my belief.
Wonderful.
Right. I agree.
Anyway, I'm gonna jump off. I appreciate you ladies letting me come on. I appreciate that. I think you have a good forum for open discussion. And I know we went at it pretty hard earlier about calculus, but it's just,
it always starts off that way. That's how they show love.
Yeah, so, I can appreciate it. I definitely feel love there. I feel the love. So, I'm gonna hop off, and again, great talking to you. I'll be jumping back on from time to time to listen to you, and I'll definitely subscribe.
And, appreciate you. Thank you again for showing up.
And we definitely do want you to come and present and give your information, and we definitely want to learn. So we're open to any time you're free. You come through and you just give us the information.
Okay, we'll do that then. We'll do that. Maybe I'll bounce some stuff off of you, and you can tell me if it's appropriate or not.
Peace, brother Ron. Good.
All right, peace, brother. Ladies, take care now. Have a good evening, or good morning, I should say.
Grand Rising. You have a good one.
All right, y'all. Let's close it out.
Yeah. Well, ladies, all the men are gone now, so I guess I don't play security. Mall cop security long enough.
Yeah, you had Sankofa's job, man. Oh my gosh, I can't. I'm sorry, Sankofa, if you're still in the chat, but you were being made fun of so much earlier, and OTK missed it. And like, I think we gonna have to give you some night goggles and binoculars like Sankofa, so you can do your job with authority. We can't just leave you with a flashlight and a badge, okay? He gonna give you all, and it ain't gonna come out your paycheck. It's cool.
Hey, what did I say on Friday? What my boy said? Who was it? A black man? Nah, that was a nigga.
Well, I tell you one thing. Thanks again, OTK. Thank you so much for showing up and showing out. Love you much, Chocolate Thunder.
Oh, Lord. The Chocolate Thunder.
Dawsonair, you know what? You always stand your ground. Listen, you earned that name, Dragon Slayer. Woman King, Dragon Slayer. Listen, be ready. Just don't overexert yourself. But listen, you know what you gotta do. When you can't get ambushed, you see, you show it every time they come in. So I'm not worried about the after party. You know, Wonder Twin gonna show up. So the after party is not gonna be a problem. So we all gonna be there, but Wonder Twin gonna be there before you get there, so we ain't gonna worry about it. She gonna be waiting in the lobby. But yes,
Fact, she is. She gonna be the
this is
first one to jump on the
yes,
panel, but we all have to jump on the panel
yes, we all
afterwards for
gonna
the
be on
after
the
party,
panel.
and we have to have our after party, so we can definitely most likely just jump on over here first for the after party, stream what's going on over there, and
Yes,
jump on Sonetta's panel to talk for a little bit, give them an hour to 2 hours or so, and then we just give our people an hour and then we out.
listen, because I'm telling you, this is the way in before the way in before the way in.
Right,
So
I'm weighing in with
listen,
everybody.
before you
Like,
know
do I
it,
get so? Is
come
this
on.
how normal debates are? I gotta fight with everybody
This
before
what
I
I'm
go.
saying. You held it down one more again, one more again. So we
Right.
already know what to get ready. Get ready. Get ready. It's going down $30, November 18th. If you want to see it and believe it, achieve it, it's going down. Get ready. Get your tickets. Don't miss this. It's gonna be real. Did you or did you not? What is it called again? Primate evolution? They say your common
Yes, it's Are
ancestor.
We Primates?
Yes.
That's what it's gonna
Are we
be.
primates? Are we primates?
Mm.
I know a lot of
And
y'all like
after the
banana
debate,
pudding.
we Unscrambled Minds will be selling our shirts. Free my cousin Caesar.
Uh, uh,
Free Lucy.
I love banana pudding.
She ain't do it. Free my nigga. Free my nigga Lucy. She ain't do it. She ain't
Nah.
do it, y'all.
Shit, I love banana pudding.com. Primates make homemade banana pudding. Straight up. We gonna get it going.
And
We
all
gonna
y'all that smoke weed, pass the blunt to them too. Puff puff
right,
pass. Don't skip over the apes.
Yeah,
They
that's
right,
want
the,
they want to hit it too. Okay.
yeah,
right. Tell them
yeah.
primate smoke weed, not crack.
Facts. All right, y'all. We gotta go. Good night. What you going? Well, I just seen Dots in the chat. Dots, you gonna come up for a second? I know you up partying it up and stuff.
Why, Dots, I know you having fun.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I damn sure appreciate this discussions that we've been having the last couple of days. Trying to lead up to this. But we have discussions like this anyway. So,
yeah, we do all
but
the time. But I think too that this leads more because we got to have more of these discussions. We got to leave that whole who you want to identify as out the window. Okay. We can't just only talk about that for the rest of our
right,
lives. But really,
Right,
too, when we're talking about the advancement of our children, which everybody wants the new generations to be greater than us, and we all say we want them to be a part of science, an integral part of science. So we have to have these conversations when we're saying we want them to be a part of science. To say where would they fit in? Are they going to fit in with just going with the status quo, just going with the agendas? Are they coming in to actually do something and solve our problems? And I think that's like why I focused on my first presentation on Sonnet as being what I did, just to be like it we need to move, we need to progress. Right now we're stagnant. Right now
Yes.
we have dreams of who we're going to be. This one comedian made a joke. He was like, y'all remember all this stuff y'all wanted to be when y'all were kids? And do you realize now you're 30 how that turned out? And then everybody started laughing. It's like, yeah, it's sad, right? But like for real, we have to stop with the whole just progressing to get by, just survival, and really say, how do we utilize science to move the needle or push the needle forward to be forward progression? And I think as far as if science is not leading to forward progression, then what benefit is it to us?
See, that's because everybody want it right now. Don't nobody got no dreams.
No, I think it's that people need to believe in, like, really,
See,
people are say different things, but this science truly, it doesn't resonate with a lot of our children. It really doesn't. That's why they say black children do so poorly in math and sciences. But when they look at the countries that math and science resonate with, they're not doing this. They have totally different objectives when it comes to how they look at it. And that's why I was saying why my first presentation was that is because they say, oh, we're not into math and science. And then they get in front of us, they do a presentation or they write on their chalkboard different things, and then they give you a test. While other people that are excelling in math and science in their country go outside in nature, go to observe things, really put their children in positions to be like, okay, make your own conclusions. And we have to look into our educational system to see that they actually projected this upon us. They said, hey, we need to build an actual school system so the Civil War and aspects like that never happen again, that people are patriotic and people do what they say, and not build a school system that was going to be like for the progression of thought, for the progression of intelligence, for the progression of nature. And that's why people just say Asians are so smart and then say, oh, it's because they're Asian. No, it's because how they look at life. It's how they teach different things. It's how they teach math. If you look at how they're teaching math today to our children with dumbass blocks and rectangles and leftover numbers versus how they've always been teaching math in Japan and China. That's why they're so superior, because they're going through these different aspects that have been passed down to them, and they're really engaging the kids to be like, really think for yourselves. And that's when we're going to have kids that progress, because even if they come to the same conclusion as mainstream science, they came to that conclusion. But if they say, oh, science is science and I believe it because science says so, then I know that they're about to go on the path to work for someone else, to give away their intellectual property, to not think they can actually make a difference in the world. So we have to get to a point where we're comparing and contrasting and saying, is everything and aspects of our education right?
but isn't that what IQs and all these things? Okay, we're gonna leave that alone because
Oh
I'm
yeah, the
tired.
bell curve, that's coming up in the debate.
Okay,
IQs is definitely something that is a racist
that's what
thought.
I'm saying. I know you know what you're talking about. That's why
Yeah,
I don't want to get into
the bell
your.
curve is somewhat as a racist again. They said, hey, these people are smarter, so you can be able to um are test intelligent based on a test, when
Right.
actually all studies are showing that tests are horrible. They're the most horrible things we could do as far as to grade intelligence or give anyone intelligence, because what's happening is what we all know what happens. You learn it in the fifth grade, you learn it in the sixth grade, you do well at the test. A lot of us got all A's on those tests, but the actual recall, the information, when we're actually thinking about it in everyday life, or if it even applies to everyday life, it doesn't. It isn't getting us further with a skill or anything like that. And Elon Musk didn't get where he is by just going in and doing written tests. He got where he was by saying, I think I can do this. I think this is plausible and this can be done. And then getting in the lab, getting in the actual engineering side, getting wherever he needs to be, like, let's see if my thoughts can happen. And they have.
All right, now we getting into where you was finna go early, so we definitely gonna be talking after this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful debate because we talking about memory and brain activity and all kind of wonderfulness and yes, cooking. So with that, I'm gonna say get y'all tickets because November 18th for $30 is going down. And you definitely don't want to miss it because Dulcinea the Dragon Slayer is coming to battle with Nepal Shaddai HOK Queen. And it's going to be some seriousness. What's the topic, Dulcinea? One more again.
The topic is, are we primates? And we got our brother E Bizzle in the chat. I know he ain't wearing his fringes, but I know he definitely doesn't believe that we are primates. So I'm glad for once he gonna be on my side.
And
I
that's
know he'll
real
have
walkie
his
talkie.
Timberland boots on because it's cold, and he'll have a jacket. I don't know if do you have a snowsuit now? What's happening out there? Is it snowing? I don't know how cold it is
No,
out there right
he
now.
probably got his what's the name of that the Chicago what's the name of that team?
Oh yeah, the Chicago Bears.
No, not the Bears. The
Oh, Cubs. Wait, it's the
no,
Cubs and the White Sox.
they basketball team.
Oh, that's the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, he probably got his bull gear on, and he got on some hustlers.
Oh, he gotta have a thermal under that jersey.
Yeah, he
He
got
can't
on.
just be jersey alone. Not out
Nah,
there.
he rocking real. He got on the real heavy one. He got on the real heavy one. He said it's cold as hell up there. I bet it
Really.
is.
So since you're an Indian,
Yeah, see, he got
Hebrew,
on the
does that
bull
give you
hoodie.
more? Do you get to wear like fur coats from the indigenous and stuff? Like now you get to go past the fringes and you can say, I'm going straight to a chinchilla because F this.
Oh yeah, they get it real. They wear buffalo back and
Facts, I don't know if I was out there, I'd be Native American real quick.
yeah, they wear. My son got down with some bison. I was like, well, damn. Yeah, he be up here hanging out. I don't know what's up with the bison. I told you I seen a tiger meat that one day. I don't know if they still sell it, but yeah, they got. You eat bison, it's real.
No, bison's good. They were just talking about some bison chili the other day in Top Cat's chat. Maybe that was today. I don't know. They
See,
just brought up
yeah,
bison chili and it made me want some chili. So I
see,
may make that.
mm-mm.
You know you love us. He said y'all too funny.
Yeah, you gotta really domesticate
I'm
yourself.
just saying, bison coat sounds pretty good right now. If I was out there in that
Yeah,
coldness, I would put on some bison foreskin and a quickness. Okay.
you're a real man if you go kill a bison. That- you related to the Bunions, Paul Bunyan, Eddie Bunyan, callus and bunions on your feet. It's real. Bisons is not a joke.
Oh yeah,
Mm-mm.
no, they're not. Well, good
No.
night, y'all. I think that she just said splash the like button. I don't know if she's gonna be able to come up, but we're just gonna go to bed from here. Everybody have a good night. We should be on
Yes.
tomorrow night too, so we'll see
Yes.
y'all again. It'll be
All
oh,
right.
here she is. Hey Dots.
Hey, Dots.
And gang was good with y'all. I just came in and I saw my sisters were live, so I had to tap in. I know y'all getting ready to shut it down, but I heard it was a good live, good show as always. Don't forget to hit the smash button, y'all.
Yes, Darcy rocked it.
I'm getting ready to rewatch it.
Yeah.
So
How's the trip? I know you made it there
yeah,
safely.
first night. Yeah, man, just got in from taking shaking our tail feathers, ATL. We in the building, so literally, I was like, oh, they're still alive, yay,
Well, talking about that,
yay.
I've been trying to figure out a place I've never been. I was like, oh well, July should be enough time for everybody. So I want to do something for my birthday, and I'm thinking ATL.
Aw.
But we'll see. Because also I would like a 2000s party. I was like, I know Gemini and Dots, they'll be down to dress up. So.
Oh yeah,
We
Dot's
all
favorite outfit. Dot's able to
facts.
fit now.
I was like,
Not a
we do
problem.
2000s. We bring back the bandana tops and the
That's
jersey
cute.
dresses, and we
That is
figure it out.
cute.
Oh
No
shit.
doubt.
Look,
Okay.
Asiatic, you be careful fighting bisons.
Oh shit. You silly.
Right. That's all you right there.
The hand to hand bites and fighting.
Yeah. All that for a sandwich ain't
Right.
cool.
I want them. It's all where it's already packaged up. I don't need to go fight. I don't ever want to be so real where I'm like,
Yeah.
go fight the bison.
Right.
No, take me back to modern times. Then I ain't trying to go back like that. Like, oh,
Right.
let's live in a
Facts.
community and
Facts.
fight the bison.
Right.
No. Every
You
time they say, let's move into our own community, that's my first question.
hell
Okay,
yeah.
if we get random land somewhere, who the hell going out to
Oh
make
my god.
sure
Right.
to
You gonna
make
have
sure
a
a bear
barbecue
don't
for
come in that
everybody.
hole?
You gonna have a barbecue for everybody. You say I got bison, everybody gonna come out talking about yay.
So if I walk outside and I see a bison, I'm moving
What?
right then and there. I'm sorry for the
Man.
objective. I'm sorry. I want it to be like Black Power, but
Right, right, right,
Right.
right,
I gotta go back to
right.
Hell
But I
yeah.
civilization.
failed.
You gonna have
I
Okay.
failed.
I failed. I failed. I thought it.
hell
Oh hell
yeah.
no.
Yeah, big ass bison. You
I can't.
you be safe now here. I
You
can't.
can be safe now. You can be safe.
I can't. I don't know how you attack it.
Yo, yo.
You got to be hungry as
Mm-mm.
hell to go fight for a
Mm-mm.
bison.
I don't know.
No, when
Mm-mm.
when all them
Don't.
white people, because it be white people mainly that take the charge in that, and I appreciate white people for that because people be like, "What is?" When I say white people were to tackle alligators when they're in the wrong place, they take care of the crocodiles. Are you gonna do it? 'Cause I ain't gonna do it. If a crocodile comes in my
Yo,
pond, that's the end of my
what?
pond.
They'll
Like,
fucking like.
Yeah.
I'm like, who does? They'll jump in fucking water, like trying to headlock the fucking alligator.
What
Like, what
the
are you
fuck?
doing, bro?
I
Like,
know
what
who
are we
I'm
doing?
not going in the
I'm
woods
saying
with.
if we
What
ever
the
build a
fuck?
community, we need at least three of
You
those
got
type of white people there.
You
Like
know
that.
what?
I
You
got it.
damn right.
Let me go get my bullets.
You damn right. The first thing
and
I'm gonna
even
say is, I'm not going with your black ass. You gonna fuck around and leave me.
mm-mm,
Where
mm-mm,
Barry?
mm-mm.
Where Barry at?
I'll be damned.
He gonna fight the bear. Fuck that. He is. He gonna say, "Honey,
And
Hey,
stay
then
yo,
right
don't
me
you
and
here."
their
ever?
wives out. Go ahead, keep him grabbed by the tail. I'll get his head so he can't move.
All
No,
right.
I ain't touching shit.
All right.
Don't get ate.
All right. Don't
Please.
worry. Don't make a sound. I'm gonna tell you right now. I've been watching shark movies all week. Just
Oh
hush.
hell,
This nigga been playing Nintendo and eating popcorn. He been going to work. He ain't missed a beat. He know all about his job and his car. He don't know shit about this. No, listen, we got to be careful.
no, not
Mm-mm.
no, hell no, Hell no. I'm
Yes.
like, yo, like, why would anybody ever think it's ever a good idea? Right? You see a sign that says, okay, this is where, like, prey is, like them wild, not lions, I'm gonna say lions, but come on, what them animals be? That they, bears and shit like that.
Yeah.
You'll never see
Yeah,
no
but
black
bears
people
ain't like
ever
mountain
getting caught up with.
lions.
Right, mountain lions and shit. You'll never see. I have. I can't think of one person that made the news that was fucking melanated talking about, oh yeah, they went hiking with mountain lions. You know what I mean? And got murdered. Who does that? Like, how is that fun? Like, how is that? Like,
The
how is
No.
that
only thing I
fun?
seen of like melanated people is with those moose, and it was so funny because I guess they're out in the country or in a cabin, and some moose were fighting. And she's like, "Tell
What
them to
the
get
fuck?
away." He's like, "What the hell do you want me to do?" Like, they end up getting in the car and everything.
Mm-mm.
All you can do is have good insurance because you ain't have to go out there and tussle with them moose.
Listen
Like,
here.
No.
nah.
My thing is listen, I'm not going nowhere. Hey Don, let's go to let's go to
Yeah.
a
Okay.
cabin. Let's go to Montana and the cabins, and we can
Mm-mm.
go outside and go hunting. And fuck that. Mm-mm.
Yeah, me
Next
either.
thing I
Can you
know,
imagine?
y'all be talking about reindeer games.
Won't see
Sure,
me.
good try, wrong
Mm-mm.
guy. That's what they said to my friend the last time I saw her. She went up there. No, no.
Facts. I don't do little creatures, less known the big
Mm-mm.
ones. Hell no.
Listen,
That's why I've already X'd out Australia. I don't need to know. I hear it's beautiful. I watch
yes.
pictures. I'll see the pictures.
Listen, did y'all see that? Listen, they did a rock party in the desert. I think it was in September. It was some kind of rock party or whatever, a festival.
A
It
rock
wasn't real.
party.
Listen, it really wasn't a festival, but
Are you
like
talking about Burning Man that they do in the
yeah,
desert?
Burning Man,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I know.
and
Yeah.
it
Different.
rained. It rained
She's at
really
a rock party.
bad. Right, it rained really bad, and everybody got stranded there.
Oh dang, I didn't hear that. So
What?
everybody got
Yes,
stranded there. Man,
everybody
it
had got
rained bad. So
stranded
that's what
there.
I'm saying.
Oh,
Now what
hell
happens if
Yes,
you
no.
go out in the
And
middle
how
of
people
many
the
had
black
got
desert?
people?
sick.
How
Right.
many
Chris
Now
black
you
Rock
people
was
showed
pray.
up?
there. Chris
Now
Rock
you're
was
praying for
there. It was
no
a lot of
reason. They
black
like,
people there.
ooh, look at all this fresh
Yeah,
meat.
Chris Rock got paid.
Yeah, Chris Rock was there. It was a lot of black
He
people
got
there. But
a
Oh,
the
he got
thing
in the plane.
was,
He got out
he
of
got
there.
paid. That's different.
yes, but he was there for
He
at
had a
least
private
he was
plane to
there
get
for at
up there.
least no he didn't.
Mhm.
He was there with a couple other actors, and he was there for at least a day.
A
He
day.
was
I
act.
can't, Sakina.
Listen, he was there for a day or two. That listen, when you stranded in a mile worth of rain, and the rain was so bad in that desert, and because of that, because it was the desert, they couldn't get in or out, and so they
I'm sure he was fine. He got paid a nice little penny for that
shit. Now when you was in the desert,
to
I don't
go
give a
dance on
damn.
rocks in the rain.
I don't give no the way
Yeah,
because of the
I'm
rain,
thinking
the
about
way
other
the sand.
stuff.
Y'all have to look it up. It was
Yeah,
not.
I'm sure. Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah,
pleasant at
because
all and stuff like that. But as long I'm telling you, I would have survived as long as them creatures didn't come out. But in them creatures, I know in
yes,
the middle of the night you hear that
Of
flies
course.
bite,
like what?
rats come
I
out the
wouldn't sleep that
ground,
whole time. I'm on the
bunnies.
lookout.
We talking
I
about
don't know what I'm
bunnies. We
gonna
talking about
do.
rats. We talking about
The only thing I don't fuck
all
with are
kind of
rats. Like
stuff.
that, I could deal with a snake. I'm not scared of stuff like that. You know what I mean? I love like that type. I like being in the elements. But when
It
we get
Mm-mm.
depends
to
on how big the
rodents,
snake is. How
No,
big is
I
the
don't
snake?
want nature on me. I
oh, I'm
like
not afraid of
nature, but I
snakes.
don't want it on me.
So you go and tackle it if it's like a python or anything.
Tackle, maybe not tackle, maybe not tackle, maybe run, maybe run.
Right,
Okay,
right.
Mm-mm.
maybe
But
run.
there's this like you have to be brave or
But
something.
I'm
I
not
seen
like
this
deathly
one that
afraid. I could pick
grabbed
it up
one
and
because the snake was coming at them and it was like coming after the baby and she grabbed it and she just threw
oh,
it, yanked it.
but yeah.
So it's like, oh yeah, but that's where my main thing is just that aspect. Like as long as it's over there, I don't mind it. If a snake is on going its merry way, then yeah,
Mhm.
I love seeing that snake go. But it's like if
Mhm.
you look at me and I look at you and you look at me and you
You
turn your
pop that
head,
head up.
I'm out.
What? You put that head up. What? Ready for war? You got it. I'm like, you got it, bro. You got it. You
Right,
got
that's
it.
all you. I was
You
just
got it.
here
You
looking
got
at the
it. You
stars.
got it.
Let me go.
I forfeit. I forfeit. You won.
Yeah, it's too much.
I forfeit. You
But
got it.
no, even with, have y'all ever had those albino squirrels?
Oh, that's
What?
scary.
I've never seen that. No.
Yeah, so they're albino squirrels, and squirrels are smart. First off, I'm gonna say that
Yes,
squirrels
they
are really
are. They
smart.
are.
So we had these albino squirrels, and I swear they would just throw acorns at us, and we would
Oh
look
shit.
around like, who just threw an acorn
Are
at
you serious?
us?
I've never
What?
seen an albino squirrel in my life. Sakina, you've
And I
ever
saw
seen
Me
one?
one jump
either.
off this tall building like that because some of them can jump really far and stuff. And he just landed and then just ran off. But I seen one time where it was messing with some birds, and these birds wasn't fucking with it at all. They tag teamed his ass. They were pecking him on top of his head while he was running. I was like, damn, y'all done
Oh,
threw the acorn at the the wrong ones.
it was all white.
Oh my
It's not all
goodness.
white, but it's like a real light color.
Mm. So that's like what a hybrid, you think? How the
I
hell
Has
they
would
get?
love to
Oh
see
possibly.
wait,
that because
who's
I've seen
estimate?
brown. Oh, go ahead.
SMH at that.
That's
Who's
That's
Evizzle.
SMH?
Evizzle.
E. Hey, I knew that name. Hey, E. What's good? What's good, E? How large are? Listen, bro, don't even start. Yeah, it is so. I don't live in New York City anymore, but New York, it is infested. It is so bad. There's now
Yes, sir.
more. Like they did a big, like a big news thing a couple of years ago. It's so bad in the city now that like there's more rats than people, and
Damn.
they there's now more rats than people, and it's so bad that like they'll just be out chilling like in broad daylight. They don't run, they're not scared,
Mm,
like they know
mm,
it's there.
mm.
When we had that big rainstorm, one of my cousins had called me like literally like disgusted. She was like, I literally just walked out the house, and she's like literally in front, like where the car was parked, there were three rats, and because their little nest got like I guess flooded out because of all the rain, them niggas was just like, and they're not little. We're talking about rats that's probably like maybe close to the size of my cat. That's a
Damn.
problem. And he has more than people. And you know what the
See,
issue
and
is? They
that's what I'm
refuse to put
saying.
poison. Here's but look how think about this, y'all, right? Okay. So because we have like a lot of like, like natural things that they want to protect, like Central Park, for example. Like people walk their dogs, people walk their fucking cats on leashes for crying out loud. And then there's like other animals. So like they don't put poison down to kill them because of course all the other wildlife, people, dogs, people, cats, they
Mm,
gonna die
mm,
too.
mm.
So it's and the poison they put down, it don't kill them. It does not kill them. They'll eat right through it. That shit is
See?
disgusting. And
That's
you're talking
crazy. And then
about paying how much?
imagine they're
Oh hell
chilling
no.
right by your car door, like you were just about to leave, and then
Yeah,
they're just
they
chilling,
go
like
into the engine. You know how
hell
many
no.
stories?
I would just be like, I can't come in today. What happened?
Yeah.
Some rats are right by my front door. I'm
Um,
stuck. I can't get out.
Let me tell
I'm
y'all.
in
Y'all
here
want to hear a
today.
disgusting story? Y'all ready for this? A quick disgusting story about that. I don't know how good. I don't even know if this going to like disgust y'all, but
Okay.
here you go. So 3 weeks ago, right? It was like six something in the morning. My sister called me back to back. I'm like, oh my god, like what the fuck? What happened? So I pick up the phone, right? I'm like, what happened, mama? She's like, sister, oh my gosh. She's like, my battery, and it's a new car. She was like, yo, my battery is dead. Why is my battery dead? Why is my battery so? Anyway, long story short, right? Okay, here we go. Long story short, by the time she got the car towed to the dealership or what have you, and they had to replace the wires, what happened was there was a rat or rat, don't know how many, but they chewed through her cable wires. Like I guess that they went up through her engine hood. They do this all the time, and they literally chewed through the wires.
Mm,
Literally, this happened 3 weeks ago. Can you imagine?
No. But
mm,
then I
mm,
gotta
Yes.
pay
mm.
for it. Is there rat insurance? Like hell.
No, it's under her warranty. It's under her
Oh, it's
warranty, but
under her
still,
warranty. But still,
just think
yeah,
of,
no.
yeah.
And
I
if
was
they just
like,
chew through it, and then all I'm thinking is like, where are they? Like, if they could chew through that, what
The
else?
wire should have tore
she
them up
she had
though.
no idea, right? She had no idea. Of course, the battery is dead. They couldn't jump it. The guy lifted the hood. They come tow it, And sure enough, they was like, "Oh my God, something ate through this." She was like, "Yeah, no, this is rats. These are rats." Like they knew it off the bat. And it's New York City is crazy, and this is Manhattan. It's so expensive. I just don't understand. You paying all that rent to have to live. That's disgusting.
Yeah, see, if
That's
there was Michael
disgusting.
Myers on one side and rats on the other, I might just have to lay down and go to sleep and just be like, it's my time.
Take me to the upper room. Shit, I know that's right. Upper room time.
This ain't no way.
I'll see you in the
It's like
upper
being in
room.
Saw. Are you gonna do that stuff, or you just gonna be like, okay, just let it count down and just
Damn. He said when you see an albino roach, man, when you see an albino roach, you know you got them bad.
Yeah,
I've
that's
never seen
crazy.
an
I ain't never
albino
seen an
roach.
albino roach,
Yeah.
When
but
you see
yeah,
a
Yes,
I
they
seen
white
state
albino
roach,
elephant.
infestation.
Hmm.
my uncle said,
Infestation is right.
when you see a white roach, you know you got them bad as a mother.
Facts.
I know this gonna sound real jacked up, y'all, but oh well, right? This is what we do. We talk, right? I know it's gonna sound real fucked up, but while yes, when you're in a city or in an urban area and it's mad shit going on, you're gonna have, fine, you're gonna have a rodent issue possibly, right? Growing up, even me, like growing up in the projects, they may
Right?
have been little
Yeah.
mice here and there, but
Anybody?
none in my
Yeah.
right, like none in my mama's apartment. I didn't grow up like they, you know what I mean? It was contained, it was controlled. Like that wasn't my and it literally, I would say maybe close to like about 8 to 10 years ago is when this problem of like that rat infestation started to happen. And that was around a time also when there was like a lot of immigrants that were being sent to New York, all through other states, but New York City in particular, right? A lot of and all of a sudden we also had like a huge influx of Chinese. And I'm not, the in my opinion, the facts is the facts. They're not the cleanest people in the world at all. You know what I'm saying? And right around that time, and that's when a lot of that like overpopulation and like all of those that infestation started to happen. Because I mean, like I grew up in the hood my whole life, like, but yeah, you have issues with like sanitation and shit, but not to the extent that it is today. Like if you can't even walk your dog at night, you going out to eat or what have you, and this is in the city no less, and people have to pick up. You'll see them literally pick up their animals to like walk past garbage cans or walk past. Is that bad? And people still, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. But it's always a plan. It's always a plan. They already gentrified Harlem. They already started that. That's been in the works. You know what I'm saying? And this is like one of the, I believe it. This is
Yeah,
intentional,
probably.
in my opinion. Big time. Big time.
Yeah,
Big time.
definitely.
Yeah.
Because then you have people
Because we've
moving
never
all of
had to
a
deal with
sudden,
them. Mm-hmm.
and then
That's
and then they're
right.
gonna
That's
take care of
right.
it all of a sudden.
That's right. And that's exactly what they've been doing. Buying up all those, buildings, brownstones, all of that. All of that. Harlem has really changed. Very unfortunate. But yep.
Mm.
Like you always get
And
immigrants
yep,
over.
they
It was
get
like a
to do
huge
it with the
influx.
property value down because of the infestation. So if that was
Yeah,
a
you got 10
high paying
motherfuckers living in a
property
two
that they've
bedroom.
been trying to get for years, they put some rats there, boom. Now you gotta just take whatever we give you.
And it's like even
Mm.
a difference in how in like the Senate, like how they clean themselves. The cultures are so different. You get what I'm saying? Like it's just
Yeah.
different. It's different. It's just ugh. Yeah, man. But
Then they
mm-mm.
ask
Yeah,
you when
that's
you get
why I
ready to
was
move
arguing
in.
with Gemini earlier. Like, white people are the ones that came with germ science. White people are the ones that spread germs the most.
Mhm.
They're
Mhm.
not the ones that
Absolutely.
originally came and told us we have to sanitize stuff and have
Mhm.
different ways to get rid of waste and all this other stuff. And I think it's just crazy to me that people think that there are civilizations that could build pyramids that are so intellectually smart, but they
Facts.
didn't know that you
Facts.
had to sanitize. They didn't know that you
Facts.
had to get rid of waste. That don't make any sense.
Mhm. Well, that yeah, absolutely. Weren't we? My understanding is that that's how with the bubonic plague, right? That was indigenous, if you will, to Europe, right? The bubonic plague
Right.
and the all of the right. That was a huge, huge, huge epidemic, And it was because of just their lack of cleanliness, right? And when they would go into West Africa, particularly, or and start traveling, even when they would go to some parts of Asia, like to get like some of the scents and shit, but primarily when we talk about, like how you said, building of a pyramid, or just just different civilizations that clearly have to be advanced to do some amazing stuff like that, right? The one thing they also learned when they would travel into, like, particularly North Africa, West Africa, wherever the hell they were going, they saw the communal baths. You get what I'm saying? How people took
Right.
care of themselves.
Exactly.
That's how they got put on to like the frankincense, or that's how they got put on to different types of scents, for example,
Right.
even in the Middle
Oil,
East.
scents,
Absolutely, to keep
washing
right. Put
yourself with something else than just water.
hmm and that's why the bubonic plague wiped out. It wiped. I mean, it was just in Europe. That's where it started. That's how. I mean, it was because of their lack of cleanliness. So no, they didn't. I would not agree with that about Europeans teaching or white folks teaching us how to be sanitation or something like that. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But yeah, I'm gonna watch it. Hi, is Nisha still on here?
Yeah, here.
Oh,
I haven't
I didn't
been on
even
here
know.
that long. Yeah, I haven't been on here that long. I was working late tonight, so
Oh, okay. Hey, Nisha, Nisha.
hey sis.
Oh yeah, girl. All right, y'all.
Yeah, it's been a long one.
Yep. See y'all tonight sometime.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Good night, you guys. Peace and
Good
Okay.
Good
night.
blessings.
night.
Seminole
Bye,
tip,
y'all.
everybody.
All right.
That's right. All right. Peace, y'all.